One more day. One more day of the best game on earth coming to you live from Sydney as we close out the 2015-2016 Pro Tour season. Welcome wherever you are. If you're bleary-eyed in the middle of the night in Europe, if you're prime-time East Coast USA, or if you're just down the road watching in Australia and around the Asia-Pacific region, welcome wherever you are in the world to our coverage live from Sydney of the top 8 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Rich Hagan, your host, alongside the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall, and from inside Wizards of the Coast, inside R&D, Ian Duke. Welcome along to both of you gentlemen. BDM, let's start with you. A terrific first 2 days that have led us with multiple storylines to an awesome top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know where to, I do know where to start. I mean, it's Owen Turton having just this unbelievable start to the tournament, a rocky, almost, penultimate part of the tournament, and then ultimately a triumphant final round in the Swiss, and then with so many titles that people were calling him the mother of dragons last night on Twitter.
Oh, wow, that's a good one. Now, Ian, from your perspective, obviously we're going to talk a ton about these 8 amazing players, but you have to be very pleased with your 205 amazing cards that came in with Eldritch Moon.
Absolutely. We've seen, this is hands down Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We've seen so many of the new cards impacting how people are building decks. We've seen the spotlight on story characters, Liliana, Tamio, Emrakul is definitely the talk of the tournament, so it's just been fantastic from an R&D perspective.
Okay, so this is how it's going to work. We're going to show you 2 quarterfinals back to back. They're going to be sort of bouncing between the 2. You'll see every match decided. It's best 3 out of 5. The first 2 games are without sideboard. Then they get to sideboard for the last 3 in any configuration they want. Then we'll show you quarterfinals 3 and 4. After lunch, it'll be the first semi-final on its own, then the second semi-final, and then, of course, you will see every turn of the best 3 out of 5 final. Let's take a look at a bracket for the first time. Let's show you the 8 players that are here and battling for the title of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon champion. Sam Pardee is up against Andrew Brown. Lucas Blahon is against Ken Yukihiro. That's quarterfinals 3 and 4. But we are going to begin our coverage at the bottom half of the bracket, and one of the clashes for the ages 3 out of 5 coming your way. It is Luis Scott Vargas against Reed Duke. So let's take a look at Luis Scott Vargas. He is in the Hall of Fame. Of course he is. He's been there forever, it seems. 33 now, closing in on 500 lifetime pro points, over $300,000 lifetime earnings. This is his 8th Pro Tour top 8, and it is 3 in a row this season. Last time that was done, 18 years ago. John Finkel. Ridiculous. What deck is he playing? Let's take a look. He is playing Bant Company. Brian David Marshall, what is this Bant Company thing all about?
This is really a creature tempo deck that can sort of shift very easily to a control deck thanks to cards like Spell Queller and Reflector Mage, and is just this deck that is very adept at switching between roles within the game, and then after sideboard even switching based on matchup. So we talked to the Channel Fireball Ultra Pro team before this Pro Tour. We talked to, this was the dominant deck in the Open Series in the weeks leading up to this tournament, and it was on everyone's mind, right? Everyone was making their deck decisions based on how their deck fared against Bant Company.
So in that sense, Ian, and I don't mean control in the sense of aggro versus control, Bant Company is the control in the experiment that is the metagame.
Yeah, totally agree. It's the control group in a scientific experiment, right? So everyone else has that baseline, and they're all trying to attack it.
All right, so that's Luis Scott Vargas. Now, Ian has quite an interest in his opponent this morning because it is Ian's brother, Reed Duke. Let's take a look at his fantastic career at 26, closing in on $200,000 lifetime earnings. He'll go potentially past that today. Will go past the 300 pro point mark as well. 18 Grand Prix top 8s. Second Pro Tour top 8 here. Of course, he was second at the World Championship a few years ago behind Shahar Shenhar, and a Magic Online champion in 2011. Really made a fantastically successful career transition from Magic Online into Paper Magic, as we call it. So that is Reed. What is he bringing to battle with? Let's take a look at his deck. It is red, green, Delirium Ramp. Ian, what's going on here?
So Reed tested with Team Pantheon here, and one of the things they realized in their testing was that Emrakul was where they wanted to be. So their team actually has 3 different flavors of Emrakul decks and 3 different ways of sort of getting Emrakul into play. One is the Delirium deck, which gets lots of cards in the graveyard. The other is sort of an emerge strategy that's kind of disrupting the opponent and eventually topping out with Emrakul. Reed's version is trying to ramp into Emrakul as fast as possible. So it's sort of a classic red-green ramp deck with Emrakul being the top end there. And he's described it as the deck with the most powerful endgame in the environment right now.
So in terms of the way the games are going to play out in this one, BDM, in theory, Bant Company was well positioned because of its ability to grind late. But what Reed's saying there is that the later it gets, the better it is for me.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw these 2 players play down the stretch of day 2, and there was a pretty amazing match that, you know, it did not seem like Luis Scott Vargas could win. Reflector Maging and Emrakul was a big part of it, and we talked about sideboards. Tamio, field researcher, a huge card out of Luis's sideboard in this deck, because you really want to keep that Emrakul. Once it's in play, if you somehow survive, you really want to keep it tapped down.
So that is our first quarterfinal, and running at the same time in the same feature match area will be quarterfinal 2. Let's take a look at our bracket once again. Reminder, there's Yuta Takahashi for you. He is our first player. There's the bracket. Takahashi playing Bant Company up against Owen Turtonwald with Teamer Emerge. Later on, you'll see Pardy against Brown and Blahon against Yukihiro. But we got a glimpse there. Let's take a look at Yuta Takahashi. There he is, the 30-year-old, one of the Haruyuya pros, known as the King of the Fairies, those Grand Prix, Kobe 2008 and Shizuoka 2008, Bitter Blossom, absolutely central to his plan there. This is his second Pro Tour top 8, and he will go past the 250 lifetime pro points mark at this tournament. What is he playing? Well, Brian David Marshall, oh look, it's Bant Company. So Bant Company, oh, it's overperformed. 20% of the field, 25% of the top 8. It's clearly the dominant deck in Standard.
It was very funny. Again, just talking to people, it was like they would, there were people who were testing this deck. They would play the role of the Bant Company player in their testing house, and they would play it, and they would play it, and they would play it, and they're like, well, I'm just winning a lot. I might as well. I know how to play this deck really well. Maybe some other people who were playing all the different decks didn't have as much experience as them. Maybe they chose to beat it. They were playing the beat it side. But if you were on the join 'em team, if you were playing that role in the house, I think a lot of people came to the conclusion that this was a deck that they wanted to play.
All right, so that's Yuta Takahashi with Bant Company. Who is standing in his way? Well, it is the new player of the year. Here is Owen Turtonwald, age 27, 227,000 US dollars, way over 400 lifetime pro points. He could breach 450 at this PT. 4 Pro Tour top 8s. He is a double player of the year. In 2011, he watched on the sidelines as players who could have overtaken him didn't. This year, he got the job done by turning things sideways and winning the crown for himself. A phenomenal achievement, just redefining what professional Magic means in this modern age. A phenomenal player. But he's got a really tough opponent. What is his deck? It is Teamer Emerge. There is the list. Ian, what's going on with Teamer Emerge?
So this is another Team Pantheon brew here. It's also an Emrakul deck, but it's quite a bit different from Reed's that we saw earlier. Owen is also getting cards in the graveyard with Delirium enablers like Grapple with the Past and Vessel of Nascency, eventually trying to get up to Emrakul. But in the meantime, he has a very powerful Emerge package with Kozilek's Return and Elder Deep Fiend. Kozilek's Return being an excellent card against Bant Company, and Elder Deep Fiend just giving him a lot of flexibility to control the mid-game until he can get up to that Emrakul.
All right, so Owen Turtonwald against Yuta Takahashi, but we begin with a clash of US Titans. It's Reed Duke against Luis Scott Vargas. It's time for the quarterfinals of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Gabby Sparks, joined today by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. How are you today, Randy?
I'm good. Looking forward to this match.
And we're all excited about an amazing quarterfinals that we have set up here. The players are ready to go, so let's head down to the feature match. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Gabby Sparts, joined here today by Randy Bueller, and we are getting ready to play the quarterfinals. On the left, Luis Scott Vargas, Hall of Famer. This is his 8th PT Top 8, 3rd consecutive one. Looking to run another one back here.
He's just one of the best of all time, without question.
Absolutely. He will be playing a band company today. And on the right, we have Reed Duke, 2nd PT Top 8. Magic Online champion. Look at them. They're good friends. They're having a nice little banter here before they get started. He's playing Red-Green Delirium Ramp today, and we'll see who moves on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I feel like Luis
Looks like our players are underway.
I feel like Luis fought Emrakul to about a draw yesterday. He was able to beat Emrakul sometimes, was able to did not beat him all the time, or beat her all the time. Going to be interesting. This is really the matchup that I feel like this whole Pro Tour boils down to. Reed, among a lot of other players, set out to beat Band Company, and now the biggest stage is here. Can you actually beat Band Company in the hands of Luis Scott Vargas with a spot in the semifinals on the line?
It seems like from talking to the players, that is what Luis wants to do in this matchup. He wants to go fast. It's something that the news desk did mention a little bit earlier. But it seems very difficult for Luis to come back once Reed is able to ramp into Emrakul and start wreaking havoc. So
yeah, I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Luis has to be, he's the beatdown in this matchup. He has to play a tempo game. He has to get through all the damage he possibly can as quickly as he can, because Reed's end game is so much better than anything Luis can muster. Luis just can't let him get there.
So Luis is off to a relatively fast start here. He's gone Duskwatch Recruiter into Krallenhorde Howler and playing a Selfless Spirit here. Reed is cracking the Vessel of Nicency, choosing what he wants to buy back from the graveyard.
Hedron Archive.
Yeah, so he chooses to take Hedron Archive here. A Shrine of the Forsaken Gods and a Forest are the lands for Reed so far.
Apologize to those of you watching. If you can't see the live total graphics, we'll try to do a little radio play-by-play for you. Make sure we keep that info up to date.
So it looks like a Reflector Mage is the draw for Luis, so there are no creatures that he could potentially bounce here from Reed. A couple of Reflector Mages, a Spell Queller in hand, and a Dromoka's Command. Dromoka's Command looking a little embarrassing pre-board here. And our players are playing 2 games pre-board and before they go on to sideboard. So the sideboards will matter a lot, but the pre-board game where Luis wants to be aggressive are the games where he's going to have to try to go very fast.
Yeah, Reed down to 12 after that last attack from Luis. And yeah, I know in talking to Luis about Band Company, he felt like a lot of the people who thought they could beat Band Company were mostly testing game 1s. And that if you look, what happens after sideboarding when you get to take the Dromoka's commands out of your deck and put more relevant cards in against, the anti-Band Company decks. Cards like, it's funny, at the beginning of the tournament, he kept using Negate as an example of one of these cards. He's only actually got 1 Negate in his sideboard. For Luis, it's been Tameo as the super relevant sideboard card that he brings in for the Dromoka's commands in some of these, against these decks with the great top end.
We saw it be amazing yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It locked a game for him where it looked like there was no possible way that he could win. It was extremely flavorful.
Tameo beating up Emrakul, right?
And we'll see how good it is for him here in the quarterfinals. You can see Reed down to 12 here. Looks like Spell Queller coming down for Luis.
Kozilek's return.
And Kozilek's return from Reed.
Yeah, it's just going to
Looks
get
like
the
Selfless Spirit. Yep, so Selfless Spirit is going to sacrifice there. Take one for the team. The Krallenhorde Howler flips back to Duskwatch Recruiter here. Something to be concerned about is this Kozilek's return now being in the graveyard does mean that eventually it could come back and kill the team, and now Luis has no protection against it. All right, so Duskwatch Recruiter will transform. This will drop Reed down to 8.
Aha, Ishkana.
So an update from one of our back tables. It looks like Yuta Takahashi has taken game 1 against Owen Turton.
Oh, wow. Sounds like Owen had trouble scrapped for lands. Couldn't find a 3rd land until Takahashi's board was just unbeatable.
All right, so Ishkana coming down for Reed Duke, and Delirium is online here, so in come all the baby spiders as well. And now Luis is going to have a tough time fighting through these spiders.
These are the crucial turns in this matchup. Reed's finally made a good blocker. Luis has to poke through these last 8 points of damage.
What a matchup, Randy. One of the biggest things I've seen on social media and people just discussing the matchup today. Luis and Reid are some of the most loved players there are.
It's
People
true.
are so conflicted about who to root for. It's very difficult. Right, so land for Luis. Reflector Mage bouncing back Ishkana.
It's 8 to 20, and you have two cards.
Seems like he might try to close out this game before
Oh, yeah.
Reid can recast it.
I mean, this is an attack for 6. Reid doesn't particularly want to go down to 2, but he doesn't have any great blocks either. I mean, he can chump. Reflector Mage's extra ability means Reid cannot replay Ishkana next turn.
And Luis has a couple of Reflector Mages in hand. So he will be able to continue bouncing some of these creatures. Looks like he still has one left, yeah. So both spiders going under the bus there. Preserving Reid's life total. He's still at 8. Over on the other hand, we have Reid with an Emrakul the Promised Land already in hand. Ulven Wild Hydra, which just came down on the battlefield.
Yeah,
World
not
Breaker.
good enough. Luis
Yeah.
shows him the Reflector Mage. Reid's going to make him go through the motions. Yeah, Luis revealed Reflector Mage to Reid, saying, look, you're dead. I've got you. But Reid doesn't really believe in conceding. He's going to go through the motions.
Reid likes going through the motions. That happened yesterday in feature match too. Here it is. So going through the motions, and that was a very quick game 1. And this is exactly what you were talking about, Randy. Luis wants to go fast in these pre-board games before he can have any meaningful way to fight against things like Emrakul. Wow. Very, very quick game.
That's 2 to the good for Band Company as well.
We will be back with more of the quarterfinals, but before, these messages.
Ready to take your game to the next level and start on the path to the Pro Tour? Rise to the challenge and test your skills at a local preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. To find an event near you, visit magic.wizards.com/pptq. Test drive the top standard decks from this Pro Tour in the Pro Tour Gauntlet, beginning this Wednesday on Magic Online. For more information, visit mtgo.com.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Gabby Sparts, joined by Randy Bueller, and we'll be moving into one of our second matches here. We're taking a look at the quarterfinals right now. It's Reid versus Luis Scott Vargas, but focusing right now on the match of Yuta Takahashi versus Owen Turtenwald.
Yeah, Yuta up a game. Owen couldn't find third land. And his deck in particular has to build up a big mana base. He has to get up to those big emerge creatures and ideally get all the way up to Emrakul if he's going to win this matchup.
So Owen off to a good start here. Narwhal Dryad is the quickest way he can get on the board. That said, what do you think he's trying to do in this matchup?
I think this plays similarly to the way Luis and Reid's matchup plays. Owen and Reid aren't on the same deck, but what they are on is they're both on Emrakul decks. They're both fundamentally trying to beat Bant Company by just having an insane late game and surviving to get there. Kozil Extra Turn is in both decks. Emrakul is in both decks. It's just kind of what else they're up to is where their decks part ways.
This looks pretty similar to how the other game started between Reid and Luis as well. So it looks like a Duskwatch Recruiter for Yuta, and then this is Pilgrimage for Owen.
Yeah, it doesn't look like our new player of the year is going to have mana problems this game. Straight to Nissa's Pilgrimage. 3 forests in hand now. Yuta Takahashi, the only player on stage right now who's not already invited to Worlds. We will see Owen, Reid, and Luis, no matter how today turns out. Yuta needs to make the final of this tournament.
With the finals, does he lock it in?
With the finals, he would get the Apex slot and knock out Ryoichi Tamada. So yeah, he needs a first or a second to qualify for Worlds.
All right, so Jace Friend's Prodigy as a follow-up for Yuta and a pass back to Owen. So let's see what he can piece together here. He's got an Emrakul the Promised Land already in hand and a couple of Pilgrim's Eyes.
Pilgrim's Eye works super well with Owen's Emerge plan. You get most of the value from the land, right? So now I've got a 3 converted mana cost creature that, yeah, it's not really worth 3 mana anymore. Feel pretty good about using that as your sacrifice for one of his big emerge threats.
And that's what it seemed like Owen was doing in a lot of his games yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like he was very, very close to the edge, right? He was almost down. In many games, he was almost dead.
Right.
And then with the Kozilek's Return that he manages to put in the graveyard, he just comes back and takes over with Elder Deep Fiends.
Right.
Always very close to being dead, and then just his opponents can never come back.
It feels like either Kozilek's Return or Elder Deep Fiend is usually enough to stabilize, but the combo is how the deck really takes over.
All right, so a Tireless Tracker is discarded to that Jace. Forest is the lane for Utah. And once again, here we see how the Dromoka's Command's pre-board may be looking better in some other different in some different metagame, but against all these Emrakul decks, Dromoka's Command looks pretty bad. So Utah has not played a spell here.
Yeah, he wants to flip
He
his
wants to
Duskwatch
flip
Recruiter.
the Duskwatch Recruiter. Let's see.
Owen hasn't decided if he's done with Utah's end step yet.
He does have a Kozilek's Return in hand.
Yeah, and it is an instant.
Looks like he's going to go for it. Kozilek's Return.
Sure. He
Ouch.
gets the
There go
Recruiter
both
and
the
the Jace.
critters. Yeah, both critters come down.
Well, now he does know that he's opening up a window for Dromoka's Command, is I think why Owen was so hesitant here. Presumably, Utah's going to use a +1/+1 counter from those Dromoka's Commands to save one of his creatures from the 2 damage.
Actually, he has 2 Dromoka's Commands in hand, so yeah, protecting his team at this point seems pretty good.
All right,
So
so saves the Recruiter, kills the Pilgrim's Eye.
In all fairness, though, like we mentioned earlier, Owen is interested in getting these Kozilek's Returns in the graveyard, so even though Utah has dodged it this turn, it's just a matter of getting another big old Drowsy before that triggers.
Oh, interesting. That all happened in Owen's upkeep. So that was with the Duskwatch Recruiter trigger on the stack.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so Vessel of Nascency is a play for Owen this turn.
Why is Jace alive? What did I miss?
He prevented damage from a red spell, and then he fought
Aha.
the...
There we go.
And he fought the Pilgrim's Eye.
Prevent all damage, target instant or sorcery would deal this turn.
Nice thing is that Owen does have another Pilgrim's Eye in hand and no emerge creature, so he doesn't really lose that much by losing that Pilgrim's Eye.
Utah had multiple ways to foil the Kozilek's Return with that Dromoka's Command. It's funny, we were just talking about how 2 pre-sideboarded games seemed like a drawback for Bant Company, but Dromoka's Command worked out pretty well right there.
All right, so Jace. Considering a Jace loot here, Owen still with not a lot of action in his hand, though he is getting slowly and slowly closer to that Emrakul.
Utah's got his one of Ojutai's Command in hand. That is quite a good card against the giant monsters Owen likes to play with.
This was an interesting thing from speaking to the players who brought Bant this weekend. Ojutai's Command is so good against all the decks that are trying to ramp into bigger things.
Right.
However, if you're trying to fight against the Bant Mirror, Ojutai's Command doesn't really do anything.
Right, and we didn't see a lot of Ojutai's Command this weekend. It's kind of snuck in as a one of in some decks. Luis does not have one. And like you say, if they knew this was the metagame, if they knew everybody was going to show up with Emrakul decks, you would have seen a lot more Ojutai's Command.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this metagame is, I don't know that a lot of people predicted that the metagame would play out quite the way it
All
did.
Emrakuls. Yeah, that's why a lot of players brought Avacyn, because Avacyn's fantastic in the mirror, but like we only saw 20%, about 20% Band Company decks in here at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, yeah.
And 25% in the top 8.
Yeah, and it almost feels like an upset that it even got 2 into the top 8. It got crushed on day 1.
Oh, yeah.
That 19% dropped dramatically. Wasn't even the
So-
most played deck on day 2.
Owen finds the first Elder Deep Fiend here from cracking that Vessel of Nascency and continues to fuel his graveyard as well. Duskwatch Recruiter will transform. And it looks like Shaundra was the draw for Owen.
Elder Deep Fiend, one of 13 different Eldritch Moon cards appearing in main decks today. Pretty big number.
All right, so Ojutai's Command Gonna be countering that Emrakul. And this is where Owen's deck has so much resilience, because even though this first one is gone, he has so many ways to get back that Emrakul eventually. So even though Yuta here is in the clear, Owen's still being at 20 life and not facing a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, Yuta's done a good job of not dying, but he hasn't been able to build up the board. He's not attacking for damage. This seems like a perfectly good spot for Owen, even if he got his Emrakul countered. He's got 20 life points left, and he's already put 7 lands into play. His opponent's got 3 power against him.
Okay, that's fine.
Gotta like Owen's chances to even this up.
All right, so Yuta really has to start putting some pressure here on Owen if he wants to close out this game. Tireless Tracker is a draw for this turn. Owen's deciding how much he can wreck Yuta this turn.
Yeah, Emrakul's ability to control the opponent's turn is a cast trigger, so the fact that Yuta used a counter spell to stop the 13/13 flyer from coming into play does not get him control of this turn.
Interestingly enough, Yuta doesn't have that many lands this turn, so you can't cast that many spells. He will be able to attack some things into the Gnarlwood Dryad, like he can attack the Jace, for example.
Yeah.
So Owen writing down all the cards that Yuta has in hand currently. And now figuring out a plan for what he wants to do for Yuta's turn. Yeah, so he's going to attack that Jace. He's going to block with a Gnarlwood Dryad. It has Death Touch, so down goes that poor Jace.
Yeah, not much else.
Not much else that he can do here. Right, Reflector Mage is a draw for Yuta. He's got a grip full of cards, but not enough lands to deploy them all. So down comes that Tireless Tracker. Lumbering Falls is the landing. He gets another clue. Tireless Tracker a little bit cheaper because of the Krallenhorde Howler. And a pass back to Owen here. This is Pilgrimage is the draw for Owen. So it looks like Owen's going to lead with a Pilgrim's Eye, getting another land out of his deck. And if you're Yuta here, you're sweating it because you already know once Owen is close enough, or once Owen has cast the first Emrakul, it's just a matter of time until the second one comes back. Land for Owen. He has an Elder Deep Fiend, so he will be able to lock up some of Yuta's. Yeah, so this is Yuta's upkeep. Owen's going to flash in that Elder Deep Fiend, sacrificing the Pilgrim's Eye. It served its purpose. And here comes the Kozilek's Return, which was cast earlier in the game.
Yeah, this one and that one. Yeah.
So the return is triggered and on the stack. It is optional whether Owen's going to flash it back, but it's important to keep track of how the stack works.
Well, this is an interesting situation because Yuta has a choice here. If he wants to respond to the return, and he doesn't know if Owen is actually going to cast it or not.
Exactly.
So he's put in the situation where he has to act first. And because he has that, does he have a Dromoka's Command in hand? He does not.
All right. Yuta does not have any responses. Owen does flash back the Kozilek's Return. Then Elder Deep Fiend resolves and taps 4 lands.
So he did crack a clue, drew a card, Sylvan Advocate, and a pass back to Owen. And Owen is looking pretty good here now. Sitting on that Shaundra Flamecaller and a couple of other creatures. And then the Elder Deep Fiend. It's a force to be reckoned here on this board. It's the biggest creature by a mile.
Sylvan Advocate's
Oh,
a
Sylvan
4 or
Advocate's
5.
actually at 6. Yeah, you're right. So I guess they can stare at each other for now. Shaundra might have something to say about that.
Or the other Deep Fiend. Oh, just the one Deep Fiend. Sorry. Takahashi kind of looking around. I think he knows this game is probably lost. This is the stage where, with a banned company deck in your hands, you're like,
You let it
all
go
right.
too long.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows. Owen is still at 17. Yuta has no board. Like there's an Eldrazi in play already. Like he's not actually dead, but he's pretty close.
So Narwhal Dryad coming down for Owen. Shivan Reef, and here comes 6 mana. He has to take some pain. There comes Shaundra.
I'll do the 0. Yeah.
Right, so he's choosing to discard his hand. Discards Innistrad Pilgrimage to draw some more cards. Kozilek's Return is a draw. He's going to ship it back to Utah here. All right, so Jace, Vryn's Prodigy is a draw, and attacking into this board is just, how is Utah supposed to power through this?
Reflector Mages? If
A lot of them.
if he could play 2 Reflector Mages a turn for 3 or 4 turns, I think he would get there.
Here we see on the right, we can take a look at Shaundra Flamecaller. It's definitely a nice inclusion for the ramp decks. Very good at clearing out the board when it needs to, and also presents a very quick clock when uncontested.
It's interesting to look at all the ways Owen sort of snuck in extra card types to make Emrakul cheaper. You know, he's got Shaundra as a planeswalker. He's got Corrupted Graphstone as a random artifact that can also accelerate him.
All right, so Utah considering his options here. This turn is important. He needs to sequence. He needs to figure out how he wants to win this game. He needs to come up with a plan. How are you going to fight through these defenses? All right, so he's going to lead off with a Tireless Tracker. Maybe get some more value in getting some of these clues. He's going to go ahead and crack it immediately. Put that counter on the Tireless Tracker. And another Jace. Corruptive Graphstone is the draw here for Owen.
It's funny how people tend not to have a ton of practice with games like this, where you know your odds of winning are, maybe 10%. Because in playtesting, you probably just scoop this up and shuffle up and play another one. Actually sort of maximizing this last 10% chance. It's just kind of weird that you don't actually practice this scenario all that much.
Yeah, specifically when you're playtesting, you get to the situation, you're like, nope, pick him up. So Owen has chosen to draw a new hand here. He also got to discard a Kozilek's Return, which is a nice one to have in the graveyard. Looks like a grapple with a pass. That's going to buy back Emrakul.
True story.
Or he could just draw another Emrakul.
That works too.
All right, Emrakul the Promised Land, and now this is Owen controlling Utah's turn. Utah still considering, oh God, what do I do here?
Also, a little funny that if this match was being played during the Swiss, you two would consider just conceding to not show Owen any more cards from his deck. But the deck lists are public now, so there's no information at stake. It's like, all right, let's play this out.
Yeah,
no reason not to. Okay, those 3 attack and die. I wasn't.
Those poor delirious creatures had no idea. Oh, Owen has chosen to cast the Reflector Mage, bouncing back his Emrakul.
That is spectacular.
That was great. And the players are just laughing at this point. That turn was absurd.
He's built his own Mindslaver recursion lock. Your Reflecting Mage will reset my Emrakul.
I need a company.
I imagine that was a very accurate representation of what happens when regular creatures fight against Emrakul. They all just come into the team. It's a horrible attack. Yeah, that's going to do it. You've just seen enough. So players are even here 1-1. And we are moving back to our main match. Let's take a look at what's going on between Luis and Reed. So we have been holding these matches for you. We want to make sure that we show as much magic as possible here in the top 8 and quarterfinals and all the way through to the finals. So the players have been patiently waiting. And let's see what they bring on this game too.
Yeah, when last we checked in, Luis did manage to punch through 20 damage. Reflector Mage was great. But yeah, they have not played a game 2. This is now just the second game.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't missed anything.
All right, so Scott Vargas, just to catch you up, is currently in the lead 1-0 versus Reed.
Still a pre-sideboarded game, relatively recent change to Pro Tour Sundays, but the best 3 out of 5 matches are now played with 2 games before sideboarding and 3 after.
So Evolving Wilds is the land for Luis, a Vessel of Nascency for Reed. Once again, this match, he wants to go a little fast and to make sure that he doesn't allow Reed to get all the way to Umrakul. Things get a little more interesting post-board. We'll be taking a look at that after when Game 3 starts. All right, this is a nice start for Luis. Duskwatch Recruiter on 2. Oh, but Fiery Impulse is going to take that the Duskwatch Recruiter down. Cracking that Vessel of Nascency for Reed. A couple of lands, the Hedron Archive, a Shrine of the Forsaken Gods, and a Game Trail. So Reed, considering his options, sculpting a plan for the rest of the game. It looks like he's taking the Hedron Archive. A land for the turn and a pass back to Luis. Taking a look at Luis's hand. He's got a couple of good attackers here, some Sylvan Advocates. He is opting to pass this turn with mana up just to be able to counter something here. So he is going to counter that Nissa's Pilgrimage with that Spell Queller. A Tireless Tracker and a Collected Company in hand. So he's got a lot of raw power here. Spell Queller getting in there for 2. Tireless Tracker and a land. Drawing him a clue. Pass back to Reed. So Reed, considering his options here, a couple of Vessels in hand, Nissa's Pilgrimage and Hedron Archive. He's opted to play the Hedron Archive and pass it back to Luis. A second clue for him. Income both creatures. Choosing not to crack those clues. Not yet, at least, so the Tireless Tracker is still only 3 power. Looks like he has the option of playing a couple Sylvan Advocates or passing with Collected Company. He could also play a Selfless Spirit. He's worried about some way that Reed could remove some of his creatures. Kozilek's Return is something he's clearly thinking about since, you know, Reed has 3 of them in the main deck.
2 creatures is what he's decided on.
So Selfless Spirit and a Sylvan Advocate coming down for Luis, and this is going to provide him some insurance against Kozilek's Return. And Reed is pretty far behind here. What can he piece together now that Selfless Spirit is on the board? You know, Kozilek's Return is something that could have easily gotten him back in the game, but now at 13 life and against this board, things are looking grim.
It's funny, Reed even had the Fiery Impulse for the first creature. Think how bad shape he'd be in if he hadn't had that.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's all he's had. That's basically all he's done to affect the board at this point.
If he had a Kozilek's Return, the turn where Luis instead just you know, the turn after he played the Spell Queller and the Tireless Tracker, that turn he would have been able to wipe out both creatures. He'd be in great shape, but...
Well, so I mean, Spell Queller's 3 toughness, so is Sylvan Advocate.
Yeah, but the Sylvan Advocate is now going to grow into... Sorry, the Tireless Tracker is now going to grow even larger because of the clues, so it's going to be out of range quickly.
I agree. Tricky spot. And Reed's hand just doesn't give him a lot of options. His hand just is ramp and graveyard fill. 2 Vessels, 2 Nissa's Pilgrimages.
So Dragonlord Atarka is what he finds here from this Vessel of Nascency. However, Dragonlord Atarka against Selfless Spirit.
You killed the Selfless Spirit?
So Nissa's Pilgrimage for Reed, and he will be able to cast at Atarka next turn. It is a very good blocker.
This is 9 damage Luis has to attack with right now? And that's a Lumbering Falls.
Yeah, he has the Lumbering Falls there.
So a land from Luis would turn on the Sylvan Advocate and make the Lumbering Falls bigger. Reed is basically setting up, crossing his fingers, hoping he'll survive until next turn. But he's dead to a land.
All right, so big draw step here for Luis. Oh my gosh,
There
he
it
just
is.
snap plays the land. Animate Lumbering Falls in with a team.
It's 5, 9, 11.
Reed just doing the math real quick.
Yep.
And he says, that's enough.
Wow.
Scott Vargas up 2-0 in the quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. That was another quick one, and now we're going to sideboard games
This
where
deck looks so amazing in Luis's hands.
It does.
He keeps winning these games. He makes it look easy. You have to be really good at Magic to make it look that easy.
we will be back to Luis's and Reed's match, but first we have to see what happens between Yuta Takahashi and Owen Turnwald.
So it looks like they've started their game 3.
They've already started their game, indeed. So, Randy, the players at this point have access to the sideboards.
Yes.
So taking a look at these players' sideboards, it looks like the sentiment that a lot of the people that play Bant have is that it gets significantly better for them post-board. That said, these players have been, specifically, you know, Owen and all the people who have brought the Emrakul style decks, they knew about Bant Company. It
Right.
was the deck to beat. So how much of them, how much do you think the matchup changes when they actually go post-board, since Owen, presumably, and all of Pantheon have built this deck with Collected Mind and Company?
Yeah, I think it's really a question of what Yuta can do to improve his chances. Like, Owen was set up to play against Bant Company. Bant Company decks tend to be set up to play against, well, other Bant Company decks is really their enemy number one with their main decks. That usually means Dromoka's Command comes out. Yuta does not have access to the card Luis has deployed so well out of his own sideboard, Tamio Field Researcher. Yuta has a full set of 4 negates if he wants to go that way. I don't know precisely how Yuta's going to sideboard here. I mean, negate's useful against some of the stuff Owen is up to, but not all of it.
So it looks like Yuta's going to Collected Company here at the end of the turn and see what he finds. It's a Jace Vryn's Prodigy.
I think I saw Lambhold Pacifist go by. So it sounds like Yuta's sideboard plan for this matchup is just to be even more aggressive. I like that plan. It makes a lot of sense. You cannot win the late game, so just maximize your chances of winning the early game with another, another cheap, powerful beater like Lambhold Pacifist.
So the player's taking count here of what's going on in Owen's graveyard. The Narwhal Dryad is a very good blocker here for Owen, though. Looks like Delirium is online, so it is a 3/3 blocker at this point. Ooh, and if Delirium is online, here comes Spider Babies. All right, so Owen's sitting very comfortably behind this wall of creatures.
Yeah, again, 18 life left. He's stabilized the board. He's not really taking damage. Great spot for our new player of the year.
So looting with Jace, deciding how he wants to sculpt this turn. So he's deciding, it seems like he's not interested in this Reflector Mage. Doesn't have a lot of impact on this board. Jace does transform. Two mana for, Declaration in Stone?
All right.
That's a clean way to deal with those spiders. Just stone him to death.
Sure.
As you would to any other spiders you see. He's going to pass back to Owen, and he's left up 4 mana, so Owen can pretty much know what to expect here. Oh, but it looks like he actually has Ojutai's Command and Summary of Dismissal in hand.
See the nice thing about Ojutai's Command in these decks? It looks like he's left up Collected Company mana, but it's actually Ojutai's Command mana.
And against these company decks, too, you never know when it's Spell Queller. The Spell Queller has much less impact against Owen than it does against other decks in the field. Oh, Emrakul the Promised End from Owen.
We're going to see the same thing we saw last game.
Yep. So that's a summary of dismissal, countering the Emrakul, exiling it too. But the cast trigger still has happened. Norwood tried attacking. The nice thing about Summary of Dismissal is that he can exile all other spells and counter all abilities. So actually, there's not going to be a turn being taken here from Owen. Summary of Dismissal is great sideboard tech against Emrakul.
That is nice. Only the one in Yuta sideboard, but this is why he put it there. Exiling spells and countering all abilities. More Eldritch Moon tech.
It is cool to see how players have approached managing Emrakul in all these games. Like Coax from the Blind Eternities is another way to deal against discard decks and waste, infinite obliteration, getting your Emrakuls into exile. You just buy it back. It's a nice insurance policy.
It's kind of a flavor win, too, that Emrakul has just warped the metagame. Right all around the edges. Things don't quite work the way you expect them to. Owen playing Coax from the Blind Eternities just to get Emrakul back from exile. Summary Dismissal showing up in Band Company sideboards. That seems like a card that should start showing up more and more. The ability to actually cleanly counter Emrakul and her effect. It's pretty nice.
All right, so Norwood Dryad and that Sylvan Advocate battle each other out and then down go to the graveyard. And now things aren't looking so hot for Owen anymore. That Ishkana by itself. And Yuya has drawn an Ojutai's Command too, so even if he manages to find a second Emrakul, we'll be able to take the turn, but won't be able to keep it.
I do have the full sideboarding information, by the way, just get delivered in. Yuta took out the Forge Ramoka's commands like we expected. Also took out one Duskwatch Recruiter. What he brought in was 3 negates, the Summary Dismissal, and a Declaration in Stone.
Declaration in Stone is great against Ishkana. That is good sideboard tech.
Yeah,
As is the Summary of Dismissal.
He's drawn both the 1-ofs this game.
They're
Like, we
very
thought
good.
Owen was in a great spot, but the 2 1-of cards out of the sideboard have gotten Yuta right back into this thing. Owen only changed 2 cards, by the way. -1 Shaundra, -1 Gather the Pack. In their place, he has 2 copies of Dispel.
So in come both creatures. Owen taking a look at what's going on in Yuta's graveyard. But he is starting to ping down with that Spell Queller. Now it looks like Owen has found another Vessel of Nascency, so presumably this can find him another Emrakul or another significant creature. Down goes the Norwood Dryad. Spell Queller is going to take care of it. Vessel of Nascency, this one sticks around.
Yeah, Owen looks across, waiting. May I have this, please? Yes.
Oh, there's an Emrakul. Land, and another Vessel of Nascency. But we know that Yuta has the insurance policy. He does have Ojutai's Command. Still counting.
It's no Summary Dismissal, though.
It's no Summary Dismissal, but it's, not dealing with a 13/13 flying trample on the board. I would consider that a victory.
Fair.
So Yuta has to plan around here knowing that Owen will be able to take a turn here, even if he doesn't get to keep the Emrakul. He looks like he has a company in hand as well, so he can rep both. Though he is going to have to be very careful about the Emrakul here.
The die represents the number of different card types in Owen's graveyard. You're just keeping track of how much Emrakul will cost.
And Takahashi in hand with a Reflector Mage, Collected Company, and Ojutai's Command. Sculpting out his turn here. He does have access to his graveyard as well because of Jace, so he wants to make sure that Jace doesn't die to Ishkana, though Ishkana is not in a position to be attacking here either.
Jace shrinks Ishkana.
And in come all the creatures, so Ishkana gets in front of the biggest one, Krallenhorde Howler. He is going to have to take 4 damage from here, and he just straight up passes the turn.
He's sitting at what, 7 mana?
Yeah. And if you're Owen, this just, you know, this is fishy. Tank, 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 pass the turn. So Owen's going to have to consider what he wants to do here, knowing that this Emrakul very, very well may be countered here.
Combat. Sure.
All right, so in comes Ishkana. It does attack the Jace, and it's down to 3 now. It's shrunken too, so he doesn't get to ping it for that much.
3's enough that Owen can have it commit suicide when he controls Yuta's turn, though.
So Emrakul happens. They're counting up the number of different cards in the graveyard.
And then this one on the stack. Do you think effects?
There's a Kozilek's Return in the graveyard. There you go. So it is flashed. Yes.
Such a good turn. Kozilek's Return gets flashed back, wiping out Takahashi's board. Spellqueller gives back the Gnarlwood Dryad as a result.
And Yuta is going to counter this. However, he has no board anymore.
Right, and he's not going to have control of his next turn.
He's choosing to return that Sylvan Advocate with the second ability on Ojutai's command. Though, presumably, it's just going to be attacking into this Gnarlwood Dryad. And a Pilgrim's Eye for Owen ends his turn.
Kozilek's Return does so much work in this deck.
Yeah, he continues to put himself in these situations where it looks like he's about to die, and then just flashback Kozilek's Return. Oh, we're back in the game. It's all good. All under control. All right, so a little bit of shuffling. He has his land. Things suddenly, they turned around in a pinch here for Yuta. And that's an amazing thing about Emrakul, Randy. We keep seeing these games where it looks like, well, there's nothing going on, nothing's happening. Oh, Emrakul? All right, we're back in the game. All right,
Yeah,
so
it doesn't matter how wide the Band Company deck goes either. That Kozilek's Return is always going to
just,
clean it
yeah,
up.
absolutely.
So I'm pretty sure Yuta is going to whiff on that Collected Company. Owen has to decide. I'm pretty sure Jace is going to give flashback to something and then forget to cast it. What else can Owen
All
do?
these creatures that suddenly become so confused.
Exactly. I mean, Owen can have Reflector Mage.
Yep.
All right, so there's the company. Owen's still going to take a look.
Well, he's got
Oh,
a
man, and we
Swordman.
found such sweet ones, too. Spell Queller, 2 Reflector Mages, a Tireless Tracker. See, these creatures are cowards. Down they go.
Minus on that, yep.
All right, so he is going to... Down goes that Jace as well. And now left with a Mere Sylvan Advocate and a Reflector Mage. That was a fantastic turn for Owen, although technically it was Yuta's turn. All right, so Sylvan Advocate land. And now Yuta has no way to deal with his Emrakul. Well, Emrakul's gone, I guess, but he just will generally have to deal with Owen being able to buy back all these Emrakuls. He doesn't have a way to do it in hand right now.
Yeah, Yuta basically needs Owen to draw bricks for several turns in a row. Given how many lands Owen has been taking out of his deck with his various ramp spells.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's he has
not
so
even
many
that many-
more than just the 4. You know, how many Emrakuls does he have in his deck?
I
He
believe
has,
it's 3.
but he has so many more copies of it in
Right,
theory.
right.
That's the problem. between Gather the Pack, Grapple with the Past, Vessel of Nascency, it's so easy for him to find it. And then even if he finds something like Shaundra Flamecaller, like that's terrible for him. All right, so second Sylvan Advocate. These are good attackers, but not very good against Gnarlwood Dryad. Owen is kind of breaking here, though. And this is Pilgrimage and Game Trail in hand.
Go. Yep.
What a crazy game.
Yeah, this is... It's been so swingy. It seems
It
like...
really has.
Yeah.
Owen had control of the game. Yuta came back, helped by a couple sideboard cards. Owen is now forced to trade with Gnarlwood Dryad for one Sylvan Advocate. Reflector Mage has put Owen's back up against the wall.
Oh, snap. Did you see what he just drew?
No,
It's
what'd
a
he draw?
grapple with a past.
All
Womp
right.
womp.
Nice.
Yeah,
And you
even
hear the
Yuta can
players-
appreciate a good top deck.
The player's chuckling a bit, and yes. Owen snaps off that Emrakul, casts it immediately.
Go.
This time the 13-13 part makes it into play. It's the third Emrakul.
Yeah, how many Emrakuls can you possibly try to fight against?
No, actually, look,
It's like looks like is the third one gonna get him finally?
or actually, no.
It's the first time the 13-13 is resolved, but the third time Owen has gone for it.
I'll go. I'll attack. Yeah, attack.
Yeah, so some bad attacks happen here.
Tyler's Tracker is the creature Owen chose to have run itself into Emrakul.
It was a brave tracker. It's not smart, but it's brave.
Tireless.
I love seeing when the players are also having clearly a good time. You know, this is a really high stakes match,
Oh yeah.
and it's lovely to see players have this great banter and back and forth while they're down in the feature match.
Go.
So Jace, Rinse Prodigy is a draw for Utah. And currently it was just the Lumbering Falls in hand, which he is going to play. No cards in hand, and no way to deal with that Emrakul. On top for Owen.
18 life though. And Owen's down to 8.
Yeah, and Owen doesn't have anything significant in hand anymore. He has that one Gnarlwood Dryad, but you don't need a lot when you have a 13-13 in play.
Can Owen attack here? I mean, the Sylvan Advocate pumping up the Lumbering Falls does give Yuta lethal offense. Guess Pilgrim's Eye and Gnarlwood Dryad gives him 2 blockers. He is going to attack with the 13-13.
He could also put himself in a bad position with, depending on what's in Utah's graveyard.
Right. Yuta gets...
Yeah, he
Gets
decides
to
not
use
to attack
Jace.
here, yeah. Oh, no, he does attack.
Yeah, he attacks with
Just
the
with the
13-13.
Emrakul, yeah.
He's got 2 blockers.
Let's see what's in the graveyard.
Flashback
So it's a collected company.
I mean, if this is a pair of Reflector Mages, I think Yuta steals it.
It looks like you found a Spell Queller and a Negate is currently what's in hand. All right, so Lumbering Falls here is animating.
Yeah, Yuta he's in the middle of resolving the loot from Jace Rinse Prodigy. He knows it's going to flip into Telepath Unbound. He's pulled out the Collected Company, which he knows his plan is to flash back.
He decides Spell Queller isn't good enough here, yeah.
Yeah, he basically needs... He's dead to Emrakul next turn. Yuta Takahashi needs to get through 8 points of damage. He's got a Sylvan Advocate, a Reflector Mage, and a Lumbering Falls. But Owen has 2 blockers. What is Collected Company going to find? 1 Reflector Mage.
Sylvan Advocate.
Is that good enough?
Well, he bounces. Right, so yeah, so he's lining up what's going to happen here. And still deciding what he wants to take from this collected company. Man, this is a scary turn for Owen too, because he knows as soon as he gets to untap, he can just kill him. So he's still lining up possible blocks here.
Yeah, Pilgrim's Eye's
Wow,
gonna
what a
block
nerve-wracking
Sylvan Advocate.
turn.
Reflector Mage.
Well, if he can't kill him here, he'll be forced to have to bounce that Emrakul.
True.
The question is, can he find a way to squeeze in enough damage here and actually take down the game?
Second Sylvan Advocate can make the Lumbering Falls gigantic. But Owen is still going to have a blocker.
Yeah, so second Sylvan Advocate is the other choice.
He
Yeah,
has
so
to
he
bounce
has.
the Emrakul.
He is choosing to bounce that Emrakul. He's still deciding here how he wants to attack. He just tries to. He's trying to get Owen into a position where he could hopefully survive through one more Emrakul. What is this? The fourth Emrakul?
Well, Owen can't replay it next turn because of
Yeah.
the Reflector Mage ability. So yeah, here's a massive attack. Owen with 8 points of life. So he can, in theory, take a little bit of damage here. Lumbering Falls.
He's got to be worried about how much damage he takes here,
Yeah,
though. He's got Anissa's Pilgrimage in hand, so he doesn't have
Right.
a lot of defenses left back.
The Lumbering Falls is 7/7 thanks to the 2 advocates. That one's going to get blocked. And then it's a question from Owen as what does he want? Okay, he's going to eat the Reflector Mage. No, he's going to change his mind. He's going to chump trade. So Gnarlwood's Death Touch takes down the Lumbering Falls. He chumps the 4-power
Oh.
Sylvan Advocate, takes 2 down to 6.
That was a huge draw. Owen just drew an Elder Deep Fiend.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Go.
Yeah, so he's just gonna pass back. Let's see what Owen wants to do. Maybe he wants to do something. He might do it before combat. Yeah, so he's definitely drunk. here he is.
Man, Yuta's ability to appreciate Owen's top decks is kind of crazy.
It is.
I don't know that
Hats off to him, seriously.
seriously.
Because that was an amazing top deck.
You just had this game won twice and lost 3 times. Was about to win it again through an Emrakul, but Owen top decked Elder Deep Fiend. Now he can replay the Emrakul.
And he also found a grapple with a pass, so he can start buying back stuff from his graveyard too.
So we should be done finally, right?
I think so.
Owen's finally got this. I think.
The player's laughing a little bit about it. Wow.
Owen basically
Well,
had to top deck twice, right?
He did.
Yuta had him in check, shall we say. Owen top decked the grapple for the Emrakul. And then Yuta had him in trouble again with that Collected Company hitting just enough.
Yeah, so Owen counting up, and there comes Emrakul again.
So number 4.
4, yes.
4th time's the charm.
This has to be a record for number of Emrakuls fought on camera, at least.
It's gotta be.
There's no way it's higher than this right now.
It's only the second 13-13, but the 4th cast trigger to go on the stack.
So grapple the past here from Owen.
Oh, gets negated.
Gets negated. He's just going to pass back. All right, so this is technically Owen's turn to control.
I have a feeling Yuta's about to make a really bad attack. And once again, Jace just keeps forgetting to cast the things
So
that get
confused,
flashed
this
back.
Jace. This is no prodigy. He's really bad at Magic. Look at this.
Both Sylvan Advocates die in the attack. And yeah,
And
Yuta
that's-
finally
God, what a
succumbs.
crazy game.
Emrakul number 4. Look at that smile. That's awesome.
Wow, you got to feel good about putting up that fight, though. That was amazing.
That was a great game.
Great match from both these players. So we're going to hold that match for you, everyone at home, and we're going to move back over to Raid versus Luis.
Luis is up 2-0.
He could make this a quick quarterfinals. If he wins the next one, he's just done.
True story. I do have sideboarding information. This is the first sideboarded game these two have played.
Do
Luis
tell.
took out 4 Dromoka's commands, took out 1 Jace, took out 1 Avacyn. In their place, he has 2 copies of Clash of Wills, 2 Ojutai's Command, a Tireless Tracker, and a Subjugator Angel.
Oh, that technology!
It's in there for the mirror. The 1 Subjugator Angel is the way that Gentle Fireball decided to fight the Bant Mirror, but he's bringing it in here.
Yeah, when they were testing the Bant Mirror, they kept saying, Archangel Avacyn's really good. You end up fighting with Archangel Avacyn. But if you have a Subjugator Angel, the boards get so clogged, eventually get to a point where you just tap their whole team, kill them in one shot. So funny to see that Subjugator Angel is making another presence here.
Interestingly, by the way, that means that Luis did not bring in Tameo.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Reed's Emrakul deck, I guess, plays out differently than some of the more common green-black versions. And Luis's Tameos are still on the board.
Clash of Wills seems very nice here, too.
Right,
The
yeah,
Dromoka's command get out, and they don't do anything. Yeah,
He's
Jace
gone
and
way up
Avacyn
on-
don't do
on
anything
permission.
either. Very neat.
Reed's sideboarding plan, by the way, -1 Nissa, -1 Dragon Lord of Tarka, -2 Hedron Callers, -2 Gather the Pack. Out goes a Sylvan Advocate, out goes an Ulvenwald Hydra. So 8 cards, Reed using over half his sideboard for this game. Bringing in an additional Kozilek's Return, a Roast, a Fiery Impulse, 3 Rending Volleys, and 2 Tireless Trackers.
Oh, it seems like Reed gets pretty good post-board.
He wants to be
He
able to
gets so
kill
much
creatures.
removal, yeah.
Right. He wants to survive to the late game, so instant speed, cheap removal spells is the name of the game for him.
And for those who are curious about what Subjugator Angel does, it's a 6-mana 4/3 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, it taps all creatures your opponents control. So pretty good effect, especially if Reed is trying to go wide and not let Luis attack. He can just kind of one-shot tap everything down and get in there for the kill. There we see Subjugator Angel on the side. Really good uncommon. A great draft pick, too.
Oh, yeah.
So Hedron Archive here from Reed. Going to go ahead and crack that clue, put a counter on it to draw a card. And see a pass back to Luis. Reflector Mage is the draw. In his hand, he has a couple of collected companies, a Clash of Wills, and an Archangel Avacyn. Collected companies are going to start doing some serious work for him here. Duskwatch Recruiter. No spells were cast. It will transform.
Luis has left up collected company, Clash of Wills.
Yeah.
That's all. No interest in using his mana for the Duskwatch Recruiter.
So Reed, considering his options here, he does have that Ishkana, and Delirium is online at this point, so he will be able to get a couple spiders out of that. Traverse Ulvenwalds are also online. He can get whatever he wants. Kozilek's Return and Game Trail. So Kozilek's Return here could potentially be big game, depending on what Luis hits from that collected company as well. Looks like Game Trail coming in tapped. Get another clue from the Tireless Tracker. So there comes Ishkana. Let's see what Luis has to say about this.
Yeah, Luis has to decide if he wants to use Clash of Wills to guaranteed deal with the Ishkana, or whether he wants to collect a company's response. And
Decides he
he's
has
decided
no
for
interest in
Clash.
it.
No spider, no baby spiders.
Clash of Wills, the less commonly known brand of spider repellent, apparently. Away goes that spider. No spiders here. So, traverse the Ulvenwald. Reed going on a little trip here. Let's see what he finds. Emrakul, the Promised End.
Somehow it's always Emrakul hiding at the other side of the Ulvenwald.
You just take a nice, lovely stroll through Ulvenwald, and surprise, it was Emrakul. Duskwatch Recruiter transforms back. Let me see, a pass back to Luis. All right, so Yavimaya Coast is the land for Luis's turn. He does have the choice of Archangel Abyss in this turn if he wants, but he also has those collected companies, and now he's out of counter magic as well, though he has drawn the Reflector Mage.
It's a pretty stacked hand for Luis. But it's the point of the game where Reed's deck just has more powerful stuff. Luis is going to go ahead and main phase
that
Collected Company.
Yeah. So Reflector Mage and Spell Queller. So he gets to reset the Tireless Tracker. That is nice. The Spell
Yeah,
Queller.
he clears a path for an attack is I think what his Reflector Mage to clear that path is exactly what Luis was looking for. You see him very quickly move into attack. That was the way he drew it up.
And now he has to be careful because knowing that Reed does have that Emrakul in hand, it's just a matter of time until it comes out. So Reed now has to set up for a couple of turns where he's able to survive against Luis and also set up to get to his big game.
Do we know how many card types are in Reed's yard?
We know that he has Delirium, so at least
that
four. Many.
It's not 6 though, right?
We'll see if one of our sideline reporters can get this back to us.
'Cause, I mean, Reed with the Hedron Archive has 7 mana. Could hypothetically cast. It's 5 types, so he's 1 mana short of Emrakul. And does he have a land in his hand? He does, I think, have a forest in his hand.
All right, so traverse the Ulvenwald once more.
Dragon Lord Atarka.
And Luis does not have a Selfless Spirit here, so Dragon Lord Attacker
No.
looking quite better than a couple games ago.
So I think Reed actually had the option to play Emrakul. He could have gone land into Emrakul, but he decides he'd rather go traverse for Atarka and then follow up next turn with the Emrakul.
And Luis can't do anything about it that turn, so he stops himself from, Luis having an option to collect the company, maybe find a Selfless Spirit.
Right. Yeah, good point.
All right, so after that Atarka, he's going to pass it back to Luis. He's going to main face that company again.
Does
There's
hit
a Reflector Mage and Sylvan Advocate. He's going to bounce the Dragon Lord Atarka, so...
Yep. This lets him attack for still 4, right? No 6 land?
So that does drop
Or
Reed
6. 3 attackers.
down a 10, but he knows that on Reed's hand is just absolutely stacked. There's a
Oh no,
Emrakul.
you can't play Dragon Lord Atarka this turn. All right,
Well,
fine.
settle
I'll play
for
my
Emrakul.
even bigger Flying Trampler.
Between the Kozilek's Return, the Atarka, 2 Tireless Trackers, Emrakul, a Promised End, and a Forest. His hand is just absolutely stacked. Right. This is a lot of mana. Ba-boom! Emrakul, the Promised End. Pass the turn, and now this is Reed controlling Luis's turn.
Okay, draw.
Looks like the draw for the turn is a Spell Queller. So Reed, considering all the options here, how much can he mess with Luis's turn?
You can make the Avacyn flip. Does that do anything?
No Sylvan Advocate, no! It had a family!
You take 1.
So he's forcing Luis to take 1, tap 4, collected company. Oh, there goes that Selfless Spirit.
he sees the Subjugator Angel.
Oh, you're right.
Some useful knowledge for the next couple games.
Yeah. And the players do know deck lists, so
Yeah.
he could think that he's brought Subjugator Angel, but this is just... take a
See
look.
the smile.
You see the smile.
Yeah, I think Luis was thinking Subjugator Angel is the kind of card he could just get Reed with, that Reed would not be expecting it. In fact, it may be that with that value gone, you might see Luis sideboard it out
Yeah.
for game 4
And that's when you get into the cool thing where you start next leveling
yeah.
each other. Like, well, now he knows that I'm bringing the Subjugator Angel, so I don't bring it, and then he
Right.
plays around it. Not that you can play around it very well anyway.
Test your
Looks like that might be it for Luis's Emrakul turn. Yeah, so it looks like all the
Sometimes you
creatures are getting in.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to Reflector Mage the Emrakul. Luis has got a very short window here, but he's going to try to sneak through it.
Well, Reed is at 4, so
Right.
let's see if he can squeeze in enough damage.
Cannot replay Emrakul this turn, but he can replay Dragon Lord
Atarka.
Atarka.
Mm-hmm.
Spell Queller is up. Avacyn can be played next turn. Oh, Rending Volley's a nice draw.
Is that what he drew?
Is there a second red buried in that mana base? Okay, Atarka and... Yeah, I think so. That's a game trail, right? Yeah. So he can play Rending Volley and Dragon Lord Atarka. Although he knows about the Spell Queller, so he knows the Rending Volley is unlikely to resolve. Wow, can Luis sneak through 4 damage next turn?
I don't know. It's going to be very close.
3 toughness, 3 toughness, 3 toughness, 3 toughness.
When your turns continue to be, okay, it's either Dragon Lord Atarka or Emrakul this turn, it's hard to sneak all this damage in, but...
What is Reed supposed to do here? He's facing, if you count the Spell Queller that Luis can play end step, even if there's no target, he's facing 5 creatures, all of whom are 2/3s. Dragon Lord Atarka does not match up great against 5 2/3s. Reed sees it. He's just going to crack a clue because he needs help.
That was a fiery impulse, but that Spell Queller also threatening the same thing as the...
I mean, Reed has to somehow flash back a Kozilek's return, and I don't know how he does that here. There's no Kozilek's return in his yard. It's still in his hand, right?
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and cast that Tireless Tracker.
He's trying to bait Luis into using his Spell Queller.
And these are some of the situations that Luis is really good in. When you talk to, you see his reasoning for when to counter things and when not to counter things.
All right, he is going to use the Spell Queller.
Yeah.
So Reed has turned on his Rending Volley, which can effectively get the Tireless Tracker out from under a Spell Queller. But is that good enough?
So we'll see. We're going to start off. There's Fiery Impulse. Come back, Tireless Tracker.
Luis is currently attacking for 6.
Yeah, and Rending Volley takes care of the second Spell Queller.
Luis looks like he's attacking for
Attacking.
4. Reed's at 4.
And there's the hand.
Luis
Wow.
beat Emrakul again.
That was impressive. 3-0. He takes the match.
Unbelievable.
That
Luis
was
Scott
unreal.
Vargas, ladies and gentlemen. One of the best to ever shuffle him up.
Yeah, and
And he's into the
congratulations
semis.
to Reed for an amazing run. That was great, but guess he came ready. He came prepared for Emrakul, huh?
Wow.
Didn't even need that Subjugator Angel. That was great. We see a handshake there. Going back to our back table now. This is Owen Turnwald versus Yuta Takahashi.
Game 4 here. No sideboarding changes for this game.
So Narwood Dryad is a start for Owen. And just to recap for anybody who maybe didn't hear the first sideboard changes.
Takahashi took out his Dromoka's Commands and a Duskwatch Recruiter for 3 negates, a Stunning Dismissal, and a Declaration in Stone. Summary Dismissal, sorry. Summary Dismissal, which we saw him use to great effect.
So he must feel
Wasn't
pretty...
quite enough. It is Turtonwald, you see, that is up
Yeah.
to 2 games to 1. It took 4 copies of Emrakul in that game 3, but Owen did finally get the job done.
No, that was a nuts game.
Owen sideboard, by the way, 2 Dispels in, 1 Shaundra, 1 Gather the Pack out.
All right, so both players off to a pretty good start here. Though that Reflector Mage is nice for Yuta here. The Narwood Dryad. Narwood Dryad is a real team player in Owen's deck. It seems to be. It does a
Takes
great...
a lot for the team.
Yeah, he takes a lot for the team. He does a great job at just making sure that Owen gets to stick around for the later turns. Okay, milling that Kozilek's Return is
Yeah,
pretty nice.
indeed.
Finding that Armor is as well.
Owen now 1 game away from setting up a semifinal date with Luis Scott Vargas.
Yeah, that's going to be...
How would that be?
That would be sick. All right, so in come both creatures. And yeah, Utah is putting on good pressure here. He has to finish this game quickly. Tireless Tracker, land, clue, go.
And we also mentioned this earlier, but Yuta Takahashi is the only guy on this half of the bracket who does not currently have an invitation to the World Championships in a couple of weeks at PAX.
Talk about a high-stakes match.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
already a high-stakes match.
Exactly.
Players are playing for $40,000.
No, let's throw Worlds in addition.
And Worlds in addition.
Somewhere Roichi Tomada is watching this and sweating because he's the one that loses the invite if Takahashi makes the final. So Tomada definitely on Team Turtonwald right now.
All right, so Narwood Dryad coming back down for Owen. And that Pilgrim's Eye getting another land for him as well. All right, so we're going to see an untap from Utah. Another Reflector Mage. These Reflector Mages are hard at work, though. They won't be bouncing Emrakuls if they continue to be cast at this point in the game. He's going to crack a clue, draw a land. He has a land. All right, perfect. Get another clue. Reflector Mage, bye-bye, Norwood Dryad, in with the team. This game might be over very quickly, Randy.
This is how Bant Company wins.
Bant him out. Doesn't have the same ring as Jund him out.
Luis is trying to make Bantam out happen, though.
Yeah. Oh, he definitely is. He is making it happen, considering he's in the semifinals of the Pro Tour. All right, so Kozilek's Return. That Wretched Griff came right on time.
Go.
All right, triple Narwood Dryad.
Yep.
You can break.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Reflector Mage was last turn, so.
That's really bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's going to take them a little bit longer before they actually come out.
Yep.
Instead, Owen's going to opt for a Vessel of Nascency and a pass back to Utah.
Yep.
All right, so just Sylvan Advocate and Owen considering his options here. He actually has a pretty stacked hand. He's got that triple Narwood Dryad, Emrakul the Promised, and a Dispel. So he has chosen that Pilgrim's Eye. And at a mere 6 life, but not facing a lot of pressure anymore. Pilgrim's Eye is going to get another land for Owen.
Yeah, Kozilek's Return. Once again, doing work. Six different card types in Owen's graveyard.
Yeah, so you're getting slowly creeping up to that Emrakul.
If by slowly you mean next turn.
All right, so Narwood Dryad can come out this turn. It's a big Dryad too. It's going to be a 3/3.
Yeah, and he goes ahead and plays the other 2 Gnarlroad Dryads as well.
Owen could potentially beat down this game. It's not what his deck wants to do,
Who
but
needs Emrakul?
yeah. All right, so Nissa for Utah. Getting him that forest.
Nor will try out a bit of a Nimble Mongoose throwback. Got Wild Mongrels and Nimble Mongooses in this set.
All right, and so this land is going to cost that Nissa to transform. And how is Utah going to get through all these Gnarlwood Dryads? This is going to be a challenge. Starts with a Reflector Mage bouncing one of them.
Yeah, spoiler alert, I don't think he is. I think Owen is going to get himself to the semifinal. He has the option to play Emrakul this turn, or he can figure out if he can do better than that.
It's actually really cool watching Owen take the Emrakul turns. I was spotting him in the feature match yesterday, and you can see he just tanks for a second. He's like looking at all the options, and then he goes, all right, bam, 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 bam. He just wrecks the board as soon as he's done. It's great. All right, so Emrakul the Promised End, untap from Utah. Let's see what you can do, Owen. Yeah, so a bunch of very, very bad attacks here. Looks like not a lot. Yeah, not a lot more is going to happen this turn, though.
Oh, what's Utah's life total?
Oh, too spooky. Oh, my God, this is so great. And to our knowledge, he is going to die exactly on 13 here.
It's been a great run for Utah.
Yeah.
It's been great watching him play, too. He's clearly...
Wow. That too spooky win. 13-13 coming in, dropping Utah down to 0. Turton goes on to the semifinals.
Yeah.
What an amazing run from Owen. He gave us
Absolutely.
all a sweat yesterday, too, as he was having an incredible run in this tournament. And then...
Yep. Right at the ship,
so it was
just
like
in time.
8?
He was 11-1, and then suddenly he was 11-4.
Yeah.
4 straight win-ins, and he needed all 4 of them. Got there on the last one. Now took care of business in the quarterfinals. We're going to see Owen against Luis in the semis. But first, we got another couple quarterfinals to take care of.
We do. We have a couple quarterfinals. We have a lot more Magic coming for you this way. Now let's send it over to Rich over at the news desk.
Too spooky. Thanks, Gabby. Thanks, Randy. That was a great call. Great stuff. And amazing magic, Brian David Marshall. It's like so many Emrakuls all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty crazy. In game 3 of that match for Owen Turton, 3 Emrakuls was not enough. It looked like Takahashi was going to win that, but the 4th Emrakul managed to get it done. And then in that last game, Emrakul was able to, conveniently, you're at 13 life. How lovely. Let me take care of you. And of course, Kozilek's Return, just such a brutal card when it gets played out of the graveyard against those Band Company decks.
For sure. So why don't we take a look at our bracket? If you're just joining us, because I know lots of you just getting up wherever you are in the world, welcome along. We are halfway through our quarterfinal program. There are the quarterfinals. Sam Pardy against Andrew Brown, Lucas Blahon against Ken Yukihiro. We began with the bottom half of the bracket first thing this morning, bright and early, and Louis Scott Vargas with Band Company was up against Reed Duke. And BDM Louis Scott Vargas doesn't just advance, but advances with a sweep.
Yeah, 3-0 against Reed Duke. Game 1, Reflector Mage just did what Reflector Mage does. Bounce stuff, cleared the way, and he was able to go on this really kind of beat-down plan against Reed. In Game 2, a new card from Eldritch Moon really reared its head. And there's a few of them in Luis's sideboard, but it was Selfless Spirit that just made his team indestructible. And he was able to get that. And then Game 3, I don't understand,
Are you stumbling over the words, he beat Emrakul?
Well, it's not just he beat Emrakul, right? There was a Dragonlord of Tarka. It got played. It got bounced with Reflector Mage. Then came an Emrakul. And then you're like, okay, well, I guess we're going to see a game. Oh, no, we're not going to see a game 4. Louis Scott Vargas is just going to win this. Just a tremendous stomping from Luis Scott Vargas there in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, congratulations to Reed Duke, of course, on making his second Pro Tour top 8. Fantastic job by him. He was very emotional making the top 8. Someone who cares very, very deeply about our favourite game. So congratulations to him, but Luis Scott Vargas advances to the semi-finals. Well, why don't we take a look at our bracket once again and show you what happened in our second quarterfinal, because that was between Yuta Takahashi, again on the same deck pretty much that Luis Scott Vargas had, Bant Company, up against the Teamer Emerge list of Owen Turtonwild. Well, who advanced in that one? The answer to that is that it was Owen Turtonwild. And BDM, this was 3-1, and we've been joined at the desk here by Randy Bueller, fresh from the booth. Worth pointing out that although it was 3-1, the one involved Owen playing pretty much 0 Magic.
Yeah, that's fair.
It was just a mulligan, not a mulligan, but 2 lands, and stayed on 2 lands, and then just basically didn't do anything.
Yeah, one of the ones Owen did win, it took him 4 Emrakuls.
Right, so I mean, what is the line for how many Emrakuls you expect to have to utilize to win a game of Magic? Come on now.
I thought it was 1.
Right, that's what I mean. That was the assumption coming into the tournament, right? You play it and that's the end. It's even in the card.
It's the promised
end. But Emrakuls are like fickle mistress, because she promises, she doesn't always deliver. And sometimes, she said, no, you need to send me out again and again. And there's counter and there's bounce. I mean, there's this kind of desperate tug of war of like, okay, I've got to reflect a mage. Is it that time? It is that time where I'm going to reflect a mage your Emrakul. Oh, good. Good. That's lovely. I mean, that was an amazing game of Magic.
Yeah, I was particularly impressed by Yuta Takahashi's just the presence, like the ability to enjoy the moment, the ability to, second top 8 for him, and he seemed super comfortable, and he got top decked in that game. He got top decked twice. There were 2 different turns where he passed, and if Owen doesn't draw a very relevant card, Yuta just wins. Owen did.
Was Elder Deep Fiend?
It was Elder Deep Fiend, and then it was Emrakul, and yeah. Yuta was able to laugh at that, knew he had just been top decked and was able to just kind of enjoy the moment. I was impressed.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
Interesting card out of Yuta Takahashi's sideboard that we could see if you're looking for a weapon to fight Emrakul at FNM, or maybe the Grand Prix coming up next weekend. Summary Dismissal.
Completely agree.
Great looking card. Great against Elder Deep Fiend. Great against Emrakul.
Yeah, it's the only clean answer we've seen anybody have. Emrakul hit the stack, Cast Trigger hit the stack, all of it just went away.
Yeah, let's start over, shall we? I think that's something close to the flavor on that one. All right, so that is our first set of quarterfinals in the books. Let's take a look at our bracket, because in case you missed it, that means that Luis Scott Vargas will be playing Owen Turtonwild, your new player of the year, in the semi-finals this afternoon. All around the world, Randy, millions of Magic fans are going, not going to get to bed till 5 in the morning then. All right, meanwhile, we've got a top half of the bracket to fill out. That's Sam Party against Andrew Brown and Lucas Plahon against Ken Yukihiro. So let's mark your card for what's going to happen here. And let's begin with your number 1 seed, Sam Party. There he is, he's on team face-to-face games. He's got a lot to smile about. 148 lifetime pro points, $40,000. He could just about double that today and more. This is his first Pro Tour top 8, which puts him in a class of unique in this top 8, because everyone else has done it before. He's a Platinum Pro and a couple of Grand Prix titles, very much known as a modern player, specialist, tremendous player of Constructed, and Limited was more than fine this time around. What did he play? Let's take a look at his deck list, and there you see it is Black Green Delirium. So Brian, what is this deck attempting to do? What is Black Green Delirium?
Well, I mean, it's attempting to end the game with Emrakul, but really it's looking to fill up card types in its graveyard, hold the board with Ishkana, the Graph Widow, hit early on with some creatures, and just ultimately take over the game with Liliana, the Last Hope.
And Randy, it's not just Ishkana, it's Ishkana plus Spider Babies.
Yeah, and in this particular Delirium, don't sleep on Grimflayer. Like, Sam has a very aggressive take on the Black-Green Delirium deck. We see the Pantheon builds are all about Emrakul, but face-to-face games had a tremendous Pro Tour all the way around, most of them on this particular deck. Grimflayer's ability to come down on turn 2, starts hitting, controlling your draw steps, becomes a 4-power creature very quickly. This deck has just been performing great, and it's sort of a long time coming for Sam. He sort of finally got this first Pro Tour top 8.
Wasn't Grimflayer the face-to-face games preview card?
Oh, is it really? That's awesome.
I actually
So
think it was.
they got brewing early.
Spectacular.
I thought a big moment for Sam was once we got back into Constructed. Pretty sure round 12, doing this from memory, but I think he faced Owen in round 12 in the first round of Constructed on table 1, beat him.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really huge moment for him, maybe a bit round 13, but that sort of cemented him as someone who wasn't just in contention for a top 8, but I'm not just at the top tables, I'm at the top table and I'm beating the best. I think that was a huge thing for Sam.
Although it was interesting when I talked to Sam, he said, I was like, wow, that's got to feel pretty. He's like, yeah, Owen and I have probably played each other on the Pro Tour and at the Grand Prix circuit more than we've played anyone else. And he's like, and we were just talking about it. He's like, I might have a slight edge against him, but it goes, we trade wins back and forth, it feels like.
They played 3 times on the Pro Tour this season.
Okay.
They had split the first 2, so Sam's up 2-1.
Yeah, and
Are
they
in
could.
opposite brackets?
They
Yes,
are in opposite brackets. That's absolutely true. All right, but first, facing Sam Party, we have Andrew Brown. Let's take a look at Andrew for you. Andrew from Team East-West Bowl. Just an astonishing team performance yet again. 24 years old. You see $20,000, another $40,000 on the line here. 1 Grand Prix top 8, couple of Pro Tour top 8s now, a Platinum Pro, and BDM, when he got into the top 8 at 12-4, it wasn't the top 8 that he was caring about. It was that word Platinum.
Yeah, well, he absolutely cared about the top 8, but was going to be very happy with his result no matter what, because he wanted to get to Platinum. He wants to play Magic. He wants to make a go of, I'm going to be a professional Magic player next season. Yeah. And, he's able to do that with those Platinum benefits secured for all 4 Pro Tours next year.
Okay, so let's take a look at what Andrew Brown is bringing to the party. It is Teamer Emerge. Randy, what's going on with this deck?
Yeah, it's very similar to what we just saw Owen Turton win with, in that you've got Kozilek's Return to sweep the board, you've got a bunch of Emerge creatures that can trigger it when they come into play. Andrew's deck is a little more all-in on the Emerge plan, though. You see Matter Reshaper as a thing that you really want to sacrifice. You see Primal Druid as a thing you want to sacrifice. Shaman of the Forgotten Ways is another card that we did not see in Owen's deck. So more emphasis on the Emerge, less emphasis on the Emrakul. In fact, there isn't an Emrakul in the main deck here. It's only hanging out in the sideboard.
Okay, so Sam Party against Andrew Brown is quarterfinal 3. Meanwhile, at the same time, and we'll bounce back and forth between the 2 quarterfinals, you'll see all the key action. You'll certainly see both matches won live on camera. Let's take a look at our bracket, and you will find our last quarterfinal is Lucas Blahon against Ken Yukihiro. Well, Lucas Blahon, let's take a look at him. He's from the Czech Republic, and he's been in an incredible race for the World Magic Cup captaincy up against Andrei Stratsky. They came in tied. They went at it toe-to-toe. It was 9-3 against 8-4. It was 10-4 against 9-5. They were just constantly 1 win apart. But Lucas Blahon has secured that by making the top 8 here. It is his 2nd Pro Tour top 8. Champion of a Grand Prix this season at Grand Prix Brussels. A Platinum Pro already. His deck, let's take a look. This is white-black control. BDM, nice to see some Planeswalkers up at the top there.
Yeah, absolutely. Liliana, the Last Hope, Obnixilis, Reignited, Sorin, Grim Nemesis. Interestingly, though, the main deck is not what Lucas Blahon's looking at in this matchup. Apparently, in testing last night with Martin Yuza, they actually predict that this match could very well go, if it goes according to playtesting, 0-2, 3-0 for Lucas.
Really?
Terrible pre-sideboarded, and just gets to bring in a dozen cards for games 3 through 5.
Oh, so watch out for that. That could go long then if they have predicted that right. But up against Lucas Blahon is Ken Yukihiro, who used every second of the last rounds to make it in. Let's take a look at Ken for you. He was ecstatic to make it into the top 8. He's 28 years old, $60,000 already. This is his 2nd Pro Tour top 8, Silver Pro, the champion of Grand Prix Singapore. Reason he's smiling, he cheated death over and over and over. And he cheated time, which turns out to be even harder because he just extra turns to make it into the top 8. But brilliant job by him. What is his deck? It is red-green ramp. Let's take a look for you. And Randy, what is the red-green ramp trying to do? The clue is in the name.
Yes. He wants to accelerate to giant monsters. Ishkana, fully 3 copies. Emrakul the Promised End, fully 3 copies. Isn't it great that we had more copies of those cards than we had Spellquellers in this top 8?
That's pretty great.
10 copies of Emrakul, 10 copies of Ishkana. Here you see 6 of those 20. That's the plan. I mean, it is sort of a more straightforward ramp deck than what Reed Duke was playing, but superficially kind of similar to the deck Reed Duke was playing. Again, there's that Kozilek's Return that can sweep away whatever the opponent manages to put in play. Not as relevant in a matchup against Black-White Control, but still some giant monsters to ramp into.
Well, we've got 2 tremendous quarterfinals already done, 2 great ones await. Let's take you over to our arena of competition. It's time for the second set of quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Off you go.
Hello and welcome to the second set of quarterfinals here for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined by R&D member Ian Duke, and we're looking forward to head down to the feature match area and figure out who our semi-finalists will be. Hello and welcome to this, our second set of quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. The players are seated and ready, and we're going to be starting our match with the #1 seed coming into this top 8, Sam Pardee up against Andrew Brown. There we see Sam. He is the only player in this top 8 where this is his first Pro Tour top 8, but has done it in style, 6-0 in limited, and then a very strong finishing constructed also. And the weapon that he's brought to the table is this green-black Delirium deck, and with Grim Flayer in the mix, Ian, it's a powerful one.
Yeah, he's capable of getting off to a little bit more of a proactive start, getting cards in his graveyard early with cards like Grimflayer and Liliana. Although I think in this matchup, neither player is really going to be the aggro deck. There's no aggro and control deck. They're both capable of powerful mid-game strategies.
On the other side of things, we have Andrew Brown snuck in at 8th place, and his is a very kind of classic Emerge deck. It's got the straightforward enablers in Primal Druid and so on, and then big payoff with the likes of Elder Deep Fiend and some big Emerge creatures.
Go.
At this point, of course, both these players, they've got access to deck lists, so they know exactly what they're up against. No big surprises.
Sam Pardee playing a mid-range-ish deck with lots of removal spells and lots of answer cards. It's going to be Andrew Brown presenting the threats in this matchup in the form of his Emerge creatures, and Sam Pardee trying to have the right answers to buy enough time to get to his potentially very powerful endgame of Emrakul.
We can see there that Brown has 2 copies of Matter Reshaper in hand. Those ones very potent as cards to emerge. You know, they are already Eldrazi, but it turns out that they can make for even bigger Eldrazi. But first, a Grimflayer attack here coming from Sam Pardee. And the Grimflayer, if it can successfully hit in, really juices up everything that the green-black Delirium deck's trying to do.
Yeah, this card really does everything. It's proactive, it gets on the board early, it gets in some damage, it fills up your graveyard, it fixes your draws. Just an excellent, excellent addition to these Delirium strategies.
Yeah, an interesting sort of different take on the Delirium plan here with Grimflayer, with the ability to choose how many of the top 3 you actually want to be drawing next turn and how many you want in your graveyard. Sylvan Advocate there, the play for Sam Pardee, putting on some early pressure.
Matter Reshaper, a really nice card in this matchup from Andrew Brown, has the potential to trade with another creature or eat a removal spell and then still get you some value afterwards, which is just what you want in this kind of grindier, mid-range-ish type matchup.
Andrew Brown taking the opportunity to trade with Grimflayer before Delirium active. Briefly gets a Jason play off it, but Ultimate Price has something to say about that.
And that's just what we saw there. That Matter Reshaper ate 2 cards from Sam Pardee, and that's doing its work right there.
Ultimate Price, an interesting one in this matchup. Can't hit a lot of the big payoff Emerge creatures because they are all colorless Eldrazi, even if they might have some colored mana somewhere on the card. But a lot of the enablers and sort of smaller creatures are able to be hit by the removal spell. Matter Reshaper number 2 coming down here for Brown. There we see it. Requires you to have a way of producing colorless mana, that being Yavimaya Coast in this instance. But then the 3-2 does replace itself, or at least draw you a card as and when it dies. And here it trades with Sylvan Advocate before it becomes large.
And that looked like an Elder Deep Fiend going to Andrew Brown's hand off of the Matter Reshaper. Good for Sam's party to be aware that that is in Andrew's hand.
So we see a morph here. The only morph in Sam Pardee's deck is Den Protector, so Andrew Brown will know what's up with that one.
Andrew Brown really showcasing the strength of his deck here with all these mid-casting cost creatures that generate a lot of value and then can then be sacrificed to emerge. Andrew's just going up cards a lot here, and I think things are definitely going according to plan for him.
And the exciting thing for me about watching this deck being played is when you have that moment where you cast a big Eldrazi and start saying trigger, trigger, trigger. Lots of different things going on here. We see a Primal Druid coming into play. That a great creature to sacrifice in order to cast one of those big Emerge Eldrazi because it will fetch you a land as and when it dies.
And speaking of going up cards here, Sam Pardee cashing in the Den Protector. Not cashing it in, rather, but turning it face up.
With Megamorph, able to get a land back here. And also, as a 3-2 now, it's not going to be able to be blocked by any of Andrew Brown's creatures. This green-black Delirium deck doesn't necessarily need to go all the way up to Emrakul in order to finish people off. Even just a succession of Grim Flayers and so on doing good work. And here we see Liliana the Lost Hope just putting a few more cards in the graveyard, getting back a creature for Sam Pardee, and Ishkanar just sort of waiting there to potentially get involved.
Now, one choice Andrew Brown has here on his turn is he has 5 lands on the battlefield. He can play a 6 from hand, and he can actually get access to a 7th from his Primal Druid there if he sacrifices it to Elder Deep Fiend. That'll allow him to transform his Nissa. The question is whether he wants to do that on his own turn to get an activation out of the Nissa, or maybe wait until later. He can do it at instant speed or do it on Sam Pardee's turn to get more value out of tapping Sam's permanence with the Elder Deep Fiend. He also has the option to Wretched Griff, sacrificing the Primal Druid as well.
Looks like he's gone with the Griff plan. So first up, searching for a land, and then he will be drawing a card. All of this before the Griff even enters the battlefield.
Primal Druid, a really cool inclusion in this deck. Nice way to ramp. It's a good early blocker. Gets value from emerging. And here has helped him get up to activating or transforming his Nissa 1 turn sooner than he would otherwise.
Nissa Sage Animist there, glinting and gleaming on the table, but we see all of its abilities there. The +1 likely to be used while Andrew's just trying to gradually leverage advantage. At some point, though, he may -2 to put a Shire the Awoken World token into play, a 4/4 green legendary elemental.
Go. Now you have 4. Yeah.
So this turning into quite the grindy mid-range matchup, which is sort of what we predicted going into this. Both of these decks capable of generating a lot of card advantage. Both have powerful end games. I think from this point in the game, it really could go either direction, although I would give Andrew Brown the slight favorite on board right now.
I mean, on board is where he kind of needs to be ahead, because in hand, all Andrew Brown has going on is Elder Deep Fiend. Now, I say all. Elder Deep Fiend, a very powerful card, of course, but he is going to need to draw into something here if he wants to keep pressing the advantage.
Yeah, the big thing going for Andrew right now is that Nissa, and the Elder Deep Fiend is going to give him a lot of flexibility to try to protect it. He's definitely just going to want to leverage drawing that extra card every turn and hopefully catapult that into a longer-term advantage.
Party getting stuck in here. His Sylvan Advocate just large enough to be kind of interesting, and, well, the Den Protector, it can only be blocked by Wretched Griff. But Brown here getting value all over the place as his Druid dies, fetching up another basic land.
So Sam's attack with the Den Protector there both gets the Den Protector in the graveyard and allows a second main phase activation of Liliana to take out the Griff. Now, wisely, he does this before casting the Ruinous Path just to conceal information from Andrew Brown. And with that Liliana at 2, that could potentially get back the Den Protector either next turn or the turn after and keep the cards flowing for Sam Pardee.
Grimflare, the follow-up there, and now the board looking fantastic for Sam Pardee here. He's got 20 life, he's got the only threats on the battlefield, and it's interesting to see Liliana playing different roles in different decks, because we've seen her in this deck enabling Delirium, getting back cards from the graveyard, but in other decks there is kind of a protect the queen kind of strategy going on as you tick up Liliana, and at some point do go for that ultimate.
That is true. We actually had a deck tech earlier with Sam Black, who is also playing a different blue-black Liliana deck. He said a substantial amount of her power in that deck was her ultimate. Now, in Sam's deck here, I think his deck is optimally set up to take advantage of the first 2 abilities. Just early defense from that +1, maneuvering and creature combat, and then the -2 just being so powerful in this Delirium deck with this huge graveyard toolbox and things like Den Protector to get the recursion going.
What do we got over here? -2. Sure. Sure.
Well, you called it, Den Protector coming back, and of course, even though Liliana having to sacrifice herself to make that happen, we know that the Den Protector can in turn return Liliana, and they can be best buds.
Pass.
Pardee there, he knew about the Elder Deep Fiend, did not want to run his creatures into the giant octopus.
Untap.
Sees all of his creatures tapped down.
That's fine. I'm gonna get another Elder Defiant.
And there, Sanctum of Ugin basically setting up Brown to get more copies of Elder Deep Fiend to push things where he's already been able to lock things down just a little bit. Talking last night to Andrew Brown about this deck, he said that it was one that it's kind of exciting to watch, but very operational to play. You're doing similar things a lot of the time.
Yeah, it does seem very, very consistent. Unlike Owen Turtonwald's version of this Teamer Emerge deck, Andrew Brown's is much, much more focused on Emerge and things to sacrifice to Emerge. So I can definitely see the consistency being a lot higher in the way that Andrew Brown's deck plays.
Go to combat.
Brown here looking to get his first points of damage in.
15 plays 13.
I mean, the good thing about his Emerge deck is that it can actually dish out a lot of damage very, very quickly when he wants to.
Yeah. Plus on your
And it looks like, in terms of cards in hand for Brown, things working out nicely here because drew a Primal Druid to go alongside that Elder Deep Fiend. Didn't necessarily want to have to pay full price for the Elder Deep Fiend, though at this point in the game it is an option for Andrew Brown. This way round he could potentially fetch up an additional land and make his Elder Deep Fiend a little cheaper.
So Andrew getting in with his existing Elder Deep Fiend there signals that he's probably going to be playing his second copy here at some point during Sam's turn, tapping down attackers, protecting Jace. Unfortunately for Andrew Brown, he could only tick up his Jace that turn. I don't believe he has any strong instants or sorceries in his graveyard to cast. He'd love to see something like Grapple with the Past to be able to turn Jace's -3 into getting back another powerful creature, but does not have that option quite yet. And speaking of options, Sam Pardee picks up Traverse the Ulvenwald on his turn, which is going to give him a ton of different things he could do here. Could fetch up something like an Ishkana or even Emrakul. But first, Ruinous Path takes out Elder Deep Fiend.
Yeah, that the line of play that Sam Pardee had drawn up with fetching it back with the Den Protector. So not necessarily a surprise for Andrew Brown, though I'm sure he would still have been happy if it just hadn't happened at all.
Proceed. No attackers. Okay, second main.
Again, no attackers for Sam Pardee. And this kind of, the spot that he finds himself against this emerged deck is that there are so many different ways that Andrew Brown can ambush him that he needs to feel pretty confident before committing things to the red zone at this point.
That's right. Elder Deep Fiend, a really difficult card to play against. It can either come down pre-combat and just prevent the attack from happening entirely by tapping creatures, or you can actually wait and bait your opponent into attacking, play the Deep Fiend before blockers, maybe tap down some lands to ensure there's no post-combat play. Really reminiscent of a card, Mistbind Click, which was a terror of Standard past.
Yeah, the Eldrazi and Octopi already, or Octopuses, should I say, already having some similarities, but when you combine them in one card, well, it's a potent one. And again, all of Sam Pardee's creatures getting tapped down. This opening a window for Andrew Brown to get rid of Nissa Sage Animist.
So Andrew is able to take out Nissa, which is a huge, huge step for him. Unfortunately, he is running pretty low on gas. Again, would love to have something powerful in the grave there that he could use Jace to recur, but unfortunately just has to take up Jace and play a Primal Druid instead.
So with two Primal Druids, is Jace fairly well protected, but at the same time, not a huge amount going on in Andrew Brown's hand right now. He's got to rely on what he's got going on the board in order to be able to keep things going here.
Now, did you happen to see, Tim, which creature the Jace?
I believe it was the Grim Flare again, just the trample on it, meaning that it's a little bit more threatening.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky here because there is also the Den Protector, which could potentially come in. Can't be blocked by creatures with power less than it, but it decides to stay home, again, worrying about something like an Elder Deep Fiend.
Both copies of Hissing Quagmire coming in. They've each been pumped by Sylvan Advocate, so there's a big attack coming through here.
I will block one. Sure. You take 4, 9.
Brown dropping to 9 on that. Sam Pardee, no great desire to worry about hitting Jace here. Jace not really doing a great deal on this board, somewhat unusually. Not even abundantly clear that if Andrew Brown got up to Jace's ultimate, that it wouldn't be a big deal.
Plus on Grimflare. Okay, go.
And that was, again, Jace plussing on Grimflare, preventing that threat of trample damage and discouraging Grimflare from attacking and getting value out of its trigger.
Pardee in the luxurious situation here of not really needing to play out any cards from hand here. He's already in a relatively stable position in terms of threats on the board. Obviously getting more land into play at some point will pay off.
And Andrew Brown just, totally flooded out that game, unable to find anything of value to use with Jace, and decides to pack them up.
So that's the very first game. There will be one more pre-sideboarded game for those two players, but we're going to get a chance to jump across to our back table and see a different style of the match entirely. Lucas Blahon is up against Ken Yukihiro, and Blahon on black-white control, a few more planeswalkers, a lot more removal, and we will get to that match right after these messages.
Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action next weekend at Game Day. Test your skills and your new standard deck at a store near you. Top finishers are awarded special Game Day prizes, including full art premium promo cards and a champion playmat for the winner. Whether riding the bus or waiting for the Pro Tour Finals to begin, Magic Duels is a great way to hone your skills and try new strategies. Featuring hundreds of earnable cards from Magic's latest sets and virtually unlimited AI and online opponents, start playing Magic Duels free today on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and Steam.
Hello and welcome back to this, the second set of quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Our first game between Sam Pardee and Andrew Brown is in the books, so we're going to get a chance to get a look in on Lucas Blahon versus Ken Yukihiro. Now, Ian, talk us through the decks that we've got going on here.
So Lucas Blahon's deck is white-black control. It's very planeswalker-based. It has plenty of removal spells, a lot of utility spells as well. I would characterize him as kind of the mid-range or control-ish deck in this matchup. Ken Yukihiro's, on the other hand, is a red-green ramp deck involving Delirium and trying to get Emrakul onto the battlefield. And sure enough, it looks like he does have an Emrakul in play. So let's look in and see how this game progresses from here.
I mean, from a flavor standpoint, we know which way it should go with Liliana versus Emrakul. In practice, I'm not entirely convinced that this is necessarily going to match up with the story. But Yukihiro on just 5 life, so not too much more damage that Lucas Blahon needs to deal here. Though I suppose, technically, Emrakul can quite happily swing in for that full 12. With 3 cards in hand, it strikes me that Blahon could very easily have an answer to Emrakul right now, though. We'll find out soon enough. It looks like Avacyn can at very least jump in the way of the Eldrazi Titan.
Yeah, I mean, the trouble is with protection from instants, it's very hard to interact with Emrakul mid-attack. You need something like a flash creature or something along the lines of Stasis Snare, although it doesn't appear to me that Lucas actually has that card in his deck at the moment.
In this case, though, it looks like Emrakul was going for Liliana first. I guess that in the testing overnight, he may have come to the conclusion that actually, once Emrakul's in play, it's not getting off the board particularly easily. 13-13, flying trample, protection from instants. That covers a fair proportion of bits and pieces that he might have to worry about. And Lucas Blahon here, it looked like he had a couple of copies of Languish in hand, even 2 copies of Languish, not really enough to do more than tickle Emrakul.
Yeah, I mean, with Lucas at 12, the attack on Liliana certainly means Ken Yukihiro knows about a card in Lucas's hand that would make attacking Lucas directly not win the game there. And of course, Ken, having just played Emrakul, has an idea of what Lucas has access to. So we're still getting the hands populated there, and we'll get that updated for you shortly. But for now, let's look at how these players navigate this tricky situation.
Yeah, it looks like Avacyn and 2 copies of Languish for Blahon here. He does have Delirium, though his is not one of the decks in the top 8 that really employs Delirium quite as much as some of his compatriots. Grasp of Darkness, the draw here. Even if he spins together all of his removal spells, all he can do is reduce Emrakul to a 1-1. Just forced to pass things back here. And Fiery Impulse here, basically just in order to push through a little bit of extra trample damage over this Archangel Avacyn.
So dealing 3 damage to Avacyn and allowing potentially 12 trample damage to trample over. And I think this is going to be game here. The players just agreeing on the state.
So there is 3 damage on your Avacyn.
Yes.
He has to put as many damage to try to kill it. That means +1 to go to 4. And the rest can trample it separately, what he just tried to do.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah, the interesting thing being, of course, just sort of making sure that we understand how trample works and all of this. How much do you have to assign to a creature that's already taken damage? Well, you need to assign enough that it would kill that creature.
Right, even though Archangel Avacyn had Indestructible there, the Fiery Impulse providing 3 damage, Emrakul only needs to provide 1 more, allowing 12 to trample over and actually defeat Lucas Blahon exactly there. So Ken Yukihiro will take that game.
We did hear that basically that's kind of the way that in testing the Czech players had found things went. Games 1 and 2, because there are 2 pre-sideboarded games, not looking great for Blahon, but feeling much better after sideboarding. But we're back on our first table here. Sam Pardee on the left of our screen, Andrew Brown on the right. We have had a mulligan from Andrew Brown, Traverse the Elven World, fixing Sam Pardee's mana just a little bit here. And I've been really impressed with how Traverse the Elven World has played out in this Pro Tour. Early doors, making sure your mana is all sorted. Late game, well, making sure that you draw the best threat in your deck.
Yeah, Traverse the Elven World, no doubt a very powerful card. It's a card that R&D was somewhat concerned about. You can make comparisons to cards like, Green Sun Zenith and other efficient tutors in the past. The thing here with Traverse the Elven World is it does ask a lot of your...
Hoping to get out of his mulligan with Jace. The first one being taken down by Grasp of Darkness. Let's see how the second one stands up. It looks like there's more removal in hand for Sam Pardee, and I've got to think that if you're looking for creatures to kill, Jace Vryn's Prodigy is pretty high on that list. For now, Sam Pardee advancing his board with a Morph. No sideboarding just yet, so these players are going to be playing with the exact same 60s that they started with in the first game. And if the first game's anything to go by, then Sam Pardee does have the tools to establish a formidable lead here.
Okay.
Grapple with the past. Putting 3 cards in the graveyard and giving a choice to Andrew Brown. He can either get back a Jace, a land, or indeed Wretched Griff. Goes for just a land here, making sure that he's going to hit all of his drops, because Andrew can definitely use
The past just gives tons of options to Andrew Brown going into the mid and late game, because he can actually use Jace's minus ability to cast Grapple with the Past, which can actually convert into a creature. So it sort of in a way allows Jace to access almost any card in his graveyard. And that's something Andrew would have loved to see last game, but unfortunately was both mana flooded and didn't have a great instant or sorcery to cast with Jace.
And on top of that, cards like Gather the Pack that we saw, they're getting even more cards into the graveyard. Kozilek's Return now in the graveyard for Andrew Brown, and it's a card that he's able to trigger its graveyard ability very, very easily. All of his emerge creatures are Eldrazi creature spells with converted mana cost 7 or greater, even if he's not paying 7 for them.
And we talked a lot about consistency Andrew Brown's deck in the previous game. This is, I think, what his plan A looks like. This is his deck working the way it's supposed to. He's got Jace online. He's been able to mill a bunch of cards from his library and really has access to all the tools that he wants to have access to going into the mid-game here.
Now, Pardee does have Emrakul, the Promised End, in hand, and when you've got a deck that is focusing on sacrificing its own permanence, how much more scary does Emrakul get?
It definitely gets more scary. It potentially gives your opponent more options to devastate you with that Mindslaver-like trigger that Emrakul provides. But honestly, I mean, any deck is going to be in rough shape against an opposing Emrakul, I think. So.
Yeah, it seems to have been a bit of a win at this Pro Tour. I'm sure that the guys in R&D relatively happy to see that the big hallmark Eldrazi Titan really having an impact on this Pro Tour, as it has done on the whole plane of Innistrad.
Yeah, it's also really interesting to see how the decks have been built to maximally take advantage of Emrakul, which I think was something that was missing the past couple weeks of Standard leading up to the Pro Tour, but the new innovations we've seen here have really sort of unlocked the power of that card. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see going forward how the metagame evolves.
We saw Dame Protector there, able to take down Jace because was not going to get blocked by that Primal Druid. But there's a new Planeswalker in town, that being Liliana. Liliana right now has a couple of options, can make that Primal Druid even less effective, or indeed improve Sam Pardee's graveyard. Ultimate Price here, hurting Andrew Brown's creature development, but helping his mana base.
Yeah, it seems really strange to use Ultimate Price on Primal Druid. Primal Druid is almost a card that is intended to die, and so having your opponent also spend a card to help that happen, it seems like a bad trade for Sam Pardee, but I think Sam's really thinking about wanting to deny Andrew Brown the ability to emerge out of that Primal Druid and give have that extra mana flexibility.
Though worth noting, of course, that Andrew Brown's mana base getting substantial enough on the board here that he's at some point simply going to be able to cast these emerge creatures. And I think that's something that, when I first looked at them, I didn't think was going to be realistic. So another copy of Gather the Pack here, and now with Spell Mastery getting 2 creatures. So Andrew Brown with plenty of options available to him here. Looks like Jace and another Primal Druid there. And a Mana Reshaper. That one big enough to trade with Den Protector, bold enough to provide extra cards to Andrew Brown, and safe from Liliana.
Sam offers the trade here with Den Protector. Now, normally, you're not happy to trade your creature with a Mana Reshaper and be on the losing end of a 2-for-1 exchange, but with Liliana in play, Sam threatens to bring back the Den Protector, play it face down again, turn it face up, and get a card back. So he actually would be fairly happy making that trade and sending Den Protector to the graveyard.
Yeah, a different sequencing of this exact same turn could have been activate Liliana's +1 first on the Mana Reshaper, hence my Den Protector won't be blockable, and attack in. That not the line that Sam Pardee went with here.
Right, and the fact that Sam actually offered that trade when he had the opportunity to totally deny it means that he would have been happy with the trade, and Andrew, sensing that, decides.
Just making sure that all the damage from pain lands appropriately accounted for here. We are now hitting the point where the big emerge creatures from Andrew Brown's deck, very much a force that we'll likely to see on this battlefield very soon.
So Sam Party holding up both Grasp of Darkness and Murder this turn, but Andrew Brown is able to untap with his Matter Reshaper, which gives him flexibility potentially to emerge from it.
Yeah, many of the emerge creatures available to Andrew Brown do have flash, and that a potent ability because it means that in response to removal you can cast your emerge creature, make the most of a creature that was going to die anyway.
Absolutely, and Sam recognizing that just takes the hit from Matter Reshaper to his Liliana, knocking Liliana down to 3, and post-combat Andrew Brown plays Wretched Griff, sacrificing Matter Reshaper, getting a card off the Matter Reshaper, getting a card from the Wretched Griff, and really just keeping the threats flowing for Andrew Brown. Andrew in a very good spot right now in this game.
Worth noting, of course, that when you do something like cast Wretched Griff, triggering Kozilek's Return, the Griff's still on the stack at the point that the Kozilek's Return triggers, so even though its toughness would not be enough to let it survive Kozilek's Return when it is triggered from the graveyard, it's not even in play at that point.
And also worth a reminder that Kozilek's Trigger is a May ability. You can choose when the trigger resolves whether or not you want to exile Kozilek's Return and deal 5 damage to each creature.
You have 3 cards remaining.
So Sampardi deploying some of his removal there just to try and keep the boards relatively stable. Liliana, the kind of biggest player in this game, at least in terms of what's in play right now, but we know that Andrew Brown has done plenty to improve his hand over the last few turns. That Den Protector just spending the briefest, tiniest moments as a morph before unmorphing, megamorphing, if you will, to fetch back another card from the graveyard. Each player with their own different sources of card advantage in this game. Brown here, keeping things going with Primal Druids.
Go. Upkeep. No effects.
Sampardi, he's been well trained enough now that he announces his upkeep, knowing that that's one of the potential places that Elder Deep Fiend might come along to tap down a bunch of his lands. Worth noting that we've seen this Den Protector getting back lands enough here that it looks like Sampardi might be on a plan of getting up to Emrakul.
Yes, definitely. He's been milling his graveyard quite a bit.
He didn't play it he played this turn.
That was a previous turn.
I don't know. He has 2 blue sources that don't paint him, and he casts 2 blue spells, so I think he probably tapped those. Okay. But I don't know for sure. Yeah.
We're just double checking here to make sure that the life totals are correct and there hasn't been any awkward tapping of mana over the course of this game.
I'll get a forest and play it. I'd like to do some attacking. How do you feel about that?
It'll happen.
That one is the one that's attacking.
At every opportunity, Sampardi making it very clear what he wants to do, such that if Elder Deep Fiend wants to get in the way of that, that he's going to have the opportunity to. But right now, Elder Deep Fiend content to chill in Andrew Brown's hand.
Plus on one of your things. Done with my turn after that.
End step.
Yeah.
On the plus
And it turns out the end step is when Elder Deep Fiend coming down.
I'm going to tap. Swamp, forest.
Flip, black, green.
Okay, I'll search for
So Andrew Brown tapping down some of Sampardi's mana. Sam responds by adding mana to his mana pool. I believe he does have the option to murder the Elder Deep Fiend should he choose.
Well, you know, you can see that little dude for scale in the picture there. This murder that we see in the artwork for Murder, a little bit of an understatement as to what's going on to Elder Deep Fiend. A nice reprint that's, I think, going to impact standard quite a bit for the duration that's around. Just a very efficient removal spell.
Yeah, it does provide options for these decks. Black already had Ruinous Path to destroy a creature or planeswalker for 1 BB, but that's a sorcery, so Murder gives you that instant speed option, and of course varying up your card types is very important in these Delirium decks, so Sam is playing a mix of those two cards.
Well, Lumbering Falls, it might be slow, but it gets the job done. Dealing with Liliana there, leaving us with a comparatively empty board. Life totals still relatively high, 15 to 14, though of course 14 life when you've got Emrakul in hand doesn't look like quite as exciting a life total as it might do in other circumstances.
And Kozilek's Return takes out that Den Protector. Now that Liliana is off the battlefield, Andrew Brown is happy to put that Den Protector in the graveyard and alleviate some of the life total pressure that Sam Party has been putting on. Now, a couple turns ago, we talked about how Andrew Brown was in the lead this game. Things have definitely settled down a bit. The board is clear, both players with about 3 cards or so in hand, and Sam Party with Emrakul in hand actually is looking to be in a pretty good spot going forward here. He does add another copy of Liliana to the battlefield and a Tireless Tracker, so now he is in the driver's seat here with his card advantage engine going full steam and Emrakul in hand as a late game threat.
And of course, Nissa very conveniently finding a forest to play for this turn such that there will be a transformation.
A very nice pickup there for Andrew Brown off the top. Gives him a little bit of card advantage of his own, and he also has 2 copies of Grapple with the Past in his hand, which gives him the flexibility to bring back a big threat like an Elder Deep Fiend to potentially challenge Sam Party's Liliana in a couple turns.
I'm thinking, sorry. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, Andrew initially going for kind of what many people see as almost the default on Nissa, which is the +1 to reveal the top card, and then if it's a land, put it into play. If it's not, put it in your hand. But this might be a place where a Shire is actually the choice.
Well, so one thing I notice here is Andrew Brown has 6 untapped lands. If he hits a 7th off of Nissa, he could grapple back a Elder Deep Fiend and then sacrifice the Primal Druid, spending 5 more mana to play that Elder Deep Fiend on Sam Party's turn.
So he's gone with the grapple, but taken Wretched Griff instead.
Okay, that makes sense. So that's a guaranteed play, because the Griff only would cost him 4 mana in addition to sacrificing the Primal Druid. So he doesn't need to worry about coming up with that extra untapped land there.
And Kozilek's Return dealing with the Tireless Tracker in play.
I like this play a lot from Andrew. And of course, he gets to pick up an extra card from the Griff itself. So now he's got Nissa going. He's got some defense to make sure Nissa doesn't die. And the cards start flowing for Andrew Brown. Looks like he makes an Ashaya after all is said and done as well.
All right.
But here comes Emrakul for Sam Party. And the fun is about to start here. Let's see what devastation Sam Party can bring to Andrew Brown's side of the battlefield.
Oh, this is going to get messy. There's a Grapple with the Past still in hand for Andrew Brown, so that entire graveyard live.
Wow, what a challenging board state here. So now Sam Party has access to the entirety of Andrew Brown's graveyard toolbox here through that Grapple with the Past. Kozilek's Return also a very impactful draw there, because Sam Party could cast the Kozilek's Return and then cast something else and flash it back is an option there that he has, potentially wreaking havoc on Andrew Brown's board. So let's look in and see what Sam Party decides what to do. So many possibilities here, it's almost impossible to predict.
Yeah, Andrew Brown having enough mana himself that Emrakul at its absolutely most powerful. I mean, in some respects, there are some decks in this standard field that are trying to cast Emrakul very, very quickly. But when you cast Emrakul later in the game, you just have more opportunity to do more things. Interesting to work out when the actual optimal turn is to cast Emrakul,
Yeah,
full stop.
I'm just counting out your mana, sorry.
Sure, no worries.
Okay, cast Grapple.
With
Tapping green. Return Sanctum of Ugin. Play it. Cast Kozilek's Return, tapping Mountain, Sanctum of Ugin, Forest. Cast Elder Deep Fiend, taking 2 pain. trigger Sanctum.
How are we casting Elder Deep Fiend?
Two pain.
Okay, 2 pain off of Retrogriff?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay,
off Retrograde.
sure.
Trigger Sanctum. All search.
Sure.
Not that many cards left in Andrew Brown's deck. He's done a good job of putting a lot of them in his graveyard.
And tap 4 of your tapped lands. Then cast this off of this and trigger both of the Kozilek's returns in your graveyard.
Okay, so for those who are seeking to follow along here, what Sam Party has done is cast Grapple with the Past, brings back Sanctum of Ugin, plays it, casts Kozilek's Return from Andrew Brown's hand, then emerges an Elder Deep Fiend from Wretched Griff to flash back Kozilek's Return, as well as sacrificing Sanctum of Ugin to look through Andrew Brown's deck. I believe he did not put anything on top. And ends up clearing Nissa on the turn. Now we are on Andrew Brown's extra turn. He activates Nissa, picks up a card from Nissa and a card from his draw step, and now we'll see what Andrew does with this extra turn here in the face of Sam Party's Emrakul.
Yeah, on just 12 life here, no flyers around to help him. He's going to have to do something very large if he's going to stay in this game. Primal Druid does not quite qualify.
But another grapple from the past, grapple with the past rather, for Andrew Brown.
Yep.
Picks up an Elder Deep Fiend. That's actually a great draw for him there. One of the better draws that he could have here, because this is actually going to allow him to tap down that Emrakul for a turn and potentially untap with Nissa yet one more time to see 2 new cards on his following turn. So just what Andrew Brown needs to stay in this game, and we will see if Sam Party has any responses to this. Sam uses the mana to crack the clue. This is all during Sam's upkeep as well, so he picks up a card off the clue. Emrakul is tapped down.
I have you at 12 and myself at 15. That's correct. How many grapple with the past are in your graveyard? 4.
Players checking life totals. Andrew Brown at a precarious 12, which of course means 1 attack with Emrakul would be lethal.
And Sam Party is potentially facing down just 10 points from these octopuses here.
3 Kozilek's returns, all 4. Okay.
Sam carefully counting how many Kozilek's return might be left.
On one of your Elder Deep friends. Sure. I'll take a total of 2 damage to play these 2. 13. And it's your turn.
So Sam opting just to tick up Liliana and play a couple more threats onto the board. Andrew Brown in rough shape here, but does get to untap, does get to see a new draw step, and does get to use Nissa one more time. So we'll see what he comes up with here.
I think I'm dead.
Just a pair of lands. And that'll be a scoop for Andrew Brown. So Emrakul does it there for Sam Party in incredible fashion.
Going into the sideboarded games, Party already 2 games up, looking to win just 1 more if he's going to advance to the semi-final here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. So we will get a chance to jump back across to our other match here. We have Lucas Blohon up against Ken Yukihiro. Both these players have been waiting patiently in order to be able to make sure we can catch as much of their match on camera as possible.
So that was such an intense match there. It's almost tough transitioning back into Blohon versus Yukihiro, but just to bring you guys back into it, we do have white-black control versus red-green ramp. We saw the end of the last game. Ken Yukihiro did take it down with Emrakul, but here we have a fresh start for both players. We do believe Lucas Blohon is not favored here pre-board, and with Yukihiro up a game, this is an opportunity for Yukihiro to get a 2-0 lead, but we will see how this plays out.
The players are just contemplating how they're going to kick things off here. We can see there Lucas Blohon on black-white control. This time round, he does have the play. So not too many fireworks in the early turns of this game, but that's not necessarily surprising. Both these decks, looking to do big things in the late game. The difference is that Ken Yukihiro's deck, well, it can kind of get to the late game a little faster because it's the one running acceleration either in terms of discarding cards and making Emrakul, cost a little bit less, or indeed simply ramping out mana.
So to understand why we've characterized this as a matchup that's potentially unfavorable for Lucas Blohan, thinking about these as macro archetypes of Magic decks, basically we have Lucas Blohan is a control deck that is metagamed as an anti-creature deck. So it's very good at answering small creatures and lots of creatures, decks like Bant Company, for example. Ken Yukihiro is not interested in playing early creatures and attacking for damage. He is instead trying to ramp into a very, very powerful late game of playing cards like Emrakul and cycling through his deck with cards like Tormenting Voice. So he's not trying to interact on the board early, whereas so many of Lucas Blohan's cards are focused on preventing early interaction, things like Liliana and Languish. And those are just not going to be effective for him in this matchup.
Though, of course, something to be said about Liliana, when you're on the play and you cast her on turn 3 and start ticking her up, you do have a game plan against these decks that are not committing much to the board in the early turns of the game.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point, Tim. We have seen Liliana's ultimate be very relevant in some games throughout this tournament, and this could be one of them.
I mean, of course, Ken Yukihiro's deck, it's got red in it. It does have ways of dealing damage if needed. We can see Collective Defiance in hand there for him. That one, he's been using it quite a lot simply to cycle through his deck faster, discard his hand, draw new cards, but a lot of options available on it, and a very, very powerful Emerge card Escalate card in this deck.
Absolutely. This is a card that kind of snuck under the radar amidst the discussion of all the other powerful cards in Eldritch Moon, and there are many. But Collective Defiance, just a nice utility spell that gives a lot of flexibility to a deck like Ken Yukihiro's. But here comes Shaundra Flamecaller, ticking up for 2 3/1s, coming in for 6 damage. I imagine these are directed at Liliana here. The question for Lucas Blohan is he going to spend a removal spell to protect Liliana for a turn? The answer is no, and Liliana will fall.
Draws a Ruinous Path for the turn, though, so it's not as if Chandra's hanging around for long, but an even better way of dealing with Chandra is, well, that's Sorin.
Wow, this is a Planeswalker brawl here, Tim. This is Chandra takes out Liliana, then Sorin tags in, takes out Chandra.
Yeah, taking 5 of the 6 loyalty to deal with it, but turns out Chandra, she's back. She's annoyed.
She is not defeated so easily, and down goes Sorin, Grim Nemesis. I love this.
Yeah, exciting Magic here of a whole different kind than what we've seen in previous matches in this top 8, and there's the Ruinous Path. So in successive turns, we've seen 4 Planeswalkers die now?
Yeah, quite a back and forth. Wow, and Lucas Blohan ending up on top here from that exchange, gets in 4 damage as well with his 4/4 Awakened Swamp.
And that one of the many benefits for sequencing things as he did, able to play the Ruinous Path a little later, in addition being able to use its Awakened cost. Target very much acquired for the World Breaker in Yukihiro's hand now.
And this looks like, was that Collective Defiance there?
It was a Collective Defiance. Went to Lucas Blohan, amongst other things. And these players here, pacey play as Kalitas, Traitor of Get, comes into play. That will make all of Lucas Blohan's removal all the more effective, though it must be said, not too many targets for it on Yukihiro's side, so just a straightforward 3/4 lifelink a fair proportion of the time.
Looks like Ken Yukihiro has picked up Emrakul there.
And a lot of lands already in play. A very real chance that we're going to see an Eldrazi Titan, if not this turn, very soon. So we saw there a Hangerback Walker for 0 in order to get extra card types in the graveyard, meaning that Emrakul able to be cast here. And Lucas Blohan pointing out that he does get a zombie out of this, so it doesn't actually go to the graveyard.
Oh, wow, that's huge. So Ken Yukihiro tried to play Hangerback Walker for 0, sending it to the graveyard right away. Didn't realize Lucas Blohan has Kalitas in play. And the Hangerback Walker actually gets exiled, giving Lucas a zombie, and I believe that prevents Yukihiro from having enough to cast Emrakul here. Potentially a huge mistake from Ken Yukihiro.
Yeah, Yukihiro having to do a spot readjustment here. Goes for another Collective Defiance. And it looks like he's figured out that he needs to just deal with that Kalitas now. Unfortunately, did not do so sooner. Takes a little hit from that zombie, and Lucas Blahon here, one of the nicer additions to his deck, just in the mana base here. Blighted Fen, meaning that he's able to deal with an Emrakul in a way that Emrakul herself cannot mess with. The Blighted Fen, of course, meaning you can make target opponent sacrifice a creature, and of course, well, that doesn't necessarily help Emrakul too much.
Oh, wow. But here comes Worldbreaker to take out that Blighted Fen.
And of course, because Worldbreaker's ability to exile target artifact, enchantment, or land is a cast trigger, no real point in activating the Fen in response.
Wow. Huge, huge game changer there. If Ken Yukihiro did not have that Worldbreaker, he would have been unable to cast his Emrakul, or not unable, rather, but he would have been unable to stop Lucas Blahon from answering the Emrakul because, again, Blighted Fen can only target an opponent and makes you sacrifice a creature no matter how big it is. But that Worldbreaker just hugely changing the way this game would have played out. And Ken Yukihiro now in really good shape.
No, Transgress the Mind taking Emrakul, meaning that at least Lucas Blahon's life total of 11 not completely harmed here, and removal on Worldbreaker, clearing the board for now. I mean, this is what the black-white deck does. It kills off creatures. Even in the face of an Eldrazi Menace, it is able to keep a board relatively clear, and Shambling Vent able to protect Lucas Blahon's life total just a bit. Advancing to 13 and up to 15 means that he's at least going to be able to take a single hit from Emrakul here.
These players playing blisteringly fast. Lucas Blahon just the last 2 turns drew 2 lands off the top. He has no cards in hand, just chipping away for 2 damage each turn with the Shambling Vent, but Ken Yukihiro also unable to come up with anything proactive to do. Finally draws into a Fiery Impulse here, I believe, so he can take out this Shambling Vent if he wants to, perhaps declines to.
A second copy of Shambling Vent here for Lucas Blahon. His clock got a little bit faster. It seems crazy that we're watching attacks for 2 to deal with a game here when we've been used to attacks for 13, but if that's how it works, then I'm sure that Lucas Blahon does not mind. Loses one of his copies of Shambling Vents to a Fiery Impulse there, but the second one just keeps on trucking. Lucas Blahon back above 20 life now.
And Ken Yukihiro picks up a Collective Defiance, which can allow him to exchange all of those otherwise useless cards in his hand for fresh new cards.
Carefully counting up his lands here, carefully counting up his card types in graveyard. Wants to know where he's going to be at after this Collective Defiance before he does too much with it. Getting some damage in on Lucas Blahon on top. 3 new cards. Well, all live. Ishkanar there alongside a Hangerback Walker, and the last card didn't quite make out there.
Hangerback Walker, if that is indeed what he drew here, is a very nice pickup. Provided Lucas does not have a way to exile it, that's just going to provide a ton of value here for Ken Yukihiro.
Yeah, Lucas Blahon has done a great job of capitalizing on the little missteps from Ken Yukihiro, but Ishkanar Graf Widow coming down now, providing a great shield for what Ken Yukihiro's got going on. You can see the legendary spider there, 3/5, bringing 3 spider friends alongside her, 3/1/2 green reach spiders, and, well, that enough to gum up the board and potentially start attacking in here. Languish from Lucas Blahon, he will not be denied. Just a 0/1 Graf Widow left in play, of course growing back up again at the start of Yukihiro's turn, but 1 creature certainly not as big a worry as the 4 that Yukihiro initially presented. Attacks coming in and Lucas Blahon having a little think. Tormenting Voice, the other cards in Yukihiro's hand.
Now, I really like the way that Yukihiro has built his deck here. Having 4 copies of Tormenting Voice in a ramp deck like this is just a huge angle where if the game goes long like this and it's an attrition battle, Tormenting Voice just lets you exchange lands off the top for more cards, more chances to see something impactful like an Emrakul.
And Emrakul's exactly what he's drawn off a Tormenting Voice. So here we see Ken Yukihiro counting up his lands. There's plenty of them there, but he's starting things off with another Hangerback Walker, and Avacyn coming down for Lucas.
Wow. Avacyn with Ken Yukihiro at just 8 points of life here. That represents a 2-turn clock.
And flash, of course, meaning that pseudo haste for the Avacyn and
And
another
is that
massive
Anguished
play.
Unmaking? Wow.
Anguished Unmaking, exiling the Hangerback Walker. No tokens for Ken Yukihiro, and it means that the path clear on the ground as well for an attack from Shambling Vent. And Ken Yukihiro's life total here, just 2 points left. Yes, Lucas Blahon had to pay 3 points of life in order to cast Anguish Unmaking. He does not mind one jot.
Wow, but here comes Emrakul. So if Ken Yukihiro did not have a creature or a removal spell this turn, Lucas Blahon would have lethal on board with the Shambling Vent and Avacyn. Unfortunately for him, Ken Yukihiro does have that Emrakul he picked up last turn, and here it comes. Also adds a Tormenting Voice to increase his options, and this will potentially wreak havoc on Lucas Blahon's board state on this turn here.
Well, if you're looking for a board where there's not too many ways that your opponent can mess you up, this is a fairly good one that Lucas Blahon's put together. Yes, he's taking some pain off those Caves of Koalos. Yes, he's losing his creatures, but in terms of Emrakul turns, this one a relatively calm one. Unfortunately for Lucas Blahon, his life total still not super exciting. Interesting to note, of course, that that attack by Shambling Vent does gain Lucas Blahon a little bit of life. If it weren't for Ishkanar, this would not be a lethal attack. But in spite of everything, on 2 life, Ken Yukihiro finding a way of winning his game 2. We've heard from the testing that this is how the Czech players expected this to go. We will find out soon enough whether or not sideboards change that.
Can't wait to see those sideboarded games.
We will have a little bit of a wait, though, because we are now moving across to see our games from Sam Pardee and Andrew Brown. Sam Pardee and Andrew Brown, they've been patiently waiting just as that game was going on, but we will jump back to see them now. Gather the pack early on here for Andrew Brown. No spell mastery just yet, so he just gets the one creature, that creature being the flyer. Andrew Brown has taken a single mulligan here, so anything he can do to improve the card quality in his hand will be very much appreciated. And Emrakul, the Promised End, not a main deck inclusion for Brown, but has come in out of the sideboard for him now that we are in Game 3, because both of our matches here in the second set of quarterfinals, one player leading 2 games to 0. Sideboard changes need to be gigantic, and we have just received some information as to how the sideboarding's gone in this match.
Yes, indeed. So Andrew Brown has brought in a copy of Traverse. He's brought in 2 Kiora, Master of Depths, a Worldbreaker, and the Emrakul, and has trimmed some Gather the Pack, Shaman of Forgotten Ways, Wretched Griff, and 1 Jace. So some trimming and some bringing in of some additional threats in the form of Kiora, Worldbreaker, and Emrakul.
Yeah, as much as some copies of Gather the Pack removed, it looks like all of the remainders still available to Andrew Brown. He's cast a second one here.
And as far as Sam Pardee's sideboarding goes, he is also opting to go bigger. He's boarded out all 4 of his Grimflayers, trimmed a Liliana, Languish, and Ishkana, and has brought in additional Hand Disruption, Transgress the Mind, Infinite Obliteration, and also Dark Petition, so he can find those cards in the later game, as well as 2 copies of Kalitas, which are especially punishing against Andrew Brown's Matter Reshapers and Primal Druids.
So for now, Liliana coming into play and ticking up. That a bit of a departure from what we've seen in previous iterations of Black-Green Delirium, where often on a relatively quiet board, Liliana will simply work on improving your graveyard. But it looks like for now, Sam Pardee is building up loyalty where he can so he can use her later. Pardee here has to respect that there could be a creature emerging this very next turn with that Primal Druid in play and 4 lands already for Andrew Brown. Going with the Planeswalker plan, though, casting Nissa Varswood Seer, searching up a forest.
And again, Sam Pardee, with plenty of removal spells in his hand, does have the option to take out that Primal Druid to prevent a creature from emerging next turn on Andrew Brown's turn. But again, that trade is just so painful to make. Trading a card away while ramping up your opponent's mana. And I really like that Sam Pardee is just advancing his board with Nissa, making sure that he's hitting his land drops. This game is likely to go long, so both players just making sure they want to keep the cards flowing, want to keep those lands hitting the battlefield turn after turn.
Well, there is our emerged creature, and with Kozilek's return, that enough to deal with Nissa. Liliana, well, for now she can stay hanging out. Andrew Brown here needs to win 3 on the bounce if he's going to advance to our semi-finals here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Had a fantastic run to make it to this top 8. I know that sort of lots of different milestones for him potentially depending on where he finished. Even at the end of the Swiss yesterday, he knew that he'd locked up platinum with his win. Top 8 meant that he was still alive to potentially score a world slot as well, depending on where he finished. And that, of course, something that he was very excited to potentially achieve.
So Andrew Brown with a nice value turn there, sacrificing Primal Druid. Wretched Griff picks up a card. Kozilek's return takes out Nissa, but now headed back to Sam Pardee's turn. He end of turn cracks his Evolving Wilds, and now will have 5 mana, which lets him cast, for example, Grasp of Darkness on the Wretched Griff, -2 Liliana to bring back Nissa and replay the Nissa again. So he's at least got that as a baseline solid turn here. Let's see what he does. Sam Pardee with a hand chock full of removal, lots of options here. Did pick up a Dark Petition that turn, which may change that line of play I just described.
Yeah, Dark Petition, one of the cards that's been brought in, does set him up to do things like Infinite Obliteration, potentially. That a powerful option against Andrew Brown's deck, which also would give him information about how Brown's sideboarded, which, if this match is going to go to further games, will be particularly relevant.
So Liliana -2, mills a couple cards, brings back Nissa. Nissa comes down again, fetches a forest, and with 2 black mana left, we may see a Grasp of Darkness. Indeed we do, taking out that Wretched Griff and clearing up Andrew's side of the battlefield. Now, it is Andrew's turn. We do know that Andrew has a copy of Emrakul, his 1 copy of Emrakul that he boarded in, lurking in his hand there, so a powerful endgame looming there for Andrew Brown.
Yeah, a lot of cards already in Brown's graveyard. Nissa's here on both sides of the battlefield. Andrew Brown fetching up a forest with his.
This will allow Nissa to transform. Now, importantly, Emrakul could not come out this turn. Sam Pardee has that copy of Dark Petition in his hand, which could be used to fetch up Infinite Obliteration. The big question here in my mind, Tim, is Sam Pardee going to pull the trigger on that Infinite Obliteration, and what will he name? If he names Emrakul, he can strip that right out of Andrew Brown's hand before it can hit the battlefield. That would be huge. However, Sam knows that Andrew Brown only has 1 copy of Emrakul, so that may not be a priority for him yet. So it's going to be really intense to see what he does with this turn. This could be a big decider of what happens in this game.
And of course, 3 different powerful Eldrazi in Andrew Brown's hand here. Any one of them is going to have a big impact on this board. Sam Pardee with a wealth of options available to him. These are the real testing moments for even the greatest players, where you have so many different lines that you can work through. Dark Petition means that Pardee has access to every single card in his deck if he so chooses. And of course, on top of that, there are all of the other cards just simply in Pardee's hand, which will be slightly more mana-efficient options available to him.
Now, I do believe Sam has 2 copies of Grasp of Darkness in his graveyard there, which will enable Spell Mastery. That means Dark Petition adds 3 black mana to his mana pool. So we may see him get a 3 or 4 mana spell here and just cast it right away. Of course, Sam does not have to show Andrew or us what card he got, so the suspense will remain for a few moments here.
These players, of course, had deck lists overnight. They've had the opportunity to test somewhat, so they will have a sense of where the sweats really come from. And I can't help but think that Andrew Brown has to worry when his opponent has access to whatever he wants. Elder Deep Fiend is named.
Okay, so there's the Infinite Obliteration, but it's Elder Deep Fiend that's named. And, you know, Sam is going to be happy to get that Elder Deep Fiend out of Andrew Brown's hand. He is not going to be happy to see that one of Emrakul already in Andrew Brown's hand and ready to come out very soon.
Elder Deep Fiend, such a disruptive force that I think it's a very sensible name here. And with 4 copies, the best chances of hitting it and the best chances of disrupting what can be a very, very painful sequence of turns that can be set up with with the Eldrazi Octopus.
I absolutely agree. That's like plan A, and the reason for Infinite Obliteration coming in, I think for sure, is to name Elder Deep Fiend as a default. And of course, you know, Sam had no knowledge of Andrew Brown's hand. He didn't know that one Emrakul was there. It's much more likely that he's going to hit Elder Deep Fiend, and did, but really just unfortunate for him that Andrew's draw has worked out this way. But the game is not over yet, so let's see how these next couple turns proceed.
Liliana goes a digging. Doesn't find too much. In fact, no creatures in Sam Pardy's graveyard to get back there, so that one straightforwardly just adding to the graveyard a little more. Nissa ticking up and finding an additional land, and it's a big one for Andrew Brown there. Sanctum of Ugin.
So my Emrakul currently costs 9, right? Would you agree with that?
Instant sorcery creature land? Yep.
Players just counting out Emrakul there. I believe it costs 9 mana right now, which Andrew does have this turn.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Andrew Brown really not that far off being able to activate the formidable ability of his Shaman of the Forgotten Ways here. Not a common one, but when it happens, very powerful. For now, though, speaking of power, we have Emrakul, the Promised End. We've seen plenty of it in this top 8 thus far. Coming from Andrew Brown's sideboard. This time round, though, he also gets to search up another creature, in this case a World Breaker, while casting his Emrakul, the Promised End, thanks to that Sanctum of Ugin. So the hits keep on coming from Andrew Brown. We'll get a chance to see what he can do with Sam Pardy's turn, where he has a fair amount of mana to work with and lots of cards in hand for Sam Pardy.
Take a pain. 18. Sorry, I'll just tell you what to do. You're gonna Ruinous Path here on Liliana. Then you're going to Grasp of Darkness, your own Nissa. And then it's your turn.
So Andrew Brown controlling Sam Pardy's turn there. He used Ruinous Path to take out Sam's Liliana, and then Grasp of Darkness to take out Sam's own Nissa, as well as a point of damage off the Llanowar Wastes just for rub-ins.
Yeah, a nice option of...
I will World Break your Forest.
So, a forest being taken down there by the World Breaker. Sam Pardy quick to replace it, I would imagine, with that Evolving Wilds. At some point, Brown has an interesting option to use Lashweed Lurker to put a card back on top of Pardy's deck. If you can do so at a time when there's not either a Liliana in play or a shuffle outlet in the form of Evolving Wilds, then that could potentially shut Sam Pardy down for a turn if he doesn't have a whole lot going on anyway.
So
There is Liliana.
Sam here has Liliana. That'll give him some options. He could, for example, bring back a Nissa, just try to get some value. Looks like that is the play here. Replaces the land that the World Breaker took out. Now, this is going to leave both Planeswalkers vulnerable to Andrew Brown's attack on the following turn, but at least it keeps Andrew Brown busy for a turn and lets Sam get a little bit of card flow. Sam is behind from this point in the game, but he's not nearly as far behind as we expected him to be when Andrew Brown landed that Emrakul a couple turns ago. So good job to Sam Pardy staying in this game so far, and I would say he still has a shot.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Draws into Kalitas, Traitor of Get there off Nissa Sage Animist. Another Sanctum of Ugin, and lovely pickup here for Andrew Brown. Gets an additional one from Nissa Sage Animist. So a big Eldrazi this turn is going to cause a lot of triggers.
I'll top your Liliana.
So this is that Lashweed Lurker that you mentioned there, puts Liliana on top. That'll leave Nissa standing alone, likely to be taken out by the Worldbreaker here. And Andrew Brown gets to shuffle up again, and Sam Party says, I've had enough. I'm just too far behind here. Although I'm not actually dead, nothing I can draw is really going to help me here.
And he knows that at least one of the cards he's going to draw the following turn is going to be that Liliana. He's super far behind, and even though the life totals may... So we get a chance to jump back to our other match. We heard that before sideboarding, Lucas Plahon was in rough shape for this match, but sideboarding has now happened. We'll get a chance to find out exactly how Lucas Plahon intends to win this match against Ken Yukihiro now that he's been able to adjust his 60, utilizing his full 75 cards. So out of the sideboard, there are some fairly obvious ones. We saw Infinite Obliteration being great for Sam Pardee in the other match. 2 copies of it in Lucas Plahon's sideboard. That one seems like a straightforward inclusion. Gideon, Ally of Zendikar, another trickier to deal with permanent that grants longer term advantage. Transgress the Mind, yes, love it. Duress, yes. We see it here from Lucas Plahon and Ken Yukihiro conveniently laying out the 2 spells that potentially are going to be able to be taken here. Collected Defiance and a Nissa's Pilgrimage. Not too much going on in Yukihiro's hand here. Lots of land alongside a Tireless Tracker. And with one of these spells being taken away, it does not look like Ken Yukihiro is going to be having a stellar early set of turns for this game.
And Tim, this provides some great insight into why this matchup improves so much for Lucas Plahon. He gets to bring in a tremendous amount of hand disruption, 4 copies of Duress. We see one here. And classically, Black Hand Disruption has been very powerful against red-green ramp decks because ramp decks are so likely to just flood out. They just have a lot more cards devoted to getting mana onto the battlefield and much fewer cards that actually do anything at all. So that's one reason. The second reason is we talked about Lucas Plahon having his deck be so well set up against creature decks with all these cards like Languish and Grasp of Darkness that are just ineffective against Ken Yukihiro's ramp deck. Lucas actually gets to sideboard all of those out. So it's not just about the great cards that he's bringing in, but it's also about the dead cards that he's bringing out.
Well, read the bones there from Lucas Plahon, letting him set up his draws a little bit. He kept a Ruinous Path around, I believe. And Tireless Tracker the play here for Ken Yukihiro. I'll be interested to see how long that one lasts. Gets killed off immediately. Lucas Plahon continues to advance his board, though it looks like Ken Yukihiro finding that Hedron Archive, he will at least have one way of advancing his mana here.
That's a huge pickup after the Duress there. But here comes Gideon. Now, I've talked with players who are playing Emrakul decks, and they have said Gideon is one of the cards that they actually fear a lot. It just does so much. It attacks for a lot. It's really hard to neutralize effectively, even when you do resolve an Emrakul. It's just one of those threats that persists and is very difficult for the Emrakul decks to deal with.
Well, a Collected Defiance stealing 3 of the required 4 and a second copy required to actually kill off Gideon. But you could see there, we talk about card advantage in terms of how many cards it takes you to deal with one of your opponents. 2 Collected Defiance used to kill off 1 Gideon, and there's still a Knight Ally token around. Lucas Plahon has to feel fairly happy with how that exchange went.
Absolutely. It is worth mentioning that Ken Yukihiro did get to escalate the second copy, allowing him to discard 2 of his cards that weren't so good and cash those in for 2 new cards off the top of his library, which again is really helpful in the ramp deck that is likely to end up with extra useless mana sources in the late game. So now we're back here on Lucas Plahon's turn. He does have that Knight token attacking. He's got a couple options in his hand, but decides just to pass back, leaving up Archangel Avacyn for the end of Ken's turn.
Tireless Tracker from Ken. Plays a land and he's going to be getting a clue here. Grasp of Darkness available to Lucas Plahon here if he so chooses.
Now, really wise of Lucas to leave in some number of copies of Grasp of Darkness here, otherwise he could get taken to town by Tireless Tracker. Now, it's always tricky with these ramp decks that have very few creatures, but the ones that they do have are very powerful. And it's a really good thing for Lucas that he left himself an answer here to this Tireless Tracker. So sure enough, Archangel Avacyn comes down at the end of the turn, provides some pressure on the board, rather. And Lucas thinking through what he has here. Now, one option is to play Kalidas, Trader of Get, and follow up with a Grasp of Darkness on the Tireless Tracker. That's a little bit of an aggressive move. He has to think about, is he willing to put so much on the battlefield and potentially open himself up to something like a Shaundra Flamecaller doing a -4 and sweeping the board. So it's possible we see him take a more conservative line than that.
I mean, one thing I know about Lucas Blahon from having watched him play quite a lot on the GP circuit and at various PTs is that he's not afraid of taking his time to establish control. Watching him play in the top 8 of GP Brussels, where he was on Esper control and pretty much the entirety of the top 8 that he faced was Team Eureka with Collected Company, Rally the Ancestors. He learned a lot and he played very well, impressed me a lot in that win. Big swings here from Blahon, knocking Ken Yukihiro down from 18, I believe, down to just 12 there. And Kalitas holding things on the ground.
And the attack first leaves Blahon the option to post-combat either play the Grasp of Darkness or the Read the Bones. Decides just to pass instead. Allows the clue to be cracked and then responds with the Grasp.
Gets a zombie for his trouble. Emrakul there, the pickup. It's on the back of Ken Yukihiro's sleeves and indeed on the front of at least one of his cards in hand.
Also worth noting that Kalitas does exile the creatures that die while it's on the battlefield, which is relevant for delirium purposes.
Only the ones that die, though. This is not the same as for the likes of perhaps Anafen's the Foremost, which some of you may have played with previously. It's very much a matter of Kalitas is eating those creatures as they go from the battlefield to the graveyard. Where the zombies come from, well, I wouldn't want to say.
Back here in Ken Yukihiro's turn, he does have yet another copy of Collective Defiance as well as Tormenting Voice. And Emrakul, which I'm not sure he can cast yet. So thinking through his options, looks like he has 2, 4, 6, 8 mana available to him. I don't think he has 5 different card types in his graveyard, so I believe Emrakul not being an option here. Thinking about if he wants to cast either the Collective Defiance or Tormenting Voice. I could see casting Tormenting Voice and throwing away Collective Defiance, looking at 2 new cards, maybe trying to hit a land drop and set up for Emrakul next turn. Although he is under a lot of pressure on the battlefield, stands to be taking 13 damage, actually, if Shambling Vents is activated. So 2, 4, 8, 11, 13 power represented on Lucas Blahon's side of the battlefield. So then again, he may want to use that Collective Defiance just to take out one of those tokens and knock Lucas Blahon down to 11 points of power. Hope to top deck next turn to cast the Emrakul and maybe get back in the game after that, but a really, really tough situation for Ken Yukihiro here.
You can see Ken doing a lot of math here, just trying to figure out the best option available to him.
Now, it's really tricky because if he casts Tormenting Voice, he doesn't want to discard Emrakul, which would mean discarding Collective Defiance, which means he doesn't have a burn spell to take out one of the creatures. And if he doesn't top deck something, then he'll die to Lucas's turn, to Lucas's board next turn.
So cashes in the Hedron Archive as the best way of trying to get something going here, both in terms of fuel for the Tormenting Voice and potentially just the answers that he needs.
The trouble is that sets him behind on mana. Although it puts an artifact in his graveyard, it denies him 2 mana production. He does find a land to recoup that a little bit, but he has to be careful not to get himself too far away from Emrakul, because that's really the light at the end of the tunnel here. He wants to survive till he can cast the Emrakul. Goes for a Tormenting Voice here, it looks like. And that leaves him with 3 mana, so I think his backup plan is just a Collective Defiance, one of the tokens here, knocking Lucas Blahon down to 11 points of power represented on his side of the board.
Now, of course, this plan could look a little scary in the face of something along the lines of Gideon to pump the team. Collective Defiance killing off
actually
Kalitas.
takes off Kalitas, yeah. I was confusing. It deals 3 damage to a player, but 4 to a creature.
So Avacyn transforms now, and Ken only facing down the 1 creature, but a powerful one, and about to be joined by its untransformed version at some point. Avacyn the Purifier there will be able to get in for 6. And Read the Bones, allowing Lucas Blahon to take a look at those 2 lands on the top of his deck and decide if he thinks he can do better. Currently just resolving his scry. 4 card types in graveyard for Ken Yukihiro. Lucas Blahon carefully figuring out exactly how likely Emrakul is to come into play the next turn. Keeps 1 land on top, puts 1 to the bottom, draws that land plus another card. It looks like Gideon is the pickup here, alongside that land. And along comes the Planeswalker, immediately powering out a Knight Ally token. Many different things that Ken Yukihiro needs to deal with here.
Takes a deep breath.
Well, Emrakul the Promised End offers him a different kind of set of options. He draws for Lucas's turn. Now, in other circumstances, you might well want to just sacrifice Gideons in order to create an emblem but get them off the board, but in point of fact, that's not necessarily going to be great for Ken Yukihiro here.
Yeah, unfortunately, nothing Ken can do to survive that turn between the 2 creatures on the battlefield, the creature land, the Shambling Vent that Lucas Blahon had, the Gideon there, as well as another Archangel Avacyn waiting in the wings. Just too many threats for Ken Yukihiro to stabilize against. So Lucas Blahon does take that 3rd game of the match, making it 1-2, and showcasing us that, yes, indeed, this match does change post-sideboard.
Well, we get a chance to jump back to our other match here on the left of our screen. That is Sam Pardee. On the right, Andrew Brown. And we found that in both of our matches on this half of the bracket, even though game ones, I say game ones, the unsideboarded games have all gone in one direction. So far, sideboarded games going the other way, denoting the importance of the full 75, not just the starting 60. There we see Andrew Brown's stats. He's not been on the Pro Tour for as long as many of the players in this top 8, but is carving out something of a name for himself. He's already put up his 2 Pro Tour top 8s now. This is his 2nd one. And look at all those cards in hand. Very few of them land. He's not going to mind too much if Primal Druid gets dealt with, though. Matter Reshaper also potentially a way of getting him ahead on mana, and Shaman of the Forgotten Ways also doing good work there.
So one interesting note there is Andrew Brown has Jace Vryn's Prodigy, but declined to play it on turn 2, instead adding Primal Druid to the battlefield. I think that's an acknowledgement that Sam Pardee has so much removal in his deck that he doesn't want to expose the Jace to removal and fall behind. Would rather spend his mana on something that Sam is not going to remove. Now, Sam, on the other hand, has added Kalitas, Trader of Get, just a phenomenal card in this matchup. Of course, whenever a creature an opponent controls would die, it's exiled instead, and that prevents Andrew Brown from getting all of that value from things like the Primal Druid and the Matter Reshaper. So that's going to be a high priority for Andrew Brown to try to deal with in some way, but unfortunately, in the red, blue, and green colors, there aren't a lot of good ways to deal with Kalitas.
Yeah, Kalitas in play, very powerful indeed against Andrew Brown's deck. None of those death triggers going to work out for him. Ruinous Path here, dealing with Jace and offering a token for Sam Pardee.
Liliana ticks up on Matter Reshaper.
And of course, Liliana and Kalitas, they have a kind of a friendship going on. One of them likes to eat zombies. Both of them like to make zombies. If Andrew Brown isn't able to find a way of effectively attacking Liliana, he may find himself on the wrong side of a lot of zombies.
Now, Andrew, end of turn, goes with a Grapple with the Past. Now, again, another reason why the exiling from Kalitas is relevant is he's unable to bring back that Jace with Grapple with the Past. So that's going to kind of shut down the development of Andrew's graveyard toolbox over time. But Andrew adds a Shaman of the Forgotten Ways to the battlefield, just to increase his mana production a little bit. And at some point is going to want to try to get that Kozilek's Return to sweep the board and remove that Kalitas. at some point in this game, that's going to be part of his game plan.
Kalitas, we saw it in the other match, not necessarily doing much more than being a 3-4 lifelinker a lot of the time. Here, though, doing so much more for Sam Pardee, really putting the screws to Andrew Brown's plan. Nissa Vastwood Seer from Sam Pardee, who's just got plenty to do each and every turn of this game. We saw a little look across for Andrew Brown at him there. While everything's working for Sam, not quite so much for Andrew Brown. And Liliana at a very scary loyalty at this point in the game.
Yeah, it is -7 for that ultimate. And let me tell you, that ultimate, the scaling on that gets pretty crazy over time. It's going to be very, very hard to deal with. Now, each cast of Kozilek's Return can sweep away some zombies, but that army just keeps growing bigger and bigger. So Andrew Brown going to need to prioritize answering that Liliana in some way if he can as soon as possible.
Yeah, the thing that's scary about zombies isn't one zombie, it's the inevitability that sooner or later those zombies will get you. They represent kind of time in the classic horror allegory, and, well, when Liliana's ultimate comes along, also, it does then mean that your time may have run out.
Okay, so important here. Andrew Brown has picked up an Elder Deep Fiend. That's a huge draw. So he has had Kozilek's Return in his hand, but what he really wants to do is get a Kozilek's Return in his graveyard and then cast a big Eldrazi to get that 5 damage to everything. Now, the trick is that Liliana has also been ticking up. The other tricky thing about this board state is Kalitas can sacrifice a zombie to add 2 +1/+1 counters. That puts his toughness up to 6, and Sam Pardee has wisely left up that 3 mana required to do that. So even if Andrew Brown can get Kozilek's Return into his graveyard this turn and cast Elder Deep Fiend, which he can do, Sam can then sacrifice a zombie to put his Kalitas out of range. So really tricky turn to navigate for Andrew Brown.
This is really tough, man.
Judge coming over, reminding him he does need to make a play. Andrew says it's a really tough turn. I totally agree. Let's sit back and watch what he decides to do.
Yeah, I mean, the Deep Fiend can also just simply clear the path a little bit so you can get some attacks in on Liliana.
Double blue.
But not enough to be able to kill her off entirely.
So this is Andrew's main phase. He's added double blue with the Shaman. Looks like he's going for a Elder Deep Fiend. And yes, indeed, Tim, I think he is taking... Oh, first it is the Kozilek's Return. Okay. So still with some mana floating then.
The good thing is that getting Kozilek's Return into the graveyard by casting it means there's already 2 damage
That's
on
right.
Kalitas.
Very, very true.
Matter Reshaper getting killed off by Kozilek's Return, turned into a zombie. And Andrew Brown knowing that he needs to win this game. He cannot afford to wait for another sideboarded game. This is the last sideboarded game for him if he loses it. He, in fact, needs to win one more, even if he succeeds.
So here's the tricky thing. He can cast the Deep Fiend, and if he flashes back Kozilek's Return, it means he'll have no attackers to attack Liliana, and that leaves Liliana able to ultimate. If instead he were to tap down Sam Pardee's creatures and try to attack and chip away at Liliana, well, then he wouldn't be able to deal with that, that Kalitas.
And a parting shot there from Kalitas. One zombie coming into play just as the big legend is killed off. And of course, one zombie does help the math in terms of Sam Pardee for what happens with Liliana's ultimate.
Damn good question.
Andrew Brown here searching through his deck, and you see that wince. He knows that he's going to be up against it for the rest of this game, however long that may be.
If any of you guys out there are math majors, your homework is to find a closed form solution for how many zombies you have on turn N, depending on your starting number of zombies after activating Liliana's ultimate. You can go to work on that.
Exponential math is fun, kids. Yeah, this is the kind of weight that Sam Pardee doesn't mind. He knows that he's going to have a good turn coming up. All of that loyalty going away. And we get a chance to check out the Liliana emblem. That meaning that at the end of each of Sam Pardee's turns, he's going to get more zombies. Now, the number of zombies he's going to get is equal to the number of zombies he already has, and then an additional 2. So in this case, 1 zombie in play, 3 additional zombies at the end of turn. That escalates rapidly.
Sorry. Alright, that's fine.
Looks like the judge there just issuing Andrew Brown a warning about playing a little bit faster there, so he'll have to keep that in mind going forward. Now remember, these are untimed rounds, but it still is a rule of playing in a Magic tournament that you need to make your plays at a reasonable pace. And you know, sometimes with these tricky board states, the players tend to slow down and think quite a bit, and that's totally understandable, but we do have to keep things moving on track.
So we have a mystery morph alongside Sylvan Advocate and 3 additional zombies for Sam Pardee. At some point, there's not going to be enough space on Sam Pardee's side of the table for all of the tokens. And while we have a prodigious amount of zombie tokens available in our coverage area, at some point it may prove difficult to find enough to represent what's going on here, though at that point I would imagine that Andrew Brown would be scooping up his cards.
So Andrew actually sacrifices his Elder Deep Fiend to play Wretched Griff just to draw a card, just to dig a little bit deeper. Adds a Matter Reshaper and a Jace to the battlefield. He needs to dig for something huge. I mean, I think what he might be looking for is his copy of Emrakul. And Tim, let me tell you something. If we see an ultimated Liliana emblem here cranking out a zombie army against an Emrakul, that's just going to be a top 8 dream come true for me. However, things may not get that far. It looks like Sam Pardee turning up Den Protector, Ruinous Path on that Jace. Prevents that card flow for Andrew Brown, crashing in with a bunch of zombies here. Matter Shaper likely to get in the way just to dig a little bit deeper for Andrew Brown. Try to find something to get out of this situation.
Andrew Brown dropping to 5 on this attack, and while one of the zombies is dealt with, soon going to be replaced. End of turn, 5 more zombie tokens. That is a lot of zombies, says Andrew Brown. He is not wrong there. 5 life for Andrew Brown, 8 zombies in play for Sam Pardee. Kozilek's return is what Andrew Brown needs just to keep his head above water.
I think the best draw would be Grapple with the Past, milling Kozilek's return, finding an Eldrazi to cast, and sweeping the board. That's like step 1, I think, for Andrew getting back in this game. Twirls around his card. He's not looking happy right now. That is a lot of zombies.
Yep, 17.
It's an Elder Deep Fiend.
Go.
I believe that Sam Pardee has more zombies than this Elder Deep Fiend has tentacles.
I have effects. Sure. Take 2.
Only able to tap down 4 of them, potentially.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And the rest come in.
Still. Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Andrew Brown sacks the Sanctum of Ugin. I don't think this can lead to anything really happening here.
Well, fetching another Elder Deep Fiend.
But isn't he just dead on board to the zombies attacking? He has no cards in hand. Am I missing something?
Gets to cast the second Elder
Oh,
Deep
right,
Fiend.
right, sure, gotcha.
The sad thing about this is that all of that blue mana is hurting him. So Andrew Brown dropping to 1 simply to tread water here in this game with these octopuses.
Still hit grapple.
Yeah, so Andrew says, I can still hit grapple. Yeah, indeed. He needs to grapple, milling Kozilek's return into another Eldrazi, which is extremely unlikely, but could happen.
Clue, fetch second clue.
And Sam Pardee just getting some clues ready to go just in case the impossible happens here and Andrew Brown finds a way out of the situation.
We're going to need to find, at present, 10 more zombie tokens for this board.
And my
turn make.
This is awesome, getting to see Liliana just going off here in the top 8. Loving it.
Oh, we're
Boom.
having to use dice. Sam Pardy, your Liliana emblem has defeated our...
He's exhausted the supply of zombie tokens at the feature match table.
A whole bunch more zombies. Jeez, they're either gonna die or.
Judge, my opponent is
or
rubbing
attack.
it in. Can I get a woot woot?
Andrew Brown now just enjoying himself. I think he can read the writing on the wall here.
Sorry, I'm kind of wasting everybody's time. I'll just scoop.
I don't think our time is that.
Declares, I'm wasting everyone's time.
Shakes the hand there of Sam Pardy. The number 1 seed going into this top 8 is going to be advancing to the semi-finals, defeating Andrew Brown. Andrew Brown picked up a single game, but was not able to pick up the match. We will find out whether or not Lucas Blahon, having started 2 games down, is able to do a little better than Andrew Brown did. Heading into game 4 now of this, the last of the quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Awesome match there, though.
All right, so just kicking off this game 4. Yukihiro on the play here. Saw a much more sort of proactive start from Lucas Blahon, starting with a bit of targeted discard early doors from him. It will be interesting to see whether or not he's able to do the same in this 4th game. And here's the duress. It is revealing, oh, there's nothing much going on from Ken Yukihiro at all here. 3 lands and just 1 spell left after that duress. The Collected Defiance, well, Tyler's Tracker off the top.
Okay, that's a nice one.
Might mean something here. Also, of course, drawing cards for Ken Yukihiro as and when he gets to investigate. What can Lucas Blahon fire back with? Well, there's removal. He's got the Grasp of Darkness.
And again, really nice for Lucas, leaving in just enough removal to handle these tireless trackers. I really like that a lot. He's been fortunate enough to get those off the battlefield right away. And Ken Yukihiro's got to be feeling a little bit nervous here. He started this match up 2 games to 0, lost the last one, and he could feel things slipping away from him a little bit. Now, we do believe Lucas Blahon is favored in these sideboard matchups.
Yeah, not too much going on from Yukihiro that turn, opening a door for Lucas Blahon to be able to resolve or read the bones without having to worry about being behind on the board. Does so, keeps his lands coming. And Yukihiro here, he may need to go for a big Collective Defiance in order to just reset his hand a little bit.
Now, I do want to highlight really, really nice previous turn from Lucas Blahon. He has a ton of gas in his hand, but was short on lands. That Read the Bones picked up 2 more swamps. So as you said, Tim, keeping those lands coming is going to help him get into the mid-game and really take control of what's going on in this matchup.
Collective Defiance, still really the main action available to Ken Yukihiro. He has now got to traverse the Elvenwald. Really wants to be able to cast that with Delirium because lands is the one thing that he does have going on in terms of what he's drawn so far this game. But Lucas Blahon,
can we get a Delirium count on Ken Yukihiro?
Different options available to him here. A bunch of Planeswalkers. Decides to go with, I think that's, yeah, that's Gideon there, bringing along a Night Alley alongside it. And yep, those lands just keep on coming for Lucas Blahon. He doesn't mind at all. His control deck has plenty to do with additional mana, and if he's able to just string Planeswalker, Planeswalker, Planeswalker here, then we could be fast going on to a game 5.
And Gideon, again, just such a great card to have in this matchup. Provides a ton of pressure. It's very resilient. Costs Ken Yukihiro a lot of time and cards to answer if he does want to answer it. Otherwise, just puts him on a huge clock. And knowing what we know about Ken Yukihiro's hand, he does not have a lot of great tools at his disposal. He's going to need to find them quickly if he wants to answer Lucas Blahon's threats.
Well, Shaundra, a fantastic pickup for Ken Yukihiro. He's got a Nissa's Pilgrimage. He's got a Goblin Dark Dwellers. Shaundra is the sort of card that could potentially get him back in this game. Lets him attack down a Gideon if it gets left unprotected at some point. Lets him do a fair amount in terms of just controlling the board in general. But he's going to have to string a few things together here because not quite the land to cast it. We may see a Nissa's Pilgrimage from him here this turn, just in terms of getting his mana all set up.
Yeah, trouble is he doesn't have too much time. I mean, if he allows this Gideon to go unchecked for too long, he's going to be facing down a bunch of knights or potentially taking a bunch of damage from Gideon. Gideon could potentially tick up in loyalty and be harder to answer. And Lucas Blahan gets to untap and have his mana ready to react. So goes with the Goblin Dark Dwellers instead, I believe into a Traverse the Ulvenwald, finds a forest. That'll set him up for Shaundra Flamecaller next turn. Actually liking this quite a bit. If the Goblin Dark Dwellers goes unanswered, Shaundra can come down and sweep away those Knight tokens, and then the Goblin Dark Dwellers can finish off the Gideon.
I mean, the fact it has Menace alone means that it's a little bit harder for Lucas Blahan to just rely on blocking in order to protect his Gideon.
Absolutely, and from Ken's standpoint, he has to imagine that Lucas has sideboarded out a lot of his creature removal. So these Goblin Dark Dwellers, again, from Ken's standpoint, stand a good chance of surviving. Now, taking a look at Lucas Blahan's hand, he actually does have a couple of removal spells to answer. Grasp of Darkness does the trick perfectly. Also has the option of adding Ob Nixilis Reignited to his Planeswalker team there, as well as Archangel Abyssin. So lots of good answers here from Lucas Blahan, as well as the Gideon on the board. He is in great shape.
Worth noting, of course, that Lucas Blahan's life total already taken a fair amount of hits here, and largely at his own sort of choice. He's got Caves of Kolos that's been hurting him a touch. Read the Bones is a couple more damage. And Gideon himself getting stuck in here rather than anything else. One extra point of loyalty, meaning that Gideon much, much safer against much of what Ken Yukihiro has going on, though Shaundra may be enough to push that a little out of range.
Yeah, so the Knight token staying home there means that Lucas has decided not to use Grasp of Darkness on the Goblin Dark Dwellers, decides instead to leave his mana available either for an instant speed grasp as a reactive surprise, or Archangel Abyssin to come down as well.
Well, here comes Shaundra, immediately hitting the battlefield and adding 2 elementals with +1 loyalty there. Everything coming at Lucas Blahan's Planeswalker. He plays Archangel Abyssin, blocks the elementals, lets Gideon tick down to 1, and ultimately there, both players played a Mythic that turn, but I think Lucas Blahan kind of finished up ahead.
So going back a bit, I really like that heads-up thinking of Lucas Blahan where he ticked up the Gideon to get in the 5 damage. I think that was as much to put Gideon up to 5 loyalty as it was to get in damage. Knowing that Goblin Dark Dwellers has Menace and hits for 4, that puts the Gideon into a safe range, and indeed things played out just the way Lucas Blahan had anticipated.
And of course, now Shaundra left very easily attackable here for Lucas Blahan. He can choose to do so with Gideon, or perhaps split things a little differently and use his other creatures in play in order to take down the Planeswalker.
I really like the way that Lucas is thinking about what Ken Yukihiro has access to and how he could spend his mana on the following turn, and setting things up to be just annoying enough that no matter what Ken does, he can't answer all of the threats that Lucas is presenting. And that's really a great way to attack these ramp decks, is like thinking about, okay, what's the worst thing for me my opponent could do next turn, and how can I set up so that no matter what my opponent does, you know, they can't answer all the different threats that I'm presenting.
We see there just a wealth of powerful options in Lucas Blahan's hand. Taking his time here to figure out what he wants to do, but it looks like he's made a decision. Ruinous Path on the Planeswalker, and that meaning that a much more straightforward set of attacks straight at Ken Yukihiro here. And that enough to put Ken Yukihiro down to pretty low life total here. Just the 6 points of life, and still mana up in terms of more removal from the black-white control deck of Lucas Blahan. Ken Yukihiro very much on the back foot here in this game 4. I think we could very well see a game 5.
Yeah, picks up just another Nissa's Pilgrimage that turn. Not going to help him out here at all. And we can really see why these ramp players have been saying they're so scared of Gideon. It's just such a difficult card for them to deal with. And down comes Grasp of Darkness to take out that Goblin Dark Dwellers. Ken Yukihiro with no board at just 4 life, staring down Gideon, Abyssin, a Knight token, as well as all of the cards in Lucas Blahan's hand that he has access to. It just seems like an impossible situation for Ken Yukihiro to get out of.
Well, Collective Defiance is certainly going to help here. He can point some damage at a creature, also damage at Lucas to be able to deal with Gideon. But if he kills off a creature here, then Abyssin is going to transform.
That's right.
So sorry, four at Avacyn.
4 damage to Avacyn, 3 to Lucas Blahan, and exchanging his hand for new cards. Leaves up a forest, I imagine that's hoping to draw into Traverse the Ulvenwald. Does not draw into it.
Another Gideon, the draw there for Lucas Blahan. Attacks him for 2, dropping Ken Yukihiro to just 2 life. And can just hold his mana up here because there is Archangel Avacyn in hand for him, and that one should be good enough to close this game out. What does Ken Yukihiro draw here? He already had a Tireless Tracker and a Tormenting Voice. A Game Trail, the pickup, so that one potentially good fodder for the Tormenting Voice, or I guess a clue off Tireless Tracker, but I just don't think there's time for that clue here. Yep, another spin of the wheel. Tormenting Voice draws into a new Tormenting Voice and a Hangerback Walker for 2. But Archangel Avacyn flashed in. We are going to be seeing a Game 5 here between Lucas Blahan and Ken Yukihiro. What a turnaround in Duke in terms of sideboarding and what it's done to this matchup, because honestly, games 1 and 2, it really didn't feel like Lucas Blahan had the right set of answers for what Ken Yukihiro had going. Emrakul was just coming down quite happily, and Lucas wasn't able to put on any kind of pressure here, but it's kind of almost an aggro control deck from Lucas Blahan as we approach these sideboarded games. He aggressively attacks the hand of Ken Yukihiro and then just plays out threats and beats him up.
Yeah, absolutely true. This matchup is just fascinating to me to watch. Now, playing a control deck that doesn't have access to blue has historically in Magic been, something that either hasn't existed or when it does exist requires a very intimate knowledge of the metagame and lining up your answers for their threats in just a perfect way. So it's really, really amazing to see Lucas Blahan just expertly navigating this matchup and using all of his tools to just disrupt Ken Yukihiro in the perfect ways, and then also needing to close out the game before Ken Yukihiro is able to top deck into something powerful like Emrakul. So there's kind of this, like you said, yeah, it's almost like an aggro control deck or a disruptive aggro deck. Not aggressive in the sense that he's trying to end the game quickly, but aggressive in the sense that he wants to give himself this sort of narrow window where he's thrown an opponent off balance and then can close out the game before his opponent can recover.
Yeah, Avacyn, Archangel, just doing a huge amount of work in these post-sideboard games, able to protect creatures, able to attack back, and let's take a look at everything that Avacyn has going on here. So we have 2 faces to Avacyn, and the first side of it is the one that has ultimately seen the most impact on the board in these games that we've seen thus far. Flash, massively important, such that even on an empty board, this represents an attacker that's hard to deal with. But then giving indestructibility to creatures does mean that we can set up some more sort of complicated blocks and so on without losing anything. And I have seen some kind of nifty plays from Lucas Blahan using Avacyn the Purifier as well, even into a very, very complicated board where straightforward attacking wasn't good enough. Avacyn the Purifier, just the 3 damage to an opponent, sometimes all you need.
Yeah, I love this card, Tim. Not only is it's powerful, it's exciting, but it also just tells the story in such an awesome way, right? Archangel Avacyn comes down, tries to protect you and your creatures, but something goes wrong, and she just sort of flips out and just starts destroying everything.
Yeah, super, super potent addition to this black-white control deck. Many of the black-white control decks we've seen in the past have been virtually creatureless. This one actually does run a fair number of creatures in the main deck. It does have the likes of Kalitas and Archangel Avacyn going on alongside Linvala the Preserver. And out of the sideboard, obviously the potential for even more creature action, at least in terms of Gideon Ally of Zendikar, the Planeswalker that is always closest to kind of being a creature, even, I would say almost even including some of the Magic Origins Planeswalkers that start out as creatures.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, the other card that's been instrumental here this weekend and in this matchup in particular is Emrakul, the Promised End, of course, a new addition from Eldritch Moon, actually sort of the marquee card of the set, right? This is the big bad guy. This is what was corrupting Innistrad. This is the shadow over Innistrad, in fact. She's a 13/13 for 13 mana, and she was actually designed, so that first line of text there I think is one of the coolest parts about the card. Costs 1 less for each card type among your graveyard. That's first of all a call out to Delirium. It's sort of a super Delirium in a way, which actually rewards you for even going beyond the 4-card threshold. this line of text was here to actually make the card exciting even in limited play. That was the goal of that design, was even if you open this card in limited, it's actually something you can build toward and cast reliably and will be an awesome thing that you want to do, not just a 13 mana card that sits in your sideboard. So really happy with how that turned out, and it's super cool to see the impact this card has had here this weekend.
Absolutely. A lot of different things going on with Emrakul, but when you put them all together, just a super, super powerful body. The Mythic Rare from Eldritch Moon. And we see the players, they are just looking at their opening hands, just sort of squaring up for this. Will be the final game of our quarterfinals. We will find out who it will be that will be facing Sam Pardee in the semifinals soon enough. Either Ken Yukihiro or Lucas Blohon. Any thoughts as to who Sam Pardee might be rooting for, Ian?
That's a great question. My guess would be he's rooting for Ken Yukihiro to win. I think he's got that nice sideboard package of Dark Petition and Infinite Obliteration, which can help him a lot here. But anyway, we're off into the game here with a turn 1 duress from Lucas Blohon.
So he's quite a mix of cards here. Tormenting Voice, Collected Defiance, a couple of copies of Hangerback Walker, and a couple of lands. So even though he's able to take either, well, we've seen the power of Collected Defiance here, but he could just take the straightforward card drawing available to Ken Yukihiro, cannot deal with the 2 copies of Hangerback Walker, and Hangerback Walker potentially very good against Black-White, depending on what removal Lucas has.
So I actually love taking Tormenting Voice here. When I saw Ken Yukihiro's hand, my first instinct was, wow, this is a pretty slow hand for a ramp deck. I believe he only had 2 lands in hand, and he's got all these kind of slow and clunky cards like Hangerback Walker. Now, Tormenting Voice, if left unchecked, would allow him to exchange and cycle through, maybe get rid of a Hangerback Walker, draw into more lands, or a ramp spell like Nissa's Pilgrimage. So I love taking that out here. And now, on turn 2, Lucas Blohon, with even more hand disruption, adds a Transgress the Mind.
And sees Ishkana Graph Widow picked up, but does not care too much about that one. Continues to take spells.
And again, goes with the Collective Defiance there. Same reasoning behind taking the Tormenting Voice. Now takes the Collective Defiance. Basically, that means he's saying, I like seeing what you have in your hand. I want to keep it that way. I'm going to leave you with all these cards that I know about, that I know I can deal with, and I'm going to take away your ability to cycle through those cards into something new that's potentially more problematic for me.
Well, this is how we've seen each and every one of these sideboard games go. Early discard. Read the bones in order to make my hand a little bit better. Now I'm going to clean up everything else that's going on. Lucas Blohon has to feel comparatively happy about how things are going here. Yes, he's taken a few points of damage early, but he is very much the one with the initiative, even though it's Ken Yukihiro that has some creatures on the board.
Now, the big question to me is, has he left in enough to deal with these Hangerback Walkers? Now, a double Hangerback Walker draw can get out of control unless you have something like a couple of removal spells into Languish, or Anguished Unmaking to take them to exile them so that Ken Yukihiro doesn't get the tokens. The other big card here could be Kalitas, Trader of Get, which would make those Hangerback Walkers be exiled and not produce Thopter tokens when they die.
Well, Kalitas sure has hit the battlefield, so another piece of the puzzle assembled by Lucas Blohon here. Now when he removes Hangerback Walkers, assuming that he can find the removal spells to do so, he does not need to worry about those death triggers, and that a very big pickup for him. And Ishkana Graph Widow coming down for Ken Yukihiro, but no friends for the big spider. That graveyard largely untroubled by cards at this point. No Delirium to work with.
And look at the way that Ken's deck is playing out after being disrupted. He's added a couple Hangerback Walkers, which are nothing in the face of Kalitas, and just plays an Ishkana Graph Widow as a Siege Mastodon, right? As a 5-mana 3/5. That's not very threatening. That's not very powerful. So, again, just the disruption provided by Lucas Blohon's, duresses and Transgress the Minds here has just been so incredible in shaping the way this game plays out that, Lucas Blohon looks like he's absolutely in the driver's seat right now. Look at that hand. Fully stocked from Read the Bones. He's got a couple of Gideons, Ob Nixilis.
I mean, getting a Planeswalker on the board here seems like a great start. He goes with Ob Nixilis because Ob Nixilis is the one that's going to be able to start the removal plan going. Kills off the bigger of the 2 Hangerback Walkers, gets a zombie, so now he's got enough creatures to block and protect that Ob Nixilis, which later, of course, will get him card advantage. Yukihiro here, just casting a Nissa's Pilgrimage. That, I mean, it will set him up for later, but right now it's not really doing too much for him. Ken Yukihiro, He was so close. The first 2 games, he was just looking like he was rocking and rolling. And Lucas Blahon here has changed the pace of this game after sideboarding, and it's just absolutely doing everything he needs to. +1 here. Lucas is going to take a point of pain, but draw an additional card. And when a control deck is drawing extra cards, you've got to be worried.
And Ken Yukihiro just in such a tight spot here. I'm not even sure, you know, the game is far from over, but I'm not even sure what he's looking to draw into, even over the next 3 turns, right? So he cast Nissa's Pilgrimage there. He's got a forest in hand, I believe. I think 6 or 7 lands on the battlefield. 7 lands on the battlefield, but only
sorceries in the graveyard.
Only sorceries in the graveyard, and that Kalitas prevented him from getting a creature in the graveyard. So even if he finds Emrakul pretty soon, he's not going to be able to cast it for quite a while.
And here comes Gideon, just clogging up this board with all sorts of different permanents. We have 0 ability, putting a 2/2 white nice ally creature onto the battlefield. And Lucas Blahon, he knows he doesn't need to attack just yet. For now, he's going to make sure that he has his Planeswalkers good and protected. Tireless track of the play here for Yukihiro.
That's a nice pickup from Ken Yukihiro. If he's going to get back into this game, that is a great start.
Yeah, every land he plays will investigate. Every clue he cracks will make that Tireless tracker just a little bit larger. If Lucas Blahon wants to kill it off, he's going to have to either use some unconditional removal or do so pretty quickly. Ob Nixilis in play, of course, is one way of removing creatures on the battlefield. Though, of course, there is the temptation to just draw more cards because there are plenty of cards in Lucas Blahon's deck which will also achieve that goal.
So interesting note here, Lucas has Transgress the Mind in his hand, which is likely to be a dead card the way this game is playing out. I mean, Ken Yukihiro emptied his hands pretty quickly. He might fire it off this turn just because Ken played Tireless Tracker and sacrificed the clue right away and then did not play the card that he drew, which either means it's another land or it's something big that costs more than the 3 mana he had remaining, in which case Lucas would really want to get that out of his hand. So interesting to me to see if he decides to transgress this turn or to maybe hold it for later on. And there's a good chance it misses, but there's also a good chance that he takes like one of the few relevant things that Ken could have drawn out of his hand.
Ob Nixilis does kill off that Tireless Tracker, netting another zombie for Lucas Blahon. Trading in a Planeswalker for one of your opponent's creatures, not necessarily ideal, but I think they're him just respecting that the way that Ken Yukihiro is going to get out of this hole is by drawing a lot of extra cards.
Yeah, it turns out to be a great play because the card that Yukihiro did draw off of the clue was Evolving Wilds, which would make 2 more clues the following turn. So really nice that Lucas correctly decided to cash in his Ob Nixilis, which is not always an easy decision. You know, you want to keep your card flow going. You want to keep that personal howling mine, as we call it sometimes, on the battlefield.
Now, it looks like Lucas might be considering an attack here. He's got enough mana that he can sacrifice 2 zombies to Kalitas, at which point, well, you would have a big enough creature that's going to prove problematic even for what Ken Yukihiro has going on. Alternatively, of course, given that he's got a second copy of Gideon Ally of Zendikar, sacrificing the first to get an emblem may be an option. But no, he's gone, I'm going to attack with both Gideon and Kalitas. This the other way that you can stop your opponent drawing out of things. You just kill them before they get a chance to get back in the game.
Now note the Kalitas is a 3/4. It could be double blocked here, but it does have that ability to sacrifice zombies to add +1/+1 counters to it. So if Ken goes for a double block here, Lucas can simply tap 3 or 6 mana, pump it up a bit, and have it survive combat.
And of course, if there's a double block and he does double pump, he will then kill off a creature, get some more zombies back. So it's not even as if it's costing him that much in terms of board presence.
Yep. Now Lucas also has Blighted Fen as an option as well, although I suspect he might leave that on the battlefield just as insurance in case Emrakul comes out later in the game, because that in my mind is one of the only ways he can lose this game from this position. So we'll see what he does decide to do. Yep, looks like he chows down on a zombie there. Boom, again, adds 4 +1/+1 counters.
And the other great piece about this is there is lifelink on this Kalitas, so 7 points of life going to be gained in this exchange.
Yeah, and again, actually, that's the difference between dying to 1 attack and 2 attacks from Emrakul. So again, could be relevant in the way that this game plays out. That would be one of the only ways that Lucas would actually lose the game. So he's thinking about the right things here.
It's interesting because sometimes I find myself when I'm playing getting a little bit sloppy playing when I'm ahead because it's almost like you think you can get away with everything. Lucas is thinking here about what could go wrong, how am I going to lose this game when I've had this great start?
That's a great point. Yeah, when you're feeling like you're ahead, it's actually really hard to play optimally because you have so many ways to crush your opponent that it's hard to know which one is best. But it is important when you're playing in the top 8 of a Pro Tour to stay on track and make sure you're optimizing every decision. You know, there's a saying that when you have a good play and the best play, the good play is actually the bad play, right? Because you didn't make the best play. So you really got to keep that in mind.
Gigantic hangerback walker here from Ken Yukihiro, but dwarfed by Kalitas. Lucas Blahon here, 15 points of damage to go.
And Lucas now knowing that that hangerback walker cast for a total of 8 mana with 4+1/+1 counters means that Ken Yukihiro didn't really have anything else to do with his mana on his turn, not even, you know, really a reason to leave any mana up to bluff. So the shields are down for Ken Yukihiro, and Lucas Blahon just thinking about the best way to take advantage of the situation to apply the most pressure to Ken Yukihiro as possible. Goes for the Blighted Fen. Boom, lose a creature. Ken Yukihiro sacrifices Evolving Wilds in response.
They're shuffling, effectively buying thinking time for Ken Yukihiro about which creature he wants to sacrifice.
Yeah, deciding between Ishkana and Hangerback Walker here. Not quite sure what the relevance of sacrificing the Evolving Wilds was there.
And this is going to be a match that Ken Yukihiro is going to be playing back in his mind and potentially, actually literally playing back to watch through a number of times, because after games 1 and 2, he was so far ahead, and it really just hasn't been his match after sideboarded games.
Yeah, absolutely true. That said, Tim, I don't see what he could have done differently this game. I think it all goes back to those first 2 turns where Lucas Blahon took the correct cards with those hand disruption spells. He took away that Tormenting Voice, then he took away the Collective Defiance, and he said, no, I'm going to lock you into this crappy hand that you have and make you play out the game with it, and that is the game indeed.
There's the handshake. Lucas Blahon, all business, takes things down. He was 2 games down, but we do play best of 5 in our top 8s at the Pro Tour, and he used every single one of those games, advancing to the semi-finals with a win. 3 games to 2 to Lucas Blahon. Congratulations to him. We will see plenty more of him in the semi-finals against Sam Pardee.
Just an amazing effort there to start 2 games down in the match, transitioning into those sideboard games, knowing you have to win all 3, but Lucas Blahon hangs in there, navigates just perfectly, uses his disruption and his answers to perfectly navigate those games and answer Ken Yukihiro's threats. Just a masterfully played game.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing with these decks. They are 75 decks, not just 75 cards to the deck, not just 60 or 75 in use there. And we have all 4 of our semi-finalists. We're going to head things back across to the news desk now as we prepare to continue things at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Thanks very much to Tim Willoughby and Ian Jeep with the call on our second set of quarterfinals. Tremendous action. I've been joined not only by Brian David Marshall, the Pro Tour historian, but also Matej Big Z Zatlkai. Great to have you with us, Matej. Sorry we don't see you in top 8 action here. On your last Pro Tour as a player, officially, as it were. Yep. But a great career, and it's great to have you with us here at the news desk for our lunchtime entertainment. If you want entertainment after lunchtime, how about Louis Scott Vargas against Owen Turton? That seems like a great reason to stay up for the next couple of hours or so. You're going to see best 3 out of 5 coming right up. But it is lunchtime and we've got a ton to get through, so let's get to it. And why don't we begin by a review of the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at our bracket as it stood first thing this morning here in Sydney, Australia, and we began our quarterfinal action right at the bottom of the bracket with the 2v the 7 seed. This was Luis Scott Vargas, Bant Company against Reed Duke with red-green Delirium Ramp. BDM, what happened in this one?
Well, you know what? We really saw the reason people decided to play this Bant Company deck. It was able to, in 2 games, just really push forth this really aggressive game plan. Reflector Mage early on, push through my damage, Selfless Spirit as a creature in the second game to protect the team from a board sweeper, and then in the third game, which went a little longer, which saw a Dragon Lord Atarka resolve, which saw an Emrakul resolve, he's able to play this longer, grindier game, and it was Luis Scott Vargas advancing over Reed Duke 3 games to none. It was, I thought, quite a testament to the power of Bant Company.
Right, for sure. So Luis Scott Vargas advanced to the semi-finals. At the same time, where we saw Yuta Takahashi of Japan playing Bant Company again, the same deck as Luis, essentially, up against Owen Turton with Teamer Emerge. Now, this one was a little closer, but it was the American Owen Turton who advanced your new player of the year to set up that semi-final clash that's coming up after lunch. Brian, this time around, although it was 3-1, Owen basically didn't get to play in game 1 at all.
Yeah, I was going to be emphasis on sort of closer.
Right.
Because, Owen's deck misfired in the 1 game. But, credit to Yuta Takahashi. He played great, and, the games were very close themselves, and we saw a great card out of Takahashi's sideboard. If you're wondering about how you're going to cope with these Elder Deep Fiends and these Emrakuls, and not only do I have to deal with this spell, but I have to deal with this cast trigger. Well, Summary Dismissal, which came in out of Takahashi's sideboard, looked great in that match. And Owen needed the 4th Emrakul to win that match, and he advanced 3-1.
Yeah, extraordinary stuff. So then we had our second pair of quarterfinals. Once again, at the bracket, we had Sam Pardee up against Andrew Brown. So this was another Teamer Emerge deck in the hands of Brown and Black-Green Delirium for Sam Pardee. It was Sam Pardee who advanced in this one by 3-1. But Matej, a word for Andrew Brown. You are someone with a huge amount of experience in creating and curating a Pro Tour team with huge success. Hats off to you guys as well for terrific constructive performance, particularly, I know. But what does it take to put together? Just give us a sense for East West Bowl, what they've achieved in the last sort of 18 months.
Yeah, I mean, they're a fantastic team, and what they put together is incredible. All American players and all in the silver gold range mostly. And in 18 months, they have several platinum players, some PT top 8s on their sheets, and it's great for them, and fantastic effort. And I know Andrew Brown is heading quite a few of the efforts for creating new decks, bringing the people together, making sure everyone has a good time.
Yeah, and a Platinum Pro there. But again, hats off to you guys because, what was it, 4 in the top 16?
Yes.
2 more in the top 25?
And the player with the best constructed record, Emmanuel Gershenson, with 9 wins and a draw.
That's pretty extraordinary
Huge relief
stuff.
for him.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that when we come to talk about the World Magic Cup races in just a little bit. But that left 1 quarterfinal remaining. That was Lucas Blahon against Ken Yukihiro. Now, Brian David Marshall, let's just to confirm, by the way, that Blahon wins this one and goes through by 3 games to 2. But BDM, this is where the intel was just flawless, because the stuff coming in on your phone this morning was like, I'm going to tell you how this matchup's going to go.
Yeah, Martin Yuza and Lucas were up, late last night playtesting. Apparently, Martin was falling asleep with cards in his hand, and Lucas was coming over and taking the cards and picking up they were tag teaming, and they really could not figure out a way to win any kind of relevant number of games before sideboarding. It was just a terrible matchup, and they were like, well, once we get to take out this, even dozen dead cards here in game 1 and game 2 in the case of the top best 3 out of 5, we can bring in all these other cards, and this matchup turns tremendously in our favor. We might even be favored in this match despite the fact that we can't win 2 games to start it out. And, you know, it's rare that you get a tidbit like that and then it actually plays out that perfectly. But that's exactly what happened, right, Matej?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the advantages of the white-black deck. It's highly versatile. You can really tune it, the main deck and the sideboard for your matchups. And since there's so many good white and black cards in the format, it really presents a dilemma how you build the deck correctly. Lucas might have had a good game 1 deck for the meta game, but for after sideboard, I think he's pretty good against a large portion of decks.
So congratulations to Lucas Blahon. Our semi-finals are set. It will be Luis Scott Vargas against Owen and Turton. You'll see that first, and then it will be Sam Pardy against Lucas Blahon. So make sure you've got your cocoa at the ready. Snuggle in the blankets if it's the middle of the night for you, and stay with us. It's
Only
going to be.
Luis has his cocoa at the ready.
Oh boy. I'm really sorry about that, everybody. So, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. You can go now. And I'm going to stay right here with Matej Big Z Zatlkai because we're going to get a professional insight into the world of Eldritch Moon. It's time for our look at EMN in the Standard Spotlight. Hello everyone, welcome to the news desk. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Big Z, Matej Zatlkai from the Slovak Republic. Great to have you with us, Matej. We're going to talk about the role of Eldritch Moon in Standard, and we've got a whole bunch of cards we want to talk about. We're going to quick fire through them, and we're going to start with 5 honourable mentions that don't quite make our Power 9. So why don't we take a look at the honourable mentions for you. So we've got 5 on the screen there. We've got Murder in black, Grapple with the Past, we've seen that all over the top 8. Wretched Griff, a mighty card indeed. Lashweed Lurker, more Emerge. And then the humble but fine Gnarlwood Drive. What stands out to you there, Matej?
I think the first 2 cards stand out. Murder is a very nice reprint. It was there previously. And with the Elder Deep Fiend making waves throughout the tournament, having an instant speed answer to such a big monster is very important. But I think the best card out of this was definitely Grapple with the Past. It enabled lots of new decks because before they had to rely on just Gather the Pack, maybe Vessel of Nascency, and suddenly Grapple with the Past enabled them to get more cards in the graveyard, return the key pieces that they couldn't have before, and that just enabled all the Rug Emerge deck, 4-color Emerge deck. Even we played in our John Delirium deck that we did so well with.
Did you identify Grapple very early in the testing process? Is like, this is clearly a card we can do stuff with?
It was played in both decks that we brought to this tournament, and we felt it was one of the best cards in the new set. Okay,
so let's go to our Power 9 then, and we are going to begin. We're going to work our way up. It's time for Bant action, green, white, and blue. Here's Tamio, Field Researcher.
Tamio is a great planeswalker. The main restriction is being 3 colors, green, white, and blue. That would usually be a problem if the Bant, the green, white, blue colors were not already one of the best decks in the format. So Tamio fills a very interesting niche where it's very good at racing, but it doesn't always find its way into the main deck because it's usually the best at when you develop your board early, you want to Tamio it up. And so usually, mostly a sideboard card, but it's still going to have an impact. And I expect to see more Tamio in the future.
Well, maybe you're going to see more Tamio in the future in about half an hour's time because Luis Scott Vargas has 2 Tamio Field Researcher in his sideboard, and it's been super good for him so far. So that's our number 9. Number 8 is a little 2-drop. It's a pretty straightforward card. Let's take a look. 1 and a white for Selfless Spirit, the 2/1 that really could.
Yeah, it's very underrated. It looks very unassuming. The biggest power in Selfless Spirit is protecting yourself against Kozilek's Return and the trigger when you cast an Eldrazi, being able to protect your board even if your opponent casts a big creature. And also, there's a mini combo between Archangel Avacyn and Selfless Spirit, where you find Selfless Spirit gives you a creature you can sacrifice at any time, which makes sure your Avacyn flips when you want and gets to clear the board and win you the game.
Spirits, blue-white Spirits, was meant to be a thing coming in, and it didn't particularly seem like it. We saw Jan Cassander from the Czech Republic deep in the last rounds of Swiss with a Bant Spirits deck kind of thing, but didn't really feel like blue-white Spirits panned out particularly.
No, it just has problems with board presence, and the presence of so many creatures with 1 toughness is also problematic against some cards in the format. We saw Weaver of Lightning do a good job on you, Pierce.
Yes, we did. That is for sure. All right, so that's our number 8. Number 7, it's a red card. We go to Collective Defiance. That's what we have next. What's going on here, Matej?
I mean, Collective Defiance is a card that we as a team, we tried to make it work in some decks. We were trying several ones, but we really didn't feel it had a home because there were not enough good burn spells in the format in general. But I was very happy to see Ken Yukihiro and some of the other players put it to great work in their ramp deck. Sifting through their cards in their hand thanks to Nissa's Pilgrimage, getting them free for us, then you can cash them in for some new cards, and also burning away planeswalkers and creatures. It's super versatile, and I expect to see more of it.
After a Pro Tour, when you don't find a home for a clearly good card, do you sort of post-mortem that as a team? Is there an email chain where you say, hey, these are the things we missed, why did we miss them? Does that go on?
Yeah, the main thing that we do after the Pro Tours, it's usually there's the standard GP the week after, so we try to figure out, okay, what was the metagame, and we try to figure out what the next one was. Because I think the Pro Tour is very specific. It's like the metagame is different, and so on the GPs, people take the best decks, but they don't evolve them much. So this is where a card like Collective Defiance comes in. Like, oh, maybe we could do some work with this one against the expected metagame.
So maybe Portland and Rimini, we're going to see a lot more of Collective Defiance. Okay, we move on. It's time for a big player. It's Grim Flayer.
Yeah, Grim Flayer also, we identified it early as a very good role player in the black-green deck. We had decks just as one of the only 2-drops, or alongside Sylvan Advocate, just like Sam Pardee has in his version. And it's very powerful if you get it on the board very early and it gets unanswered. Just being able to set up your following turns while also enabling Delirium, getting up to a 4/4 is very powerful. One of the few downsides was that it only has 4 deftness, so it's not that great against Languish, which was very present in the format, but still an overall very powerful card. And you can really, that's the advantage of the black-green Delirium deck that was present in this format, because again, just like Lucas's Blowhound black-white deck, you can go aggressive and you can go mid-range, you can go control, and these cards enable you to do that.
Well, we're into our top 5 now, and we've already seen one Planeswalker, that was Tamiyo. It's time for not 3 colours, no. This lady is very black indeed. 1 black, it's Liliana, the Last Hope.
For us, again, one of the cards that we wanted to build around. We felt Liliana is very powerful, and among those emerge decks that were present, we felt we wanted to be black because of Liliana, because it just gives you that extra late game power while also slowing down the early game, being able to kill creatures. And as you mentioned, like why Blue-White Spirit was not popular, Liliana is just such a powerful card that we expected there to be a lot of it, and Blue-White Spirit is very soft to Liliana.
Yeah, and fantastic to see the emblem come out during the top 8 in the quarterfinals. Zombies absolutely running around everywhere was great stuff to see. All right, up to number 4, and it's time for a bit of squid. No, it's not squid, it's octopus. It's Elder Deep Fiend. Let's take a look.
I call it the Elder Deep Fiend Time Walk because I've lost quite a few matches in this tournament where my opponent just played a turn 3 Prized Amalgam or Return to Haunted Dead and just time walked me on my turn, tapping all my lands while developing his board with the 5/6 creatures. Very strong in these sort of value decks with the Amalgam, but also through a Pilgrim's Eyes, through a Matter Reshaper. The tempo advantage you get is huge if you tap their land, and it also enables you to win the game by tapping all the blockers and just swinging in. And yeah, it just triggers Kozilek's Return, which is also incredible.
Right, it's a super exciting card for sure. So that's Elder Deep Fiend. We're into our top 3, and to be honest, I thought our next card might be our number 1. Certainly the buzz coming in was that Spell Queller was just going to be everywhere. Now, partly that was a thinking about it is a spirit, it's blue-white. So when that went away, that sort of lessened its impact. But Spell Queller is still a tremendous card, Matej.
I believe Spell Queller is the card that influenced the format the most at the beginning. Even though it wasn't played as much, it really changed the way people were building decks. Suddenly, 5 casting cost cards were much better because they couldn't be countered by Spell Queller.
Okay.
A lot of cards which are bad against Spell Queller, some things like Magmatic Insight, Tormenting Voice, are suddenly a little worse. And just in general, like there was a big move to high-powered cards. For example, also Ishkana had a breakout performance just because it cost 5 and Spell Queller is just not that great against it. So, but ultimately it was only had a place in the Band deck and the Spirits deck, both that didn't perform that well. But we know Luis Scalvari is still in the top 4 with Spellquellers at the ready.
And are we going to see Spellqueller go up or down in popularity over the next few weeks? Give me a prediction in terms of the shape of Standard in the next few weeks.
I think it's going to stay around the same.
Right, okay.
It's going to be a role player, but since there's so much power in the format and the high casting cost cards, I don't expect it to be as dominant as people thought.
Okay, well, you mentioned a very strange sounding name, so here it comes. Our number 2 card coming in from Eldritch Moon. It's Ishkanar, Graf Widow with Spider Babies.
Yeah, I mean, I play this card and it's absolutely incredible. It's I managed to hold off an Ormondal Profane Prince for at least 20 turns through a combination of Ishkanar, Liliana, and so on. And just the ability to also close out games, play around Spellqueller, and just in general being very powerful on its own is great. Also holds of Avacyn, which was also a problem for a lot of decks. Ishkanar is an absolutely incredible creature that, as mentioned on the slide, being able to find it with Traverse the Ulvenwald is just so important because it helps you gum up the board and give you more time, and it can also enable some emerge synergies with the Standard Mindbender, Elder Deepfin, and so on.
It looks like people are going to need a lot of 1/2 Spider tokens in the future of Standard because Ishkanar isn't about to go away. This isn't a card for just this weekend. This is a card for Standard moving forward.
Yeah, for next year at least.
Right, okay. Well, we went through Tamiyo, Selfless Spirit, Collective Defiance, Grim Flayer, Liliana, Elder Deep Fiend, Spellqueller, and Ishkanar. Well, we've got to get out of this feature somehow. What's the promised end? It's Emrakul. Here it comes. She comes.
Yeah, biggest, baddest, meanest Eldrazi on the block for this tournament. It warped the metagame significantly for some of the reason why Ishkanar is great. Emrakul is great as well. Fine with Traverse. Filling up the graveyard for Delirium, no problem. Getting 7 mana, 8 mana, Emrakul is not a problem. Controlling your opponent's turn and being able to do mean things is just the best thing you can be doing in the format. It's just the best feeling ever when you take your opponent's turn, make him take some damage from Painlands, destroy his own cards left and right, attack into Emrakul itself. It's great and it fills so many roles.
Okay, so I have a genuine question here, but I've watched a lot of Emrakul action this weekend. It's 13-13. Okay, that's one. That sounds like a game winner. Yeah. Flying, that makes it sound like even more of a game winner. The protection from instants, yeah, that's another big plus. The trample, another huge plus. The take a turn, another huge plus. We're at 5. 5 great reasons why that card just wins. How is it that we are seeing so many games where Emrakul number 1 is not sufficient. Emrakul number 2 is sometimes not sufficient. We saw Owen Turton cast 4 of them before finally he got across the finish line. How have they built the set so that it is possible for something that great to not necessarily just make everyone shuffle up their permanents?
The thing is that there's still decent enough answers for Emrakul. There's good sorceries, even an enchantment, the Stasis Snare, you can nab it, Blighted Fan, To the Slaughter. There's still some way, and it made these cards better because of Emrakul. Suddenly, they didn't see that much play before, but now, like, oh, Emrakul's a big thing, and like, okay, he might take my turn, but okay, I'll just kill it at the end of his turn and before he takes mine. And just overall, it changed also how people played. If you expect your opponent to have Emrakul, you try to play out your hand as much as possible. Maybe sometimes even killing your own creature before your opponent gets the chance to destroy a better one. So that's why some decks are running 2, 3 Emrakuls, because like you want to be sure like you'll win the game eventually. And after a couple of those turns, yeah. And also, thanks to Emrakul, we've seen some great top decks. Because take your turn, do nasty stuff, okay, go, and then, oh, look, now I get to do my stuff.
Yeah, it's been absolutely phenomenal. It will not surprise you to know that Emrakul, the Promised End, is our number 1 card in Standard coming out of Eldritch Moon. And yesterday you can go and check out our look at Limited for Eldritch Moon, but for now, that's the world of EMN Standard Spotlight. Welcome back to the news desk. Richard Matei here with you at lunchtime on Sunday. We're not too far away from semi-final 1. To mark your card, that, as a reminder, that is Luis Scott Vargas, Hall of Fame, versus Owen Turton, Hall of Fame elect and new player of the year. Doesn't get better than that on a Sunday afternoon at the Pro Tour. Followed up by Sam Pardy with Black-Green Delirium against Lucas Blahan with White-Black Control. But so many races got determined this weekend. You've got your platinums, your golds, your silvers for next season. You've got the World Championship slots, of course. We'll talk about those just before the final. But with Matej, with his global knowledge of Magic here with us, this is a great opportunity to talk about the 73 people who will represent your country at the World Magic Cup later this year. So Matej, let's get to it. We've got so much to show you. Let's start with A and E, A through to E, and we're going to go right from the get-go. There's Luis Salvato at Argentina. Now, the races we were kind of following through the weekend. Australia, that was David Mines against Paul Jackson, and David Mines just about got there. I think he was 8-8 on the day. Brazil, Paulo Vida Dama de Rosa, he stayed clear of Thiago Saporito. Canada was great because Alexander Hayne was leading, and in the end, Pascal Maynard and a host of others couldn't quite get there. Jacob Wilson just didn't quite get as far as the top 8, and that would have taken that race into today. And then, Matej, one I want to ask you about, one of your local near neighbours, the Czech Republic.
Oh, yeah.
It says Lucas Blahon as if that's the easiest thing in the world, but the Czech race was fantastic this year.
Yeah, it was great. It was not only Lucas Blahon, who's in the top 8 now, who has locked up the slot for national captain. By the way, he also won a World Magic Cup qualifier as well, coming in, so he's on fire. But coming in with Andrei Strasky, they were neck and neck coming into the Pro Tour, and they were both doing really well throughout the tournament. Like usually just one loss apart in the tournament, but at the end, Lucas clinched the top 8, and Andre finished in the top 16. So it was very tough. And let's not forget, I definitely want to mention Petr Sochurek, who came in with 47 points, and with a good result, he could have been the captain.
Absolutely. Now, another country up there, top left, Austria, Oliver Polak-Rotman is the champion, but there's a huge story behind that as well, Matej.
Yeah, I mean, Oliver is my teammate, and he was working very hard. He was firmly in the lead, but going deeper into the tournament, Valentin Makel was staying very strong at 2 or 3 losses. He was playing for top 8 against Andrew Brown in the last round. If Valentin Makel had won the last round and Oliver had lost, Valentin Makel would have been Austrian champion. But what happened, Oliver won. So pressure on Valentin, and he had to win. He did lose in the end, but if he had won, he would be only 1 point behind. 1 point behind Oliver with a top 8 to play.
Right.
So, but in the end, Oliver got it, and I think out of all the people we're going to see on that board, Oliver is one of the most passionate people to be representing his country. He's been on the teams before for Austria, and he said it's his best experience of Magic.
He's the 2007 national champion for Austria, so he's back a decade on just about for the World Magic Cup. All right, let's move on. We'll go to E to M, take it on from El Salvador. You see Salvador Diaz, there's E to M. Well done to Eduardo Sanchez. He opened up 0-3, but then got to 8-3. That was the bulk of locking up the England slot. France, well, that was a real squeaker. It was Pierre Dajon, a single point ahead of Rafael Levy. Neither of them had fantastic tournaments, but in the last couple of rounds, Raf Levy squeezed out the last win he needed. The 2013 World Magic Cup captain, winning captain from France, is back as the captain for France. Can't wait to see what the French do there. That's going to be very exciting.
I think Pierre was one of the most disappointed people about losing out on captaincy yesterday. He was fighting very hard. He was in the lead for most of the year, and he also hit a lot of points early in the year, but just couldn't convert to platinum or the captaincy. And he was very sad about the end result because last year, you remember, he finished in the top 4, leading his team of very inexperienced players, and he loved the experience. He was just so happy to be there and being able to lead a team that I think he'll go home crushed.
Okay, the last name to go on to that page was for Japan, because it turned out that Shota Yasuoka went to bed last night not knowing whether he was going to get overtaken for the captaincy for Japan, but with the quarterfinal loss for Yakahashi, that is no longer the case. Shota Yasuoka, the Hall of Famer, confirmed as the Japanese World Magic Cup captain. Plenty of usual suspects, the likes of Prost, Vidigiris, Hato, they've all been back before. Shahar Shenhar, of course, representing Israel. Li Shi-chan wrapping up Hong Kong once again. And well done to Patrick Dittman. It looked like there might be a race there this weekend. There was not. Patrick Dittman just won on day one. Was pretty much locked by the end of day one.
Yeah.
So great work by him. All right, so on we go in our whirlwind tour around the world. We got as far as Malaysia there, Chehi Siang getting through, and now here's Malta with Luke Vasallo. Well done to him. And what stands out to you there, Matej?
I think at least two things stand out. First, Thomas Hendricks winning the slot for the Netherlands. He had a great tournament, finished in top 25, got the captaincy. He was on the team 2 years ago, so he's happy to be back. And you know, in a country with players like Jelger Wiegersma or Frank Karsten, it's a good achievement. So he's definitely going to have a good team alongside Mitchell Manders, I believe. And second one that stands out, what a fantastic year Poland has had. Went very much under the radar with Gregor Kowalski, as well as Bartolomej Lewandowski and Matej Janik, all doing really well the whole year out of nowhere.
That is a great point. Poland really one of the coming forces in European Magic right now. And finally, let's take you to the S's through to the Z's as we head down. South Africa's Sinan Effendi there. Spain, this one in the end, Javier Dominguez thought for a long time he was going to get overtaken by Antonio Del Moral Leon, but Dominguez held tight to his 4-point lead. Jo Larsen, he had an 8-point lead over Magnus Lanto, the Magic Online champion, former, and it was Larsen who took care of business there. And again, Joel Larsen, that's 3 top 16s at the Pro Tour this season. Phenomenal performance, dwarfed by the 3 top 8s for Luis Scott Vargas, but still a tremendous run for Larsen. And then USA, of course, we thought, and Matej, this all ties into Player of the Year as well, we just assumed that Seth Manfield would get, you know, somewhere in the 9-7, 10-6 range minimum, and Owen would likely not make top 8. That's not how it worked out. Owen Turton, Player of the Year, and your captain for Team USA.
Again, he missed out last year to Mike Sigris, but the year before he got them to a top 4. I know firsthand. We lost to the USA twice that year.
Wow.
With me including with me being on the Slovak team. But to be honest, this year I'm out for revenge. I qualified again. Owen qualified again. I want to play the US and I want to win.
Oh, fantastic. The chips have been thrown. There you hear it, Matej Zatlkai talking to you about the World Magic Cup races. So congratulations to all 73 of our champions. We'll see each and every one of you with your teammates in Rotterdam in the Netherlands later this year. Cannot wait. It's just such a great celebration of Magic. So much pride, so much duty, and so much great Magic. That sometimes gets forgotten. That is a really, really great Magic weekend. All right. It is time to turn our attention back to the here and now. The players are gearing up for the first semi-final of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. And our first semi-final, let's take a look at the bracket for you this morning. We kicked off. There you see our 4 semi-finalists. Later on this afternoon, we'll have Sam Pardee against Lucas Blahon. But we are going to start off. Our focus this afternoon is on that bottom matchup, the United States clash of the Player of the Year, Owen Turtonwald, and Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas. So let's find out a bit more about Luis, take a look at his numbers for you, closing in on 500 lifetime pro points, over $300,000, his 8th Pro Tour top 8, 15 GP top 8s, and he was a Pro Tour champion back in, did you hear that little off-camera grimace, that Pro Tour Berlin 2008? Matej, why do you grimace there?
Oh yeah, I was there.
Were you there?
I was there for the finals. Yeah.
Commentating?
No.
Text
playing,
coverage?
Playing, unfortunately.
Playing in the final.
Yeah.
Well,
still stings.
Oh.
But to be fair, Luis, for me, is the best Magic player of all time. People say John Finkel, people say Kai Budde. For me, it's Luis for all his attributes. He's the best player, and if he takes this title home, it will be firmly solidified.
Okay, so let's take a look at Luis's deck. It is Bant Company. He's one of the 2 players who made it in with that. So what's going on here?
I mean, that's just a traditional version of Band Company. I'm surprised Luis came in with such a obvious deck in a way, but I like his innovation where he went up to 4 Selfless Spirits and down to 1 Jace's Vryn's Prodigy, and basically just beat down tempo and outvalue your opponent with Collected Company.
Okay, so a reasonable shape. Obviously, this Bank Company wasn't a deck that has done as well as we thought it might coming in. Do you think it's still well positioned? Here he is. He's got to win 2 matches. He's got to face Teamer Emerge. How do you see this matchup going? We'll talk more about Owen in a minute.
Yeah, I saw Owen play Utah before, and Utah wasn't banned, and it felt really academical at that point. Even though Utah actually managed to win one game, I just feel Luis is in rough shape against Owen, and not just because they're both great players, but just the way the matchups shape up.
Okay, so I can tell you that across the studio we have a very special guest, someone with a lot of insight into the world of Luis Scott Vargas and indeed Owen Turton. BDM is with Josh Utter-Leighton.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with the 5-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor, member of CFB Ultra Pro, preparing for this tournament. And when I visited you guys on Tuesday, you know, there was a lot of division in the house about beat 'em, join 'em on Bant Company. How did you guys arrive upon playing Bant Company after all that play testing and back and forth?
Basically, the ways that we found to beat the deck are not things that we wanted to sign up for the tournament with, or at least not things that I wanted to sign up for the tournament with, because they were just, you could not solve the black control matchups with them. You know, Sam Black Zombie deck really beats Bant. It really does. It's not even close. But it was not a deck I felt comfortable at all registering for the tournament. Like, I did not want to play a deck that just couldn't beat any kind of deck that's killing creatures. So given that, hey, yes, there are ways to beat Bant Company. It has weaknesses for sure, but the things that do it are not things that I would want to play. Like, what's the reason to not play Company if the decks that beat it are not things you can actually play? So the other key thing is Bant Company has a lot of bad matchups in game one that suddenly become very good matchups once you get to sideboard. And I felt happy to play Company because I thought that a lot of people would just play a lot of game ones, think that their deck beats Company when it actually doesn't.
I know you guys really like your sideboard for this tournament. What do you think? Are there any sideboard cards that we think might shine here for Luis against Owen Turton?
I think one of the big things is that we have Clash of Wills, where most Bant Company decks in the tournament and in the past have just had negates. We found that Bant Company's biggest problem was big creatures. That was the best way to go about attacking it in terms of what control decks can bring. So negate wasn't actually what you wanted against them. You wanted to be able to counter creature spells. So that's a big difference between what Owen just played against in the quarters, where he was playing against a deck with 4 negates that were not really effective against his deck. Clash Wills is much better.
We saw Luis win a match against Reed in the Swiss with Tamiyo. Are we going to see Tamiyo here at all, or?
We might see it, but I don't think it's a key card at all.
Okay.
I think it's not really the right approach.
Give us one card to look out for in this match if Luis is going to win.
Subjugator Angel is the real Tamiyo, because it cannot be. Emrakul is not effective against it. No matter what, if they Emrakul you and you have a Subjugator Angel in hand, you get to tap their creatures.
There's no real way for them to clear it from your hand.
There's no way to get it out.
All right, well, there you have it. Josh Utter-Leighton giving us the lowdown on the matchup between Luis Scott Vargas and Owen Turton.
Thanks very much to Josh Utter-Leighton, former Player of the Year himself. Of course, congratulations to him on that, and he'll be going out to watch his two friends do battle in just a minute. Players are getting seated, players are shuffling, players are resolving mulligans, and we'll be down there for turn 1 of game 1 in just a couple of minutes. And thanks for making us part of your Pro Tour EMN weekend, wherever you are around the world. So, Matej, let's turn our attention to his opponent. It's Owen Turton, and here is a look at your new Player of the Year, Owen Turton, who has just a tremendous year, obviously 422 lifetime pro points. He is at 90 points coming into today. He can breach the 100 mark by winning the whole thing, and that is an astonishing number. $227,000 US. Can that get up to 267? He's got 2 matches to win to make that happen. And what deck is his playing? Let's take a look. He is on Temur Emerge. Briefly, Matej, what's this about?
I mean, it's called Temur Emerge, but I would call the deck probably a Turbo Emrakul, because it really is one of the decks that can play Emrakul really fast. It has traversed the. I mean, it can find what it needs very fast, and just fills up the graveyard with all the card types, and just then plays an Emrakul into whatever your opponent's doing. We saw Josh just talking about he can beat a resolved Emrakul, but since he has 3 in the main deck, there's more coming.
All right. Well, 2 of the greatest players are live right now. Luis Scott Vargas, Owen Turton. They're ready. We're ready. It's time for the first semi-final of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Hello there, welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler. We've got one for the ages lined up here, Randy. There's no other way to put it. We've got Luis Scott Vargas versus Owen Turtenwald for their right to fight in the finals. Let's head down to for our first semifinal match. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler, and we're just about underway in our first semifinal match here of our top 8 on Sunday, and we have an epic confrontation here. Luis Scott Vargas, one of the most popular players in the game, if not the most. He's also a Hall of Famer, an 8-time top 8er, and this is his 3rd consecutive PT top 8. Unreal stuff from Luis of late. His opponent, though, maybe trumped him yesterday. He made it exciting, but he earned his way into this top 8, which also secured his 2nd Player of the Year award and his 4th Pro Tour top 8 on the same day that it was announced, the day after he was announced as an inductee into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. In just a few short months, he will be inducted.
That's spectacular.
Did he sign a token for him?
And hand it over. He did indeed. Owen will always have that souvenir, whatever happens.
Luis always has fun when he plays Magic, but make no mistake, he will be down to business here against Owen. We're going to play a best-of-5 match here. The first 2 games are going to be pre-sideboard. The rest, the players are allowed to consult their sideboards as they see fit. We've got Luis on Bant Company, the boogeyman coming into the tournament.
His draw is not spectacular. He kept 5 land. It is 5 land with a Jace, though, and I think the idea here is that Jace is going to fix everything.
He should be reasonably certain that Jace will survive against Owen Turtenwald, who's playing Teamer Emerge. We heard Matej Zadelkai call this Turbo Emrakul, but there are other things going on in here as well. Elder Deep Fiend, a key part of the puzzle.
Yeah, there's so many different versions of Emrakul decks, Delirium decks, Graveyard decks. It's hard to know exactly where to draw the lines between them from a deck naming point of view.
Luis is going to activate his Jace here and start filtering through some of those lands to help find some action. Collected Companies, of course, something he's going to want a little bit later. Right now, he'd settle for some pressure.
Well, he found a Tireless Tracker.
That counts.
Solid 3-drop. Looks like he's also found an Avacyn already.
Yeah, he's got a Reflector Mage in his hand, too. Now, I do see a key card in hand for Turtenwald as we take a look at his hand here. He's got Emrakul, but he's also got Kozilek's Return. And I think this match is going to revolve around Kozilek's Return.
Fair.
It is Owen Turtenwald's best way to get rid of Luis Scott Vargas's board. Now, Luis does have a few different ways to interact with his board, getting swept from a damage effect. He's got Selfless Spirit. You can sacrifice that to make his other creatures indestructible. He's also got Archangel Avacyn, which he actually has in his hand here, too. And he even has Dromoka's commands, too.
Yes.
Hey, speak of the devil, he peels one there.
16.
And he has started to chip away on
Yeah,
Owen
he's
Turtenwald's
the
life
beatdown
total.
in this matchup. I mean, his goal
100%.
is to get creatures onto the board. He wants to pressure Owen's life total as quickly as he possibly can. He has to win this before Owen can set up for his powerful late game.
And we've seen Luis really embrace that role for the deck, the tempo aggro version, with really leveraging cards like Reflector Mage to just buy you the extra turn you need to get your opponent dead. It does come down to that most of the time because Owen Turtenwald's late game is very potent. Elder Deep Fiend and Emrakul kind of highlighting that for Owen. He's got 3 copies of each of those. And this is how a lot of the games are going to play out, and to take the first few turns to set up his mana, get his graveyard filled. What you'll notice as the game progresses in the early stages for Owen is that his graveyard's going to get big and the number of lands he has is going to get big. He tends to ramp out while filling up his graveyard and kind of crafting his plan here. In the meantime, Luis has Owen down to 10 already. Also, Luis has left up a full 5 mana here, and we do see that there's no Kozilek's Returns in the graveyard right now for Owen Turtenwald as means that Ishkanah is going to bring 3 1/2 reach spiders with her. And that could very much blunt the assault here. But before that happens, here's Archangel Avacyn from Luis Scott Vargas. Now we know he's got a Reflector Mage.
He's thinking about the Selfless Spirit, about whether he wants Avacyn to flip, and he has decided he does.
So Avacyn is going to transform. There's a lot that happen in between, though. First things first, Jace is going to get activated, which, of course, lets him transform into Jace Telepath Unbound, so he'll be immune to Avacyn here, and a Clue is going to get sacrificed now as well.
Now,
and that's pretty tricky stuff there from Says now 3 damage is going to be done to Turtonwald, plus all creatures on the battlefield. That's going to clear away the spiders and let Luis just keep that Tireless Tracker alive as well. There's a second Selfless Spirit and a Dromoka's command to have Avacyn fight Ishkanah. Squash that spider and a huge attack. It's 10.
He makes this look so easy.
How does he make this look so easy, Randy? Time after time, he's just like, yeah, play this, do that, bounce that, you're dead, right?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable stuff from Luis Scott Vargas. He is going to take game number 1. Back right after these messages.
Test drive the top standard decks from this Pro Tour in the Pro Tour Gauntlet, beginning this Wednesday on Magic Online. For more information, visit mtgo.com. Ready to take your game to the next level and start on the path to the Pro Tour? Rise to the challenge and test your skills at a local preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. To find an event near you, visit magic.wizards.com/pptq.
And welcome back to the feature match area here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon in Sydney. We've got a minute while the players are sideboarding. And Randy, I actually wanted to just take a minute and thank you for all that you've done for coverage on behalf of the coverage team. We're sad to see you go. And, you know, you've done a lot for us, really setting the stage, even for me personally. You know, you've really set a foundation for a career that I have now taken on. And I think without you, that wouldn't have been possible. So thank you, Randy.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that because Randy announced earlier, for those of you that heard, that he is going to be retiring from the coverage team.
Last show. Feels weird.
What are you going to do? Super Leagues?
Still doing Super Leagues. I have been talking with Wizards as well about taking a behind-the-scenes role, sort of helping to make coverage better. So I got a couple things I'm up to.
All right. Well, we'll miss you.
Miss you guys.
How many did you do?
This is my 72nd Pro Tour. Counted them up. Worlds 98 was the first one. Chris Pakula made top 8. Mark Rosewater had to find somebody to tag in for him.
Is that how you got your start?
Yeah.
You just raised your hand?
Well, I mean, I almost made the top 8. I was all disappointed that Finkel got me for Player of the Year because he made top 8 and I didn't. But my consolation prize was a shot at commentary, I guess. That's the tournament they published my mono blue deck for as well, which was really Andrew Cuneo's mono blue deck. I tried to get him to call it Cuneo.
Yeah, we're not buying that. We know it's true, but history has been rewritten on that one. All right, looks like players are examining their opening hands, and we may be just moments away. Let's see if anybody's going to take a mulligan here.
Go.
All right, both players have kept, and we are back underway.
You're flying through this match.
Yeah.
Is this Luis in troll mode, knowing that the news deck guys are trying to eat lunch? It's just like, sorry, Rich Hagon, you don't actually get 30 minutes for lunch.
I'll tell you what, Randy, it's deep in his range to be doing exactly that.
I know.
All right, so Owen Turtonwald's going to kick things off with a Gather the Pack. Which is fairly typical for him. No 2-drop here from Luis. He's got an Evolving Wild. So a couple of tap lands for Luis means he doesn't get that super early pressure of at least a 2-drop. But things usually start to get pretty exciting for him around the 3-mana spot anyway. There's a Pilgrim's Eye from Owen Turtonwald. He's going to go grab an island out of his deck. He is heavy green, but he does have some somewhat awkward mana requirements in the deck. He's got the double blue for the Elder Deep Fiend if you're going to be emerging it. And then in the case that he wants to actually cast Kozilek's Return from his hand, he's going to need red as well. But it looks like he's got it all sorted here outside of that second blue mana. Wow, nothing from Luis yet. That has to raise red flags here for Turtenwald. Let's see what Luis is working with here. He does have a Spell Queller in his hand, and
Owen
with
says,
nothing else to
"Here's
do.
bait."
Yeah, I think that it is in Luis's best interest just to run it out. And a second copy of Pilgrim's Eye now for Owen Turtenwald. So he's moving things along quite nicely, and so far isn't under much pressure.
I think both players played that sequence well. Both knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably bait, but Luis had to play something. Owen got to resolve the spell he preferred.
And those Gnarlwood Dryads do some work against Luis. He does eventually try to get in with Sylvan Advocates, Tireless Trackers, and the like, and they can be pretty annoying. And here's Jace Vryn's Prodigy for Luis Scott Vargas after he attacked in there for 2. There were no blocks, it looks like, from Turtenwald. I was just going to say that Luis is in business mode, and then he yawned. There's Owen.
He'll wake up if he actually drops a game.
Owen's always in business mode.
Go.
Okay, so Gnarlwood Dryad, another copy of it from Owen Turtenwald. That one's going to resolve. No plays there. Oh, but here it is.
Elder Deep Fiend
Elder
time.
Deep Fiend from Owen. Now this looks like it's on Luis's upkeep.
Yep.
And he gets to tap 4 permanents.
Yep.
Luis is going to respond by activating his Jace. And he's going to use up some mana here with Dromoka's Command on his Spell Queller, which is going to fight and take down that remaining Pilgrim's Eye. It's also picked up a +1/+1 counter, which allows Luis to chip in there for 3 more damage, dropping Turtenwald down to 15. And this is what it can be here from Luis's perspective. He just needs to chip in damage, build up a board state. Oftentimes he'll have one big turn where a couple of things die or get removed from the board, and then he can finish off his opponent. As it stands, though, a little bit of a slow start here from Luis.
Yeah, no 2-drop. And his turn 4 play was a Jace.
It was a Jace and nothing else, yeah.
Grapple, sure.
Owen is going to go for a grapple with the past.
Already holding an Emrakul.
Yeah, he sees an additional copy of it. But he's just going to get back the Pilgrim's Eye here. Remember, he can get any of the cards from his graveyard. And he's going to go ahead and attack for
he's
8
on offense.
damage here. Big attack.
He may not even need Emrakul this game.
Yeah, I mean, look at it, right? He just attacked for 8, and he's facing down a grand total of 3 power right now.
Yeah.
He wins this race handily.
This is why people were so hot on Elder Deep Fiend. I mean, it's not the highlight of Owen's deck, but it's a very powerful aspect of Owen's deck.
We're going to see it play a really important role in this match as well, as Elder Deep Fiend represents the key way for him to play Kozilek's Return from the graveyard, but at instant speed, which can be really important here.
Sure.
Collected Company found by Jace. Is it too late, though? Or is Reflector
with Reflector Mage in
it's never too late?
It's never too late, I think.
Probably true.
Luis found himself in a spot earlier where he had a he had a Reflector Mage in hand against an opponent, but he actually needed to play Collected Company, hit a Reflector Mage plus another creature to make the clock work. He did. He refers to that as banting people. Turtonwald falls down to 12 after the Spell Queller attack. And there's Tireless Tracker. And presumably the Reflector Mage. He's actually going to return the Gnarlwood Dryad. That prevents that Deep Fiend from being cast again off of the Pilgrim's Eye and preventing an attack from Luis here. So now all of a sudden Luis has a pretty decent little board state going. And this is all without the help of Collected Company as well.
So he's got, what, 8 power in play? And a clue he could sack for a 9th power?
That's right, and he does have that Collected Company in hand as well that he could use to try to find more Reflector Mages. Oh, but there's Emrakul for Owen Turtonwald.
Sorcery, land, enchantment.
13 minus 6 is 7.
13 exactly. Is that enough for Owen Turtonwald to finish up game 2 here? He's already down a game. That first game went very quickly.
Oh, sorcery. Okay, cool. You got it then. All right, your turn.
So now this is Owen controlling Luis's turn. He sees the Collected Company, and I've seen so many of these just get thrown into the bin. Wow, Archangel Avacyn was the draw step, though,
A little bit of a wince from Owen there. He was not happy to see Avacyn come off
He
the
rarely shows emotion on that level, but you did see him go, ugh, that's not what I wanted to
see.
see.
You can discard it with Jace, though, right?
Yeah. He does have an active Jace Friends Prodigy that he can use to get rid of one of these cards and replace it with a random card off the top of the library. He can always just cast Collected Company,
right.
choose none of the creatures, even if some are revealed.
He'll surely whiff on the Collected Company.
It was another Collected Company that Jace found.
And now he can't do everything he wants to do. He wanted to whiff on the Collected Company, discard Avacyn to Jace, and leave Luis with nothing.
Unreal.
But Jace found a real card.
So now it's up to Owen to decide how he wants to proceed here.
You just have to leave him with a Coco,
He's going to leave him with something. Yeah, well, a Coco is going to be there no matter what.
I mean, you can leave him with an Avacyn. He can discard one Coco, cast the other, and choose to whiff.
That's right. And it looks like Owen's trying to decide right now how important is Avacyn? What are the options for Luis to hit with Collected Company? To say Emrakul is an incredibly skill-intensive card. After having sat in the feature match here, I've seen some of the best players in the world think about their play for minutes, you know, to the point that the judges are saying, I need you to make a play, you know, to that level to try to figure this out because they have to understand exactly what their opponent's deck is doing.
What did he say?
He said, I've never taken a turn this long. He's just teasing Owen. Okay.
Discards the Collected Company, not the Avacyn.
It does transform Jace. Is he just going to leave him with Archangel Avacyn here?
I mean, he kind of has to now. That was the decision. He's going to cast one Coco. He's also going to make some bad attacks, of course.
Yeah, 2 of these creatures are dying. Still got to feel like this is good enough for Turtonwald.
A very forgetful Jace. That's a flavor win, right? We'll never actually flash this card back. Oh, he is going to flash a card back. Jace normally forgets.
Interesting. Funny. So the Reflector Mage is going to die here as
well.
You get to put a counter on target creature, it seems. Yeah, that has to be enough for Turtonwald to take this one down.
So do I get to see the creatures off company? Does he get to see these cards?
Yes, I mean, he still looks, but you control.
Yeah, okay.
Is a certainly a performance.
A little bit of an interesting wrinkle there since Owen is controlling Luis's turn. Owen is the one who's casting Collected Company, and you don't reveal the cards to your opponent. You look at them, but it turns out that Luis does, in fact, get to see them. And as we saw, Owen has the option to just not choose any of the creatures he found, and all the cards go on the bottom.
Up to 2 creatures.
And it looks like a land off the top for Scott Vargas. Yeah, even with the top decks there, none of it mattered. Emrakul was good enough to get the job done. in game 2 there from Owen Turtonwald.
So Luis
he's going to even it up.
I did all right.
It's the first game Luis has lost all day.
That's right. Now this brings us, after we finish 2 games, we move into our sideboarded portion. And that means that we had a little chat with our players about what they had in mind for sideboard. So let's hear it right from them.
All right, Luis Scott Vargas, I know you have a lot of options here. What's the basic plan here after game 2 against Owen Turtonwald?
So for sure, the first card out is Dromoka's Command. He doesn't have enough small creatures, which is really where it shines. In fact, I wish we had those in our sideboard to begin with. The field's all Emrakul decks. So I'm cutting the 4 Dromoka's Commands, and I'm cutting the Jace Vryn's Prodigy. So that's 5 cards out. Definitely bring in the 2 Clash of Wills and the 2 Odritized Commands. Those can counter Elder Deep Fiends, they can counter Emrakul, Ishkanah, like a lot of the problematic cards. Past that, I like the Tireless Tracker because it helps in attrition-based games and can get out of Kozilek's return range fairly quickly, at least the first mode. And then the interesting thing is we're actually not 100% sure whether we want the Tamiyo or the Subjugator Angel as potentially like the 6th or 7th slot. So right now my base plan, like how I sideboarded against Reed in my last match, was just to take out the 4 commands and the Jace for 2 Clash of Wills, 2 Odritized Commands, Tireless Tracker, and then swap Avacyn for Subjugator Angel. Against Owen, I'm probably looking at doing something very similar with the potential addition of Tamiyo because Owen has Gnarlwood Dryad.
All right, good games the rest of the way here in the top 8.
Thank you.
All right, Owen Turtonwald, what's the plan after sideboard against Bant Company in games possibly 3 through 5?
My sideboarding is actually really straightforward. I'm going to take out 1 Shaundra and 1 Gather the Pack, and I'm going to add 2 copies of Dispel, because it just matches up really well against Collected Company, Odritized Command, Clash of Wills. He's got a lot of stuff there.
So pretty straightforward for you. You've been doing it all weekend and continue to do so. Okay, good games the rest of the way here in the top 8. Owen Turtonwald.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the feature match here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We are in our first semifinal match of the day. We've got Sam Pardee and Lucas Blohan waiting in the on-deck circle to jump into the feature match area once this one's finished. Of course, the winner of this match is going to be our first finalist. One of these 2 gentlemen is going to be in the finals of the Pro Tour. Will it be Luis Scott Vargas with Bant, or will it be Owen Turtonwald with Teamer Emerge? Now we're entering into a whole new world here, Randy, where sideboards are in play. You heard it from the players themselves about what they've got going out. Luis sounds like he cannot wait to get those Dromoka's Commands out of his list. Yeah.
Interestingly, all 4 of our semifinalists already have an Into Worlds. So whoever wins this Pro Tour didn't actually need the Pro Tour winner invitation to Worlds.
So does that mean that there's an at-large person who's pumping their fist somewhere?
Yes. Do you know who it is?
I think I do, but I'm going to let you tell me just in
Mike
case.
Sigrist.
Yeah, I knew that's who it was. I saw him high-fiving people.
Yeah. When as soon as Ken Yukihiro lost, that meant that Sigrist definitely had an invite to Worlds. And now we know all 24 players. It's all locked at this point. Who gets which title is up for grabs, but we know it's going to be such a good tournament coming up at PAX in a couple of weeks.
That is just the best tournament.
It really has evolved into the highlight tournament of the year.
It really has.
It's not bad either, though. Best player in the game right now versus one of the best of all time. Now down to 2 out of 3.
Wait, which
for
one's
spot in the
which?
finals. Which one's which? Yeah.
Honestly, 3 Pro Tour top 8s in a row.
You know, it's funny. Luis's peaks are so incredibly high. Like I heard Matei say during the lunch break that he has Luis as the best Magic player ever. Above John, above Kai.
I heard him say that.
I think you can defend that. I'm not sure I'm going to agree with him completely, but one of the things I do is you have to look at the peak value versus the career value.
Okay.
It's really hard to argue with the career value of John, right? 15 Bades. Or the peak value of Kai, where he wins 3 out of 4 Pro Tours 1 year. But peak Luis, I think only peak Kai is above peak Luis.
All right, we're underway in game number 3. A Vessel of Nascency is a first play for Owen Turtonwald. Meanwhile, Luis much quicker out of the gate this time. He's got himself an Advocate on turn 2, though the Advocate stopper, Gnarlwood Dryad for Owen Turtonwald, is going to put a halt to any attacks there unless Luis is okay with trading. Yeah, he is going to go ahead and just trade off.
Getting official confirmation from the floor. It does sound like Luis put Subjugator Angel into his deck.
Yeah, We heard actually Josh Utter-Layton describe the interaction with Subjugator Angel. It's really important in the matchup. It cannot be Emrakul is a way to put it. Basically, if you have a bunch of creatures, which is often the case, they play Emrakul. You say sure, and if you have a Subjugator Angel in your hand, if they cast it on the turn that they're stealing from you, it taps down all their creatures, then you get your turn and kill them. If they don't cast it, then you just cast it on your turn that you get after, and you kill them with all your creatures. So it is actually an important piece of the puzzle. There's also Clash of Wills and Ojutai's command coming in from Luis Scott Vargas most likely, and those are going to be, again, Emrakul-centric sideboard cards. They're going to be able to counter Emrakul or an Elder Deep Fiend. Okay, so Spell Queller is going to gobble up Corrupted Graftstone.
Yeah, we also got to see Hardcast Kozilek's return kill a Tireless Tracker. There's not a huge window where that's possible, but Luis had nothing else to do on turn 3, ran up the Tireless Tracker, and Owen had it.
And I got to say, you know, from Owen's perspective, that is just pure bonus.
Oh, it's such great news
He's
for
so
Owen.
happy to have that Kozilek's return in the graveyard at all.
Right, and he got to kill a Tireless Tracker on the way there.
So he got to 1-for-1 with Luis's first 2 threats, and they were potent threats as well. That's got to bode well for Owen. He is under a little pressure now. Spell Queller does some work, and Luis Scott Vargas has now passed the turn back with a bunch of mana available. From Owen's perspective, he can assume a collected company. He's going to know about the Ojutai's commands and Clash of Wills that have come in as well. And in fact, that is exactly what's happening. And you can see as part of Luis's plan come to fruition here. He had Ojutai's command in his hand earlier, and he knew, well, you know, I'll trade off for this Gnarlwood Dryad, but I'm just going to get this thing back anyway. It actually made his Ojutai's command a little better.
Still only countered a Pilgrim's Eye.
And got back an Advocate.
No, look, Luis is maximizing his resources quite effectively.
Yeah.
For the way in which he's drawn them and the way in which Owen has played.
Yeah.
That said, the plan with Ojutai's command, you're normally figuring you'll cancel out like an Elder Deep Fiend or...
Yeah, and he actually does have an additional copy of Ojutai's command after dumping his hand on the battlefield, and critically we see a Selfless Spirit down on the bottom side of your screen, and that is a potential foil for the Kozilek's return in Owen's graveyard if he's able to craft this game to a point where he can... You know, we call it flash that back. That's a little bit of shorthand, but, you know, trigger it from the graveyard. Even then, though, Owen's on 4 lands here with a Vessel. And look at the board he's facing down. 1 land away from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 minimum. 12 with the tracker if he wants.
Luis has sequenced this game great.
Yeah,
it's funny. It doesn't feel like any of the individual things he's done are all that powerful, but he just set it up where... All of a sudden, like Pilgrim's Eye didn't get a land for Owen. Owen is out of lands or down to just a game trail in hand, I think. He's not able to quite do everything he wants to do, and Luis has all this power.
Wow, this Gnarlwood Dryad
draws the
trying to hold
land.
down the fort, and there's the 6th land. It's also an important one. It's a Lumbering Falls. Now, he's not going to be able to attack with that now since it enters the battlefield tap, but in subsequent turns, he can activate that and use it as an attacker as well, especially if he ends up using this Ojutai's command he's got on his hand to counter something from Owen. Yeah, Luis looks like he's got this one nearly locked up at this point. Owen is sitting there staring at the Emrakul in his hand. He's also got an Elder Deep Fiend, so he has his 2 big mana payoff spells, but nothing to emerge for the Deep Fiend, and I'm assuming not even close to enough mana for Emrakul here.
Luis actually pauses to think about a play. Does he want to let Sylvan Advocate trade with Gnarlwood Dryad, or does he want to sack the Spirit? And he decides he wants the 2 damage from the Spirit, plus keeping the Spirit around. So
yeah,
Gnarlwood does get to trade with the Advocate. That's its job, but Owen down to 6.
An island off the top for Turtonwald. He's going to have to crack that Vessel of Nascency and try to find something because...
Yeah, he is.
He's
Luis
dead.
has lethal, and Luis is holding Ojutai's command.
That's right.
So he gets to counter the first creature Owen tries to play.
Man, when these games go well for Luis, you mentioned earlier, it looks easy, and it is really impressive. It's like there's a reason this deck was so feared coming into the tournament. Look at this. And he's just going to scoop it up.
Yeah.
Turtonwald does not have anything to do. Additionally, you know, if he did sacrifice his Vessel of Nascency there, he would be showing more cards, potentially some sideboard decisions or things like that to Luis. Right. And he said, there's actually nothing I can hit that gets me out of this, and I'm going to scoop him up. That means Luis Scott Vargas is 1 game away from the finals.
Band
This
Company
would
too
be his
good.
third finals as far as I know, right? Berlin, Kyoto, and here.
Yeah. He hasn't been back since Kyoto, right?
Not that I know of. No, and it was interesting. I had a chance to sit down with him, and we actually recorded a video of him watching
I watched
that
video.
match.
It was great.
And he
hadn't
had
watched
never
it
watched it. Yeah.
Since
it was too painful. He's like, I just couldn't.
It was like 7-8 years ago, right?
It was 2009.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at one of the most important cards in Standard, certainly in this matchup, Collected Company. One of those cards that at first when it came out, people were like, oh, we could do some stuff with that. That's got some potential. You build around it a little bit. And then people did, and it was like, oh, no, this is just really, really good. And then the good 3-mana creatures just started flowing. We saw Reflector Mage, Spell Queller, and this card has been an absolute staple in Standard and has even dipped down into Modern pretty significantly as well in those Obzon Company decks that we see. Of course, in Modern, you can set up combos, full on, I gain 1 million life or whatever.
Right.
But here, it's a little bit more of a value play, but hey, it works.
Doesn't feel like it's supposed to win this Pro Tour. There's been so much cool stuff going on at this Pro Tour. Collected Company decks got crushed on day one. Okay, 2 of them stuck into the top 8. You're like, all right, fine. 25% of the top 8. It was 20% of the initial field. Then it was down, but up to 25. It could be 50% of the field in the finals.
One of the best things you can hit with Collected Company? Another card that looked like, yeah, this is good, and then you started playing with it, and you're like, wow, Sylvan Advocate? Man, I got to tell you, a little 2-drop with upside, that thing overperforms. Yeah, it is an amazing Magic card in retrospect. And it has seen consistent Standard play since we originally saw it. Yeah, Luis is the last Company player standing.
Is this a heel turn for Luis? If he's playing the Boogeyman deck, nobody wants to see Band Company win this Pro Tour.
Yeah, that is
you get him
funny.
to put the glasses on for the final if he makes it.
He got eye surgery.
Oh, that's right. I meant the sunglasses.
The sunglasses.
The Garden got sunglasses.
Gotcha. Okay. I like that. The aviators.
Yeah, that's his heel outfit, right?
Oh, absolutely. The mustache, all of it.
To get him to shave between the semis and the final.
Shave his beard and
down
get the
to just the
glasses.
mustache again.
That's great.
Meanwhile, if he makes the finals through Reed and Owen, I think Huey tags in.
Oh yeah.
For the final.
Oh, just with a chair in hand.
With him. Yeah,
absolutely. Who wouldn't want to see that? Looks like a nice opening hand for Scott Vargas. He's kept it, and I believe that Owen has mulligan. I did have a chance to talk to some of Owen's teammates about what they were thinking about the matchup. And, they were testing it out. Of course, they had played this deck against different versions of Band Company during testing, as it was a big part, the biggest part, really, of the gauntlet coming in. He did say that they think that his teammates said he thought he was a little bit favored, that he had a better late game and some pretty powerful stuff to keep Luis from killing him, but that there were key cards from Luis, that could really foil that plan. They also said, but Luis is gas. And in professional Magic player talk, that's about the biggest compliment you can give. I have to say Magic slang is really one of my favorite parts about the
Magic
community.
slang is gas, too.
It's DI gas. I love it. It doesn't sound like English much, I will say that, but I do enjoy it. All right, Vessel of Nascency here as we begin our 4th game. This could be the decider. If Luis wins, he's going to be into the finals, and Owen is looking to pick up 2 games in a row off of one of the game's best players. Put himself in the finals. No 2-drop here from Luis. His hand is a triple Reflector Mages, a Tireless Tracker, and a Collected Company plus a pair of lands. Now, depending on how things pan out here, that could be exactly what he needs to get the job done. Presumed he's going to lead with a Tireless Tracker next turn if his draw doesn't change, and then he's going to try to lean on those Reflector Mages. Looks like a Pilgrim's Eye turn here for Turtonwald. You can see Owen's record 12-4. He He had 4 win-and-ins, lost the first 3, then lost game 1 in the last one. I think he about gave the viewing audience a heart attack with that last match, but he was able to get into the top 8. Luis had a much more direct route, 12-2 into a couple of draws.
Luis once again risks the turn 3 tireless tracker.
Yep. Owen does have a pair of fiery impulses that he can bring in from the sideboard, though when I talked to his team, they weren't 100% on whether he was actually going to do so or not.
Okay.
The key use for it, one of the key uses for it is to kill a Selfless Spirit to try to set up a Kozilek's return.
Yeah, it sounds like from the video that all Owen did was bring in a couple dispels.
Just some collected company insurance.
He could get in a Class of Wills fight, too.
Yeah, good point. And interestingly, Luis is just going to pass the turn. Luis, remember, these players do have access to deck lists, so he will know that he's taking on a little bit of risk if his goal here is just to fire off a collected company that Owen could have a dispel if he's decided to bring it in for this game.
Combat.
Yep. Owen's going to go to combat.
16.
Ishkana.
Your turn.
Okay.
Nice spider tokens.
Those are in fact Luis Scott Vargas tokens.
That's very much a touche. Same kind of tokens that Luis signed and handed to Owen at the beginning of the match.
Indeed.
Meanwhile, Collected Company only found Sylvan Advocate.
Yeah, pretty bad. I mean, he's got a lot of the targets in his hand. He's got another Sylvan Advocate as well as 3 copies of Reflector Mage, but now he's in that position where he's got to grind through an Ishkana. He took 3 in the air from the Wretched Griff and dropped down to 16. Only hit the 1 creature off of Collected Company, and now he's got work to do. Here's a Reflector Mage. Now he's got to decide if he wants to bounce Ishkana. No, he's just going to kill a spider token, it looks like. He played the 2nd copy of Sylvan Advocate before passing the turn back to Turton. So once again, Luis has found himself with a nicely developed board state here. There are no Kozilek's Return in the graveyard that I can see from Turtonwald.
Luis's hand is pretty nice, too.
Is it?
A pair of Reflector Mages and land number 6.
That looks about right.
Does not have a 2nd white mana, though, so he cannot play both Reflector Mages at the same turn. 6 land, though, is obviously great with 2 Sylvan Advocates in play.
Yeah, on Owen's side, he once again has 2 of his best creatures in hand. He's got an Emrakul and an Elder Deep Fiend. He could cast the Elder Deep Fiend, but he says, nope, nothing on upkeep. Doesn't mean he doesn't have it, though, if you're sitting in Luis's seat. Here's a Reflector Mage, the 2nd one of the game. And this is going to be the Dryad.
Get the Death Toucher out of my way.
It looks like Owen's actually considering just tapping all of his lands and sacrificing the Dryad for Emerge. There's a decent chance that he's not going to be able to cast it in a relevant time frame again this game, and in which case he'd rather just have the Deep Fiend in play. Yeah, he's going to go for it. All right, Elder Deep Fiend now from Owen Turtonwald, and with only 4 unsummoning set creatures for Luis, it means he's going to take no damage this turn as they're all going to get tapped down. Interesting, Luis at 13 life as well. Oh, he spoke too soon. Clash of Wills from Luis Scott Vargas counters it.
That is huge. That was off the top.
That means no 5/6 for Turtonwald. Now, as you can see, though,
creatures
still cast trigger, so that means that the creatures still get tapped. They're not going to be able to attack this turn. Still, things are starting to look a little bad for Luis on just as far as getting attacked. Turtonwald would have had 13 power there. All right, we've got a real fight on our hands here. Luis is down to just 1 Reflector Mage in hand. Okay, Turtonwald's going to attack with the Wretched Griff and drop Luis down to 10 and pass the turn back. His hand is Kozilek's Return and Emrakul. Kozilek's Return looks pretty bad here. The only card it could potentially kill is a tracker, and Luis has the ability to prevent that anyway. In fact, he's just going to initiate here by sacrificing a clue, which is going to put the tracker at the requisite 3 toughness, as well as every other creature Luis has that meet that requirement of at least 3. Oh, wow.
Selfless Spirit.
A Selfless Spirit as well.
Sure.
Now his creatures are safe from not only the front side, but also the back. And Luis is going to attack. How close is Owen to casting that Emrakul? We know he's got 7 lands on the battlefield. He does not have a land in his hand, so we're going to get a count on how many different card types in his graveyard.
Block like that. Sure.
He's got 5. He needs 6. An untapped land would unlock Emrakul. It looks like he's going to set up for that play right now. Now this gets the job done pretty nicely because it forces Luis to sacrifice the Selfless Spirit now, puts a Kozilek's Return in the yard, and if Owen can find a land off the top, he did.
Does.
He found an island.
Huge.
That was massive.
Is Emrakul count as an Eldrazi creature spell with converted mana cost 7 or more?
Emrakul fulfills that requirement. And Luis can see the writing on the wall here. Pretty good, he says, and there's Emrakul, and there goes the board for Luis Scott Vargas. Owen Turtonwald passes the turn back, and he gets to control this next turn. Luis is going to crack a clue on end step, though, and he's going to reveal his hand of Reflector Mage, Duskwatch Recruiter, and now a Selfless Spirit, which is very likely going to get selfless here. One thing that we've seen Owen do in the feature match here as well is play his opponent's Reflector Mage, returning his own Emrakul to his hand, though.
Does he want to do that when Luis is at 7?
I suppose Luis is just going to do it anyway.
True.
Not quite so many options as we've seen, you know, with Planeswalkers, more cards in hand, spells, but definitely some things to work through here for Turtonwald. He looks like he's in good shape to force a game 5.
Yeah, I think Luis thought he had this game. He had the massive board. He had the even had the Selfless Spirit to defend against shenanigans. But the fact that Owen was able to both hardcast the Kozilek's Return, killing the Spirit, then untap, play the Eldrazi, flash it back. Just the perfect sequence for Owen. He had exactly what he needed.
He did. Yeah, I think Luis knew how close he was. He put himself in a great position, but there was a couple of cards that could really.
Yeah, there was no one card. It had to be a sequence.
It did.
It had to be multiple cards, and Owen had it.
Yeah, it could have been Grapple with the Past.
Well, Reflector Mage does bounce his own Emrakul.
Yep. Okay. Now it gets complicated. Luis can attack for some damage here with the Lumbering Falls or just the Reflector Mage. He's going to draw a card from one of his clues, but he knows that Owen is going to untap and play Emrakul yet again, so I think that what Luis is going to do is try to dig to find an Ojutai's Command or a Clash of Wills here.
12.
Let's see if he's found it.
Still only the 1 white mana for Luis, so Owen had to choose between playing the Reflector Mage or playing the Selfless Spirit to have it commit suicide.
All right, Luis is going to empty the hand here. It looks like he didn't find one of his counter spells. So there we go. Emrakul, the Promised End, yet again. 2 lands off the top there for Luis Scott Vargas, so not a lot to do for Turton. Just a Selfless Spirit as far as casting creatures goes. Now he does get to run something into Emrakul. That could be a Lumbering Falls. Could be one of these creatures.
I'm gonna make you go wilds. Crack.
Little interesting side effect here is that he's going to crack Evolving Wilds, which means he gets to search for a basic land. Of course, he doesn't actually find it, which he will fail to do here. But
He gets
while
to see
he's
exactly how
browsing,
Luis sideboarded.
he does get to know, at least for this game, what Luis was up to. Luis patiently awaits his fate here. Not much you can do when your opponent's controlling your turn. You just kind of have to sit there and survey the scene after the carnage is finished.
I'll make you take 2 up to 3.
That was a couple of Yavimaya being tapped there for damage.
I'll make you recruit again. It doesn't change a lot, but you only have 5 types left. Enchantment, creature, land, instant, sorcery, artifact. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Sure. You missed on recruiter.
Yeah. Okay. And then Spirit Sacket. Go.
I'm gonna draw a Reflector Mage. I only have 1 left in my deck, so it's gonna be really sweet when I draw it.
I was hoping to put it to the bottom.
Yeah.
Luis did not draw the Reflector Mage that he was hoping to there. At least not with his draw step. He is activating his Duskwatch Recruiter. He hasn't found it here either. He did find a Tireless Tracker. He's going to dig one more time, and he hasn't found it. No Reflector Mage for Luis Scott Vargas. Owen Turtonwald takes game number 4. A little smile there.
Yeah.
I'm still hoping for the horrific Mana Screw. Is that this game?
On to game 5.
You can see the judge poked his head in on that last sequence to remind Owen that an instant was gone from his graveyard, that Kozilek's Return was exiled, which actually gave him 5 Delirium rather than the 6 he had before. Let's take a look at Owen's, one of Owen's biggest threats here, Elder Deep Fiend. He's the one that decided to play this. This is a card that, by contrast, Reduke did not play. Right. For example, and it does really give a lot of flexibility to this deck as far as shutting out the late game, preventing yourself from getting killed. And then we've talked about it earlier, but in this matchup, it actually gives you an instant speed way to get that Kozilek's Return out of the graveyard. Really cool card. You know, if that isn't enough for you,
I want bigger, Marshall.
if you want more, there's also, of course, I have to say, the new all-star of Standard, this card everywhere, Emrakul, the Promised End. You know, I always find these cards difficult to evaluate at first. You see them and you're like, whoa, and it's like it has this huge effect. It's really flashy. It's hard to gauge exactly how much you're going to actually pay for this. And then the really interesting design wrinkle here of you get to take their next turn, but then they actually get a turn after that.
Right. You actually saw Owen use that really cleverly with the Reflector Mage in that game. Like he had to choose whether to have a Selfless Spirit commit suicide or play a Reflector Mage to bounce Emrakul. Now, Luis was going to play the Reflector Mage to bounce the Emrakul for him on the next turn, but Owen, the way Reflector Mage works is you can't play the card until your next turn. So by playing the Reflector Mage on the controlled turn, the bonus turn was when the Reflector Mage wore off. Owen got to play Emrakul on consecutive turns despite getting it Reflector Maged in between. That was just kind of clever.
That is cool.
Lots going on with Emrakul, needless to say.
I also like that, you know, Emrakul, the triggered ability there. Look, you can counter this Emrakul.
Mm-hmm.
She is vulnerable to counter spells, which is a major downside, you know, when you're talking about paying as much mana as you're going to end up paying for an Emrakul. But the really cool part is just by putting Emrakul on the stack, you're going to get that triggered ability.
Yeah, I liked the tech we saw in the quarterfinals of Summary Dismissal is the clean way to answer both Emrakul and her cast trigger.
Let's take a look at Reflector Mage. You know, we were just talking about that card a second ago, Randy, and it's funny. I love cards like this.
I know you do.
You know, my favorite all-time Magic card is Man of War, and this is a kind of a clever riff on Man of War. But
Is there
I'm
a
not
butt
gonna
coming?
lie. When I first saw this card, I thought, okay, I can't wait to play this card in Limited.
Sure.
And I don't know why. Didn't think it would be that good in Constructed. And it didn't make a lot of waves early, and then somebody played it, and it was like, oh no, this card's amazing. You know, the truth was, you know, when we first saw it comboed with Collected Company was when it was like, oh, no, this is just ridiculous, getting this card at instant speed. But really, that's the difference. You know, not letting your opponent play that creature the next turn makes all the difference.
Interesting note, by the way. Just seeing this coming in. We saw the judge talking to Owen there. That was actually Owen's second game rule violation warning. Him underpaying for that Emrakul because the instant had been removed from his graveyard. That's starting to get a little scary for Owen. If he picks up a third, and the judge informed him of this, if Owen picks up a third game rule violation, that's a game loss.
Noteworthy.
Noteworthy.
Another new card, by the way, to the Collected Company list that we've seen. You know, this deck has been around for a while. Is Spell Queller.
Yeah.
Card with the same mana cost as Reflector Mage, but this was a little different. When people saw this, everybody's like, whoa!
Oh, yes. Straight into the Bant Company decks. Most of the Collected Company lists coalesced into the Bant colors because of this card. I like Kleptomaniacal Geist as the playtest name. That's a good one. It's nice, though, that...
That's a little long for a playtest name.
Oh, you no idea.
Oh,
Playtest names, Marshall. They don't have to fit anywhere except in the brains of developers.
Oh, okay. It's just what you call it as a nickname.
Well, it's in the file, and, you know, however much of it fits gets printed out on the playtest cards. But if it doesn't fit, yeah, you know what it said.
Kleptomaniacal Geist. But, yeah, this one, you know, when we first saw this card previewed, it was kind of a jaw-dropper, and it hasn't disappointed. The card's fantastic.
But at the same time, beatable. You saw a lot of teams start playing 5-mana cards and 13-mana cards so that they wouldn't just be destroyed by Spell Queller. And yeah, it is not the most played creature in this top 8. There are more copies of Ishkana in this top 8 than there are Spell Queller. There are more copies of Emrakul in this top 8 than there are Spell Queller. Also, by no means the only Eldritch Moon card to have a massive impact on this tournament. I actually counted. There's 13 Eldritch Moon cards in main decks. It's the perfect number, right?
That is. Yeah, that's been a change. You know, we used to see the smaller sets really fight to have an impact in Standard.
Right.
And that is no longer the case. The last 3 have really helped redefine what the format is all about. And Eldritch Moon is no exception.
Yeah, you see from that handshake, both players
yeah.
fully aware of the magnitude
of
this one game of Magic.
Yeah. This is kind of how it had to go, right? It comes down to one game for these two players. And I think Luis is he's looking. He does have a 2-lander with a Clash of Wills here. And he's kept it. All right, we are underway.
On the play.
Game number 5, and Luis does get to be on the play. A nice draw from Turton.
Yeah,
he finds himself a Gnarlwood Dryad.
Luis does have to crack his Evolving Wild so that he has the ability to top deck, or to play a 2-drop should he draw one.
And it is Gnarlwood Dryad for turn 1 on for Turtonwald.
Luis has to hit a land in these next 2 draw steps, though, or we're going to have an ugly game.
He did not.
That was not a land.
He also has a tap land here.
So no 2-drop.
Slow start out of the gate for Scott Vargas.
Massive draw
So
step.
slow that Owen Turtonwald gets to be the first one to attack and even play a second copy of Gnarlwood Dryad. Is there a land for Luis?
No.
No. Now, he does have plays.
Yeah.
He's got a Selfless Spirit. He's going to play that here. Kozilek's Return, not really what Turtonwald wanted to see quite at this juncture, I don't think. Turtonwald could go for an attack here. what he's going to do. He's also going to crack that Vessel of Nascency here.
So he hits enchantment, artifact, forest,
creature.
So you take 6.
So 6 damage.
Yeah,
He hit delirium
he
in
did.
one crack
he did
of
hit
the vessel.
delirium. He used it almost like a combat trick, and that put Luis not only on his back heels, but down to 13. Now, there's good news for Luis Scott Vargas fans. He's found a land, so we are going to get a game here. But is it too late? Is a tap land on turn 2 and missing a land drop too slow for Luis? Look at all the cards in his hand. Oh, this is going to be an uphill battle for Luis Scott Vargas, but he certainly has the tools to get the job done. In his hand, he's going to start things off with Tireless Tracker. Man, 2 Gnarlwood Dryads attacking for 6 total. Owen's having no problem hitting his land drops. He attacks for 6 more, and look at this.
Yeah, Luis has
Luis
to trade.
is forced to trade off a Selfless Spirit effectively.
Oh, jeez. Owen is able to respond with Kozilek's Return, killing the Tireless Tracker before it can either trade or pick up the Indestructibility.
How did this happen?
What a complete blowout.
Owen is now the tempo player, setting Luis back and keeping the attacks flowing, such that Luis is now casting a defensive Reflector Mage on the Gnarlwood Dryad just to keep his life total up. Turton has completely turned the tables on Luis here. Traditionally, Owen's supposed to play for the long game, and dominate.
He's got 1 mana 3/3s this game. He hit Delirium in 1 Vessel Crack, had 2 Dryads.
Looks like he's just rolling with it.
Draw a card.
All right, this is going to be Wretched Griff cashing in the Dryad. And drawing Owen Turnwald a card. He passes a turn back, another land off the top. So the lands are coming now for Luis. He's got a Tireless Tracker plus a land. And he even follows that up with a Sylvan Advocate, and he's 1 land away after hitting those last 3 lands from getting Sylvan Advocate online. Now, he is going to drop down to 4 if Owen wants to attack with his Wretched Griff. So Luis still very much behind in the damage race. We are going to get a really exciting finish here. If Luis can find a way to keep these Flyers at bay, he's at 4, being attacked for 3. He's got a Subjugator Angel and a Clash of Wills in hand. He's drawn 1 card for the turn. Let's see what he's found.
He's got the Subjugator Angel?
It's in his hand.
Crazy.
I don't think he's going to be able to line up 18 power, though. Let's see. It's going to be pretty difficult. That's 4, 8, 9, 10. It might not be too far off, but...
He needs to, like, crack Clue into Reflector Mage, then 6th land next turn, something like that. That Wretched Griff is a 2-turn clock. And the Dryad is a lethal threat on this board. Like, Luis would be obliged to block and trade with it.
Luis's hand is now Duskwatch Recruiter, Selfless Spirit.
Oh, Selfless Spirit can block.
The Subjugator Angel and a Clash of Wills. Now, Luis is not obliged to block this turn. He can go to 1.
Well, he's obliged to block if Owen attacks with both creatures.
Yes, he will have to block on the ground, but he will not have to block the 3/4 flyer.
Correct.
He's given himself the option of doing so, in fact, of blocking with both. With a Selfless Spirit here, though.
No attack from Luis because of the 3/3 Dryad on defense. Luis is at like 10 power.
Can Owen Turnwald finish this thing off? He's going to start off by attacking for 3 damage. Luis is going to take it and go to 1. Is this Ishkana? Yes, it is. That is going to make things difficult for Luis to get in for 18. The Subjugator Angel, of course, can clear off all of the blockers for a turn. Wow, there was a Reflector Mage off the top. That actually buys him more turns here. He can return the Wretched Griff.
Yeah, he's only actually dying to the Flyer.
Oh, is that what he needed?
It's part of what he needed.
Okay, well, Reflector Mage sends it back, and he gets to play a Duskwatch Recruiter. Can he assemble 18 power and play Subjugator Angel with a land?
That is the plan.
2/4. 8, 10.
He's at
6 It's at
14.
8. Isn't it 18?
I count 14, and a land would send it to 16.
16. You're right.
But if he Subjugator Angels, yeah, wow.
He'll have a 4/3 back, but he will
Right,
not
right.
be able to attack with his team and leave back all those blockers. He's going to need another creature. Subjugator Angel costs 6 mana. He won't have the ability to crack a clue for Tireless Tracker or to activate Duskwatch Recruiter. Whoa, this is going to be really, really close here. Turnwald's going to force the issue by attacking with his 3/3 Death Touch.
Super smart.
This must be blocked from Scott Vargas. And his only really good block is a Tireless Tracker. Everything else is a chump, and he does block with Tireless Tracker. Luis knows that he's not going to be able to kill Owen next turn, even with a land and Subjugator Angel. So he needs to not let his offenses get chipped away by that 3/3 Death Touch. This is about as close as they get. Turtonwald has that Wretched Gryph in hand from the Reflector Mage before, so he's going to have to wait. He's passed a turn back. Another Reflector Mage off the top for Luis.
Wow. What does that do? I mean, you don't normally want to bounce Ishkanah because it just gets replayed and makes more spiders, but
well, it
if
depends
Luis
on the, yeah, go ahead.
If he thinks he's only got like a 2-turn window anyway, then you can't replay it next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe he can start attacking? Maybe?
Luis has passed the turn back,
wow.
And he's going to trigger the transform ability here. Remember, the other card in
Subjugator Angel
hand,
just got turned on, for the record. It's 1 cheaper now.
Good point.
Due to Growlin' Horde.
It's also a Clash of Wills in hand for Luis Scott Vargas.
Owen pays 1 mana for Wretched Gryph, sacrifices the 5 mana Ishkanah
Yeah,
because he knows about exactly Clash of Wills. Look at all the mana he has available to pay with.
Also, this should be a signal to Luis that Owen might have another Ishkanah in hand.
And by the way, the Kozilek's Return triggers. Luis is forced to respond. He sacks Selfless Spirit so that Kozilek's Return can't wipe him out, and then Owen just declines to cast it. Or flash it back, or whatever we call that.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for Owen.
Yeah. Yeah,
just
Luis
the
is a
threat of,
right. The threat of it forced Luis to sack his Selfless Spirit.
Luis had built up quite a board here and had a plan going with the Subjugator Angel, but it is falling apart for him slowly but surely. Turtonwald recasts the Wretched Gryph. It is lethal if he gets to attack.
I think last turn I had 5 and 2. This is Pilgrimage Land, so I haven't.
I feel like you haven't, but I would.
Owen trying to figure out if he's played a land yet this turn.
Just play on and figure it out later. Yeah, the voice works out well. 2 weeks works?
I'm like 99% sure I haven't played a land, but I would like you to tell me.
Owen obviously playing carefully after the warning he picked up.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Well, you have more lands than I do.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't, but whatever.
It's the land that'll do it. Ishkanah.
New Ishkanah.
Yeah, this one's going to get countered by Clash of Wills.
Sure.
And that leaves Turtonwald with not a lot going on in hand here. I believe just 3 lands in hand for him. Yeah, that's all he's got.
Cracks a Vessel.
He found an Elder Deep Fiend, though. Can't cast it yet. That was 2 spells, though, for Turtonwald, so the Duskwatch Recruiter does get transformed back.
Oh, Luis drew Avacyn.
Man, he has gone Reflector Mage, Avacyn.
Yeah, he kept the Reflector Mage as a hedge against this Wretched Gryph, in case he didn't get to clash the Wretched Gryph. He was right that Owen wasn't going to let him
Can
clash
you
the
believe
Wretched
that?
Gryph.
He just drew Avacyn. He was going to die to that Wretched Gryph.
Well, he was going to Reflector Mage to bounce it once, and then die like 3 turns from now.
Now he gets to gobble it up.
That does seem better.
But at 1 life. And before blockers, Elder Deep Fiend's going to come in, and I don't think Luis has enough in the tank here. He can play Archangel Avacyn.
Wow.
That gives him
The
1 blocker,
spiders
but
finish
these
him off.
spiders are a big problem. He's going to try to flash it in.
You cannot flash Subjugated
It
Angel.
doesn't work, and Owen Turtonwald advances to the finals. He certainly made it interesting for us leading up to this top 8, and now he's dispatched of the Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas and put himself right into the finals.
It would have been really easy for him to walk into that Avacyn there, too. Owen had to also attack with the spiders, planning to clear a path for them with Elder Deep Fiend. That then plays around everything Luis could have. Didn't want to lose to the 1 or 2, probably one of at this point, Avacyn.
Exciting finish there. Of course, that one's going to go to a Game 5. How
Of
else
course.
would it end? And Owen Turtonwald ends up defeating Luis Scott Vargas 3-2. For more on our next semifinal and other updates, let's head to the news desk in Rich Hagan.
Thanks very much to Marshall and Randy Buehler down there with the call on semi-final 1. My goodness gracious me. Owen Turtonwald came into this tournament knowing he had to get to at least the top 8 if he was going to be Player of the Year. He did that. He won his quarterfinal over Yuta Takahashi, both 3-1. And now if we take a look at our bracket, get a sense of how the day has gone here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon, we have Owen Turtonwald advancing once more over Luis Scott Vargas. 3-2. It went back and forth. 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2. There, just a tremendous performance by Owen. His Teamer Emerge deck takes him through to the final, but it will take 2 to tango, and that'll involve Sam Pardy and Lucas Blaholm. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But as you may well know, Brian David Marshall was out and about in Sydney throughout this Pro Tour week, and he got to go behind the testing teams for Channel, Fireball, and Team Ultra Pro. And one of the developing stories was this Bank Company deck. Is that something that you try to beat, or is that something you try to join? Most people decided they were going to try and beat it. A select few, decided they were going to join him. We've just seen Luis Scott Vargas get all the way to the semi-finals with what looked like the biggest deck in the room. It's time to join him.
You should probably play Band Company. It's really, really good. This format is really interesting because it's in many ways the exact format we just played at the last Pro Tour. Going into that tournament, Band Company was the clear best deck, and kind of the same solutions that we saw to Band Company back then are still like the right ways to go about beating it now, except Band Company's leveled up and the other decks really haven't.
We know the big elephant in the room, it's Band. You got to beat Band. So we've all been trying our hardest, and so far, it's been really tough. It's been really, really, really tough. So hopefully we can maybe figure something out. But if not, I've been testing enough with Band that I'm pretty comfortable actually playing the deck. So if we can't beat him, I will join him. But I'm really hoping that we can beat him.
Was also the best deck going to the last Pro Tour in a very similar list, actually. I've never really been someone who's afraid to play the best deck. Like, I'm frequently fine doing that, especially if the mirror has a lot of play to it, like the mirror does. But first choice is to try to find something that beats it, trying to find something that has an edge in the mirror, and hopefully I'll find something like that. If not, I'll sleeve up my collected companies, my tireless trackers, and reflector mages and get to work.
If we find something that beats Band Company and is like 50-50-ish against everything else, then we did it. If we can't find that, I'll happily play Band Company. I don't really have a problem with playing the best deck, but I don't like when the best deck is a deck I don't want to play. What I mean is Band Company is grindy, it plays close games, it doesn't depend on any one card. So I like decks like Band Company. I'm happy to play a deck like that.
One of the things that I think is super important is to play a ton of games whenever there's a dominant deck with that deck. Like, understanding your enemy is really important, and so you can ask Luis, I've played a ton of Band mirrors against him, and we've tried all the different cards, gotten a feel for what's good, what's bad, how to attack the deck, what its potential weaknesses are. And another thing is play a ton of sideboard games. Often decks like Band Company, Jund, etc. can improve a lot in post-board games, and if you can build a deck that can beat them in game 1s but not games 2 and 3.
And you just throw it all, see if anything sticks, or you spend a lot of time with really smart people tuning the mirror.
Kind of on Bant last season.
So I'd like to be able to beat it and not be in a place where I just have a huge target on my head. But you know, it's a hard deck to beat. Sam keeps asking me what my odds of playing Bant Company are, and they keep increasing every day. So we'll see. I was already over 50% to play it. So if I have to end up there, then I guess that's okay.
Spellqueller, just having a interactive element so that you're not just like all creatures. Like every creature that you add to the deck that's another spell, essentially, just gives it shores up more of its weaknesses, because it's really good at being this like mid-rangey creature deck, and you can't really like outbeat it on that front. Like if you're trying to play mid-rangey creatures, like Bant Company is just the right way to do that. There used to be variety in company decks, and now there's not. You just have to play Spellqueller, and Spellqueller is so good against so at the last Pro Tour we played a green-black company deck, which beat the mirror. And essentially now Spellqueller means that deck would no longer win in the head-to-head, because you're a high synergy deck, so getting your pieces broken up is bad for you, and you have no way to interact with Spellqueller. So it's just like doubly it's just such a huge beating. And you miss out on having this powerful new edition yourself if you're not playing the Bant version.
Well, generally, I would rather play the deck that beats it than actually play the best deck, especially if that's an aggro deck. Like, I really enjoy just kind of like low drop creature type decks. So if I can find a deck I think is good against the best deck that fits into that category, I will play it. But I certainly have no problem playing the best deck if that's what you have to do. You know, I mean, I'm not going to be different for the sake of being different. So
I think that's the biggest thing, is that where before there were multiple flavors of company decks, there's really only one now. Standard is a very different animal because everybody knows exactly what is going on. You know, I try to beat them, and I'm not opposed to playing the best deck if I think that's the right thing to do.
Thanks very much to Team Ultra Pro and Team Channel Fireball, who threw their testing house doors open to BDM and to all of us around the world. Thanks very much to them. We know how much you at home love seeing behind those usually closed doors. Great. Thanks very much to the team. All right, so I've been joined by Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. Randy, you just watched semi-final one. Let's take a look at our bracket and remind you where things stand as we're mid-afternoon here in Sydney. 4 quarterfinals done. Sam Pardy over Andrew Brown, Lucas Blahon over Ken Yukihiro, Owen Turton over Yuta Takahashi, Luis Scott Vargas over Reed Duke. And just now, Randy, you watched Owen Turton defeat Luis Scott Vargas by 3 games to 2.
It is truly a pleasure to watch Magic played at that level. I mean, 2 of the best players in the game right now, 2 of the best players to ever shuffle up a deck of Magic cards, just playing at the peak of their powers. That was just fun to watch.
I mean, one of my favorite memories of you is in 2009 in Kyoto, where I was relatively new to coverage.
Sure.
And I had, at that point, I'd been on a couple of years, I had not seen you so eager to go and stand in your off minutes behind someone's shoulder as you were behind Luis, because you were saying, the player is finishing doing what they're doing. He always has a plan. He executes the plan. He adjusts his plan. And it was fulsome praise. And it was, again, here we are 7 years on and still a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great stuff. All right, so we know that Owen Turton is into the final, but we need another chair filled. And to do that, we go into semi-final 2. And that is between Sam Pardy and Lucas Blahon. Let's take a look at Sam for you. Sam Pardy from the United States. He's 27 years of age now on team face-to-face games, having another good year, of course. Over 150 lifetime pro points by the time today is done. Could double his lifetime earnings to 80,000. He's the only player in the top 8 playing in his first Sunday Showdown, but no stranger to the Winner's Circle 2 Grand Prix titles. Portland 2013, Detroit 2015. Wonder if he can run Portland back-to-back next week as we begin our 2016-17 season. His deck is Black-Green Delirium. Let's take a look at that. And Randy, walk us through, because not everyone saw the quarterfinals. Maybe people just getting up on their Sunday, and maybe people just heading to bed on their Sunday right now. What is Black-Green Delirium all about?
Yeah, it is. You can look at it as saying, oh, it's yet another Emrakul deck, and there is a copy of Emrakul in here. There are Traverse the Ulven Wilds to go get it, but this is a much more aggressive version of the Graveyard Synergy decks. for Grim Flayers is really the card you want to look for. When this deck plays Grim Flayer on turn 2, it starts controlling its draw step, starts filling up the graveyard that way, and starts hitting super hard. So it is about as aggressive as the graveyard decks get right now, and it has been spectacular. Team Face-to-Face Games had probably the best Pro Tour weekend of any testing team, and this is their champion that's still standing.
All right, well, across the studio waiting for us patiently is Brian David Marshall. He has a very special guest. Let him introduce Craig Sterry.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Sam Pardee's father, Craig Sterry. Craig, how long has Sam Pardee been playing Magic?
Just about as long as is possible. I started playing when the game first came out, and he was 3 or 4 at the time, and just really excited about it. He learned to read, so he could read the flavor text on the cards, which back then there used to be a lot more room for flavor text. It wasn't quite as complicated as it is now.
So when you're talking about like alpha, beta, black-bordered era cards.
93, 94.
And
way
you got
back
into
then.
the game originally.
I did, yeah.
How did that happen?
I played a game called Cosmic Encounter, and then I heard about this other game that was sort of influenced by that, developed by a game theoretician, and I'm a math guy, so I thought, well, this sounds interesting, and next thing I knew, I was buying up all the cards.
So how long did it take, the ritual of playing basketball with your son, baseball with your son or daughter is such a time-honored tradition, and sort of the point where the child surpasses the parent is, a big moment. What point did Sam start beating you at Magic?
Wow, that's hard to say. It took a while because he was really quite young when he started, but it wasn't that long. It was, when he was in 5th or 6th grade, he was already quite comparable to what I was doing at the time.
Wow. So now, why are you in Australia? You didn't just fly here to watch him in the top 8. I mean, that's a nice bonus, but what is the family doing here in Australia?
We try to take one trip a year to where the non-US Pro Tours are and stop in, see how Sam's doing. And this is just a dream come true,
Now, I know you're not actively playing, but you follow Sam's career and you watch the coverage. And
yes.
Who else is watching at home right now to see Sam play in this semifinals?
I have no idea what time it is back there. I'm so confused, but his grandfather watches Twitch quite regularly. His aunts and uncles watch. So we have a large contingent of people all over the United States tuning in.
That's just amazing. That's just amazing. Okay, Craig Sterry, I'm going to let you go huddle along the rail like all the other players and root for your son here as he tries to reach the finals of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
What a wonderful interview. What a wonderful gentleman.
That was spectacular.
Isn't that just great? We all like to think that Magic is about us when we're busy sitting there, but there are a lot of people and aunts, uncles, dad here in the building. I mean, what would...
And you keep pointing out Sam's the only guy without a previous Pro Tour top 8, but it's almost weird that he didn't have one. He's been one of the regulars for years now. Very well-respected player, has had a lot of good results, just never quite cracked through that Sunday stage.
So let's take a look at his opponent in this second semi-final. It's Lucas Blahon. There you see him from Cabin Crew, 27 years old, 236 lifetime pro points, the Grand Prix Brussels champion. What deck is he playing? Let's take a look at that for you. It is white-black control. So much good stuff going on. The Planeswalkers are plenty, and this is going to be a great matchup. So Craig Sterry is back in his seat, ready to watch his son Sam do battle. It's time for the second semi-final of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Hello there. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Marshall Sutcliffe, and I'm joined now by Luis Scott Vargas. Luis, thank you so much for jumping right out of your match and right into the booth here. We certainly appreciate it.
No problem. I didn't want to miss our appointment. So
yeah. He's always on time. So, second semifinal match is lined up for you here. We've got Sam Pardee versus Lucas Blahon playing a best of 5 to see who gets to fight Owen Turton in the finals. Let's head down to the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas. And we're set for semifinal number 2. The winner of this match is going to play Owen Turtonwald trophy. On the left side, we've got Sam Pardee. Take a look at Sam here from the United States. As he finds himself in the top 8, facing down Lucas Blohan from the Czech Republic. This is his second Pro Tour top 8.
You can start.
And let's get underway. Luis, the matchup, let's talk about this. We've got black-green Delirium for Pardee versus white-black Control from Blohan.
Lucas is playing a deck that we did not expect quite as many to show up at, or at this tournament, because the card Emrakul is very good against the black-white deck. The black-white deck just has a ton of spells it can wreak havoc on its own cards with. So Sam and Lucas, I think, both have identified Emrakul as the most important card in the matchup.
Yeah, they have. In fact, I got a chance to talk to their testing teams and even to Lucas directly before the match. And yes, they did say that. They said that it was going to be really important to the late game, as Emrakul is just bigger and better than what Lucas has going on in the late game. And Lucas also noted that he doesn't think he's a favorite in the matchup, though he's not quite sure how bad it is for him. And that he says that his Lilianas aren't going to be as good as Sam's Lilianas. They both have the card in their deck. He thinks that Sam is going to be able to minus Liliana to get back a bunch of value creatures and grind, where Liliana's for Lucas, the main plan here is to ultimate.
Liliana's ultimate is a very real thing, and Lucas is playing her as a removal spell splash ultimate. Sam has basically no targets for the removal aspect, and Lucas doesn't have any creatures to get back. I mean, he's just got a couple Avacins and some Kalitas, so I don't think you're going to end up seeing these Lilianas much in post-board games.
Sam, on the other hand, can minus Liliana and get back any number of creatures from his graveyard. Tireless Trackers, Den Protectors later on.
Grimflayers.
Grimflayers, which he's already got in the graveyard here, as you can see. Here's Transgress the Mind now for Blohan. Is he going to take a look at Sam Pardee's hand and see what he's working with?
Sam's hand is not what you'd want in this matchup, especially since he's only got the one threat, just the one Ishkanah. So if Lucas decides to take Ishkanah, which, of course, Transgress exiles, so Sam's future Lilianas won't get her back, then Sam's left with 3 removal spells and no way to draw cards. So, yeah, Sam can't be super thrilled about this turn of events. Liliana might legitimately ultimate this game.
Blohan also now aware of the 2 copies of Grasp of Darkness is going to be able to play around those. You can see the Kalitas in his hand there.
Yeah, he's a lot less likely to run that out unless he just doesn't care about it getting grasped. If he's got no other play, then it makes some sense, but he is going in with his eyes wide open here.
And he's not even going to bother playing it. He just ticks Liliana up to 6. Now, she ultimates at 7. We're just 2 turns away here if Sam can't find some pressure.
Yeah, and Sam's got 3 Ruinous Paths in his deck, and that's the card he's going to want to draw right now, since if he doesn't find Ruinous Path next turn, Liliana starts slowly, assembling the zombie horde. First 2, then 4, then 6, and so on.
Starts slow, finishes quite quickly. We've seen it a few times. Here's Languish from Blohan just to take down the Den Protector. Sam's going to get to activate it before it goes away, but is he going to find anything that actually matters is the question.
He can get back the Traverse the Ovenwald, and then later, once he gets Delirium, it becomes more of a card. But yeah, right now it's not doing a ton for him.
Pardee finds another miserable card for him, an ultimate price off the top.
It's funny, just the composition of removal that Sam drew this game, they're all pretty interchangeable, except Ruinous Path's the one he actually wants, and he's drawn all Grasps and ultimate prices. So we're going to see a lot of that in the game 1. Games 1 and 2 are no sideboarded, where both players just have a ton of excess removal they don't want.
And there we go. Liliana Emblem is online.
And so now Lucas is by default winning this game. He just needs to make sure nothing crazy happens. And even Emrakul can't actually remove the emblem. That's why Liliana was added to the to the Gatewatch, I assume.
Indeed.
I hope we get to see a double Liliana emblem. Now that would be something. Oh, 1 turn too late. There's the Ruinous Path.
Oh, what heartbreak for Sam. I mean, does he have any way to race the number of zombies that are coming in? There's just no way, right? He can keep them at bay for a while.
Well, a fast Emrakul you can play Emrakul, maybe make Lucas waste a few cards, attack for 13, and then languish all the zombies away, and then be a turn away from winning. But Lucas has his own Ruinous Path that if he draws Ob Nixilis also, these are cards that can kill Emrakul. So, and Sam's going to need 2 hits, not just 1.
Yeah, now he's got that Ob Nixilis on the battlefield already.
Sam might just also lose the Ob Nixilis here, even if Liliana wasn't enough.
So 2 plus the number of zombies you control means 4 for Blohan as he passes a turn back. And yeah, Sam Pardee sitting here facing down now a Planeswalker on 6 loyalty, a Planeswalker emblem, and 6 creatures on the battlefield plus a creature land. It's going to be really hard for him to find his way out of this mess. There's Languish to reset, though. That does buy him a little bit of time.
And Sam did draw a second Ruinous Path, so at some point he's going to be able to kill the Ob Nixilis as well. But again, these Ruinous Paths, they showed up a little too late for Sam.
Yeah, his library has not been kind to him with that timing.
You're going to see this out of both decks. They're both playing like black-based control decks that have a lot of removal and not a ton of ways to draw cards compared to traditional control decks we've seen, you know, in other eras of Magic. So if you draw the wrong mix of removal spells, you can end up in a pretty tough spot.
Sam is doing what he can do to keep that zombie horde from growing out of control. He uses one of his Grasp of Darknesses just to take down a token.
Yeah, but when you're grasping at tokens, you're grasping at straws.
Grasping at straws as well. Yeah, this isn't going to end well for Pardee, though. He is going to fight the fight. This is the semifinals after all.
Sam trying to avoid the fate of getting Liliana plus Ob Nixilis ultimated.
Which he does.
He wasn't too far away. All right.
Now, this is a line of play that you described where if Sam is going to find his way out of this mess, it's going to be through Emrakul. So the question is, can he cast Emrakul? Looks like the players were doing a count there to see how close he actually was. He's got 7 lands on the battlefield.
So it looks like Sam's got exact Delirium, so 4 different types right now. So Emrakul's going to cost 9.
So he's 2 lands away currently, or some Delirium.
But one of the features of the black-green deck is compared to something like the Temur Emerge deck, it's much less aggressive at getting Delirium and adding card types to its graveyard. You know, we just unfortunately saw Owen Turton rack up 5 or 6 different types by turn 3 or 4, thanks to Vessels of Nascency and Gather the Pack, cards like that. Sam's not really playing those cards. He's just more naturally getting Delirium as the game goes long.
Ultimate Price kills the zombie, but the Shambling Vent is still going to get in. And there's Kalatas as well. Blohan just has to be saying, now, I've had this emblem for like 3 or 4 turns here.
Yeah,
I only have 2 zombies. Why are we still playing this game?
But think about it this way. Sam's using cards out of his hand to kill these zombies, sometimes at a 1-for-1, like 1 card for 1 zombie. And Lucas is just getting that for free, plus all the rest of the cards he's drawing.
And this is Liliana, immediately -2. That's going to mill the top 2 cards of his library, and then he can grab a creature from his graveyard and put it in his hand.
Yeah, he's got Groomflayer and Sylvan Advocate, which are both serviceable blockers, but the Ishkanah got exiled to Transgress, so unfortunately for Sam, not an option.
Well, at least he found targets for all that spot removal. He's trying to buy enough time to get to Emrakul here.
And if Lucas kills Liliana, that actually adds essentially a mana to Emrakul's cost, or reduces the Emrakul's cost by a mana. So Lucas has incentive to not necessarily go after Liliana.
She's not doing much on 1 loyalty anyway, right? Just shrinking down a zombie or another creature.
Yeah, Sam's a turn away from being able to actually put her in the graveyard himself, because he can +1 her up to 2, and then next turn -2 her. But Lucas might be able to take Sam down by then. It's going to be close. The problem for Sam is that I think that it's highly likely that Sam does eventually get to resolve an Emrakul this game. I don't think that's...
Lucas did attack Liliana here.
All right, so Lucas is not super worried about that. And the problem is, even if Sam does resolve an Emrakul, that doesn't just automatically win the game.
No, not at all. In fact, if it does win the game, we may need to have Ian Duke from R&D come in here and explain why the zombie horde was not victorious. No, it's my guess that it probably will be. Okay, traverse the Ulvenwald here for Pardee.
Yeah, again, he is delirious, so he can get...
It's going to be Ishkanah. He's going to make some spiders thanks to Delirium.
It's gonna buy Sam some time, at least another turn here, but
yeah, at this point, 1 turn.
At this point, Liliana's making 8 additional zombies.
And you know, you kind of jokingly said it before, but the other Liliana is going up to to 7 here as well.
It really is Emrakul vs. the world here, and it's unclear whether Emrakul is going to have enough of an influence to take all that down.
Seen a lot of Emrakul in the feature match area on the weekend. Clearly one of the better cards in Standard right off the bat.
I played against Emrakul every single round but one in this tournament, including the top 8.
Oh my goodness. So that was a combination of Grasp of Darkness plus Liliana to take down Ishkana and force a lot of chump blocks. Does he even have enough?
Yeah, Sam can go to 2 here if he chump blocks everything.
So he's at 2. Blahan is going to jump up to 22. Look at all the zombies.
Kaboom.
And there we go. Emrakul has hit the battlefield. Let's see if it's enough.
Well, the languish does mean that Sam's going to get to wipe the board. Linvala is going to make an ill-advised attack right into Emrakul. And other than that...
He can minus Liliana and miss.
He can minus Liliana and miss, and he can then attack Liliana with his Emrakul next turn, or just attack Lucas directly. But he cannot stop Lucas from getting 2 zombies. So basically what Sam needs to have happen is figure out a way to not die on his next turn to get 2 attacks in with Emrakul. And if Sam had a second Emrakul, this would work out. But he needs something, because the problem is the two zombies are going to be able to attack Sam immediately. So I don't see a way out of this.
Now, Sam does play 3 copies of Languish. Is that... It's not enough, right? He still has to be able to survive the immediate next turn. Yeah,
You're right,
that's
because
gonna do it.
Sam takes the Emrakul turn, eventually has to say go. Liliana makes 2 zombies. Lucas just attacks both
And
zombies.
those are just
Sam's
lethal.
at 2.
Yep. All right, that's going to do it for our first game. Lucas Blahan, thanks to the Liliana emblem, takes down Sam Pardee. We'll be right back after these messages.
Test drive the top standard decks from this Pro Tour in the Pro Tour Gauntlet, beginning this Wednesday on Magic Online. For more information, visit mtgo.com. Ready to take your game to the next level and start on the path to the Pro Tour? Rise to the challenge and test your skills at a local preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. To find an event near you, visit magic.wizards.com/pptq.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Sydney, Australia for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Luis, while we have a minute, while the players are shuffling up and getting ready to play in their next game, I did want to check in with you about your top 8. You know, you're very kind and you'll jump right in right after playing in your top 8 match. But you know, how did things go from your perspective?
I lost a tough match to Owen. We ended up going to 5 games, and we had really close games 4 and 5. I actually thought I was losing game 4 almost the entire time, but Emrakul plus Kozilek's Return wiped everything I had out, except I basically then got to draw and then use Recruiter twice to find the last Reflector Mage to maybe win the game. Wasn't able to do that. And then game 5, I kept a hand with 2 lands that come to play tapped. All I wanted, just the 2 lands. I missed my 3rd land drop, but as it turns out, Owen had turn 1 Gnarlwood Dryad, turn 2 Gnarlwood Dryad plus Vessel of Nascency, and then turn 3 they both had Delirium. So they were both 3/3 death touches, and that really just put me on the back foot. Owen was able to get me down to something like 10, and then Wretched Griff got me to 1, and eventually he finished me off with Helder Deep Fiend. So
wow. Great job, Luis. I know you had, everybody in the Twitch chat was cheering for you there, and congrats on 3 Pro Tour top 8s in a row too. An incredible feat. It's just incredible.
I would have loved to take one down, not going to lie. But honestly, if I was going to lose to anyone, losing to Owen is pretty high on my list of people I'd love to see win a Pro Tour. I think that Owen, has been the best player and is very much due to have some that kind of success like that. Though, of course, he has 2 Pro Tour top 8s this year. So.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, looks like we're underway here for the second game of our second semifinal between Sam Pardee of the United States, Lucas Blahan from the Czech Republic. I'll remind you that this is not a sideboarded game. That will happen after this. First 2 games are pre-sideboard here in the top 8.
And it's funny because both players get to board out a ton of dead removal. I believe that it favors Lucas more post-board because he gets to get infinite obliteration for Emrakul, which is really a key play in this format. Yeah, both of these guys, you see Sam there and then facing against Lucas. Actually, both former teammates of mine at different times in my Magic playing career. So it's pretty awesome seeing them both in the top 8 here.
Yeah, Sam eventually landed on face-to-face games team, and Lucas is testing with Team Eureka.
Yeah, Lucas's first top 8 at Pro Tour Hawaii in 2012 was actually as a member of Team Channel Fireball. He played a Birthing Pod deck to the top 8 there, and of course, as I'm sure you've told the viewers, got 9th at the last Pro Tour. So this has been a very good year for him.
Yeah, he's going to be Platinum going into next year, a fantastic year for Lucas. Was really happy to see him in the top 8 here too, because it gets him some camera time. Relatively quiet Platinum year, but bang, there's a top 8.
I'm sure we'll see more from Lucas in the future.
And here's a Grimflayer from Pardee, an interesting card in his list.
Grimflayer is a very, very powerful card.
Did you guys test it?
We did. We had a list very similar to the list that Face to Face played here, and liked Grimflayer a lot. We thought that was one of the biggest reasons to play this black-green deck.
I had a chance to chat with Mike Sigrist about it, and he said the team was a little divided about how they felt about Grimflayer specifically. But him and Sam really like the card a lot.
Well, the drawback, especially in a deck like this, is it's a card that dies to your own languishes. It's a removal target. Like, imagine if Sam drew it game 1, Lucas would just killed it.
Yeah.
So playing creatures in a deck that's pretty control-ish has that drawback. And as you see, actually, a Languish wiped out the Grimflayer and the Tireless Tracker.
Indeed.
But the effect of Grimflayer is so powerful. It's just if it's a 2-mana 4/4 that increases your draw step and Delirium, I mean, that's just insane. So the upside, I think, is worth it, and that's why they settled on playing it.
We'll talk about if those are going to be still in the deck post-sideboard when we get to that point in the match. Right now, we've hit the midsection of the game with the same problem that Sam had before, Liliana.
Yeah, Sam has a few more draw options here. 2 clues he got off the Tireless Tracker plus Evolving Wilds. So he's going to get to see more cards, but yeah, it's the same problem. There's a Liliana on 5. Sam doesn't really have a way to pressure it. At some point, he might be able to attack with his Quagmire, but that's really not a winning proposition, especially if Lucas just leaves mana untapped and just casts one of his removal spells. So Lucas has 3 copies of Archangel Avacyn in his deck. If you attack his Quagmire into an Archangel Avacyn, that it does not end well for you. And it looks like Sam's 1 short of Delirium for that Grimflayer, but Lucas can't feel good about plussing Liliana and hoping Sam doesn't get to Delirium, because Sam does have ways to get there.
So he's going to read the bones here. Is he looking for a removal spell for the Flare?
I think that's pretty high on his list. I guess it is worth noting that Sam is missing Instant and for Delirium, and Instant is not easy for him to get without casting a removal spell, with the only target right now being Grimflayer. So it's possible Lucas can float a turn without Sam hitting Delirium.
Blahan is thinking about what to do with his Read the Bones here.
Read the Bones, a really, really important card for this black-white deck.
Well, he's going to keep both of them.
Oh, it's just the black divination.
Indeed. Not great news for Sam Pardee. It's like an Ishkanah Graph Widow off the top there for Sam.
Yeah, to go with his 3 Grasps of Darkness, which would give him Delirium, but again, no targets. I would not advise you to Grasp of Darkness your own Grimflayer to get Delirium.
You can't have both. These draws from Pardee, he just seems to be drawing all of his spot removal spells. He is going to get those out of his library as quickly as possible.
About matchups like this is whoever draws more removal in the pre-board games just ends up being in such a bad spot, because your deck is like action cards and dead removal, and Sam's just drawn 3 or 4 dead removal spells. Granted, Lucas has also, but Lucas always has a Planeswalker to pair with them.
Planeswalkers, we just got upgraded. Now there's Sorin Grim Nemesis here as well.
Oh, wow. And
interestingly, Lucas is just going to plus. He just feels pretty confident that Sam's not going to be able to get to Delirium here.
Here, Aspid, attack, really wants to keep her off ultimate. He could also just attack with this in Quagmire, but the other play sets him up in future turns for
with a 4/4
Delirium.
and Delirium. Yeah, okay.
Though either one is not very appealing.
It looks like he's just decided to attack with the Hissing Quagmire, knocking Liliana from 7, which is where she was about to ultimate again, down to 5.
Yeah, but Lucas still has to feel great here. He's just using Sorin every turn, like using Liliana every turn. Once the Planeswalkers start rolling, it's again really hard to come back.
Especially if you're forcing Sam to tap virtually all of his mana every turn just to keep an ultimate from happening here.
And Sam's missing land drops. He has 5 lands in play. Lucas is about to have 7 lands in play. So Lucas is ahead on basically all the metrics you would look at in a control versus control matchup. one of the edges Lucas does have is that with his 3 copies of Read the Bones, he actually has legit card draw, whereas Sam has Traverse the Ovenwald, but if you don't hit Delirium and you see he's played Traverse this game without it, it ends up being more like an extra land than an actual spell.
By the way, Bohan has found a copy of Grasp of Darkness. Now, Pardee is not obliged to attack Liliana this turn to keep her off of ultimate, so he may just develop his board here. All right, that's a little more like it.
Yeah, except Sam does not have the 6th land, so those Sylvan Advocates are going to be 2/3s. And Lucas is probably just looking at the language in his hand and thinking about how this next turn is going to be a good one. It's also possible, though, Lucas has enough spot removal that he maybe just strings together a couple spot removal spells this turn. Oh, looks like he does not actually have the language.
Yeah, we're showing Sam with the language here.
So given that Lucas doesn't have language, yeah, Grasp end of turn makes sense.
He's found a 2nd copy of Ob Nixilis. This could be his 3rd Planeswalker on the battlefield here.
After how many Planeswalkers in play do you just get to declare victory?
I would say 2. The 3rd one, you're just showing off.
Yeah, Sam is pretty outnumbered here. Lucas is essentially taking 2.5 turns to Sam's turns.
And what's going to happen is he's now going to cast Ob Nixilis to kill the Grimflayer, and then he's going to plus Liliana to put her at ultimate range again next turn.
There's a chance Sam ends up, or Lucas ends up wanting to just leave all his mana up, because with the assumption that the plus on Liliana takes care of the Grimflayer, because then he's got Archangel Avacyn and Grasp and Shambling Vent to protect Liliana. Because I think Lucas has assessed that if he ultimates Liliana again, that just gives him a fairly rapid path to victory before Sam's able to resolve an Emrakul.
Yeah, he's moving in on that darkness. He can kill 1 creature, and then he can also just play Archangel Avacyn.
What Sam's really hoping is that Lucas does something like animate Shambling Vent or play an Avacyn, and then Sam gets to grasp it and hit Delirium off for Grimflayer, making it a 4/4, or rather a 2/3 thanks to the Liliana minus.
Is Lucas going to oblige him here?
Well, Lucas...
He could just take 2. I mean, Liliana could just take 2 here.
What Lucas could do here is... that happen. He could activate Shambling Vent, and then... if he does that, he'll have enough mana still to play Avacyn if the Shambling Vent dies.
That's interesting.
So I think he's going to use Avacyn as the backup plan, because presumably Sam's casting the Grasp before blockers.
Then he would play Avacyn.
Though Sam knows that Lucas has 3 Avacyns, so it looks like Sam might actually let Lucas block here. This is a good play from Sam, because
this is a really cool sequence.
Because now Lucas gets to block the Quagmire. Sam casts Grasp, and now Lucas gets to play the Avacyn, but Avacyn can't block anymore because we're already past that step. So Avacyn doesn't get to ambush anything. This still ends up pretty good for Lucas. Avacyn's actually gonna flip now on Lucas's upkeep.
Yeah. The good news for Sam Pardee is that Liliana does take 2 in that exchange and is not going to ultimate this turn. But Avacyn transforming into Avacyn the Purifier is going to do 3 to him and put up a pretty reasonable clock herself.
Yeah, the bad news is Sam's having to throw all this time and resources to fight Liliana. He's just losing badly to Sorin and Avacyn.
Oh, no. There's Anguish Unmaking off the top from Sorin as well, so now...
Is it flavorful or not flavorful that Sam's the one losing Anguish Unmaking? I can't actually tell.
By the way, the combination of Liliana minus and the Avacyn damage takes down Grimflayer there as well. And now we've got triple Planeswalkers and a transformed Mythic Rare.
Lucas
wouldn't
is kind
trade
of running
seats
up
with
the score
Sam.
at this
Yeah,
point.
this is Lucas running away with game number 2. He's already up a game as well. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Pardee pack it in here in a turn or 2.
If Sam was able to find an Emrakul, he could probably get some nice plays going on Lucas's side. Planeswalkers are a huge liability when Emrakul's happening, but the window to do that is closing very, very rapidly here.
Lohan was considering using a Grasp of Darkness to kill Spider, decided against it. By the way, kind of creepy Planeswalker numbers there too.
Yeah.
Lucas going for the flavor victory here on Innistrad. Let's see if he can finish the game off this turn. 1 at a time, down go the Spiders.
And then Soren and Obnixos kill the last two. And
Yeah, he's actually just going to kill all 4 blockers and attack for lethal in the air with Avis and the Purifier. Lucas Blohan is up pretty quick, 2-0 over Sam Pardee. Wow. All right, Luis, this, of course, means that we are now heading into Game 3. Game 3 is when the players are allowed to start sideboarding. So what we did is, well, we got it right from the players. Let's take a look, take a listen to what they've got going on for sideboard plans.
All right, Sam Pardee, tell me what's going to happen games 3 and forward after you sideboard for this match.
So the plan is I'm going to take out some removal because, particularly the other 3 copies of Languish in my main deck, they're not doing a lot for me. I want the Dark Petitions, Duresses, Transgress, and Seasons Past. Basically, I just want to be a controlling deck and try to out-control him. I want to, and then Seasons Past and do it all over again. Just make sure I don't die is sort of my plan. And eventually my cards, I think, will draw me more cards than his cards will draw him cards. And eventually I'll just end up with more cards, and then you win.
Okay, good games the rest of the way here in the top 8. All right, Lucas, you've already made extensive use of your sideboard in this top 8. What's the plan for games 3, 4, and potentially 5 in the semifinals?
So the cards that I'm bringing for sure are 4 Gideons. That's just the card that kills them very quickly if they don't do anything about it, so that's great. 1 Thrumscrews the Mine because it can take even creatures from their hand. Some number of Duresses, I'm not exactly sure if 3 or 4 because they don't have that many spells and I don't want to draw multiples if they don't have any. And then Anguish on my king. And then I'm not sure if I want Infinite Obliteration or not because they have just 1 Emrakul and I'm not sure if it's worth it yet, so we'll have to figure that out.
How do you make room for all that? What comes out?
Well, some number of removal spells, then Liliana's because they are not great. They're mainly for plus ability, but they have Renew's Path, so they can just kill it when it has 6 loyalty or something like that. So it just takes a lot of time for that. Some number of Languishes, Hallowed Moonlights, maybe Linvala the Preserver, and maybe some number like 1 Avacyn, 1 Ultimate Price, something like that.
Okay, well, good games the rest of the way here in the top 8. Lucas Blohan.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Sydney, Australia. We're working our way down the stretch of the tournament here. Sunday, the top 8, we're on our 2nd semifinal match. We've already got 1 finalist. That would turn Wald. He will be doing some practicing.
Panning in on the rat there.
the O-Rat indeed is waiting in the finals. And, well, if you're going by the numbers, he's likely to play against Lucas Blohan here. But I wouldn't tell that to Sam Pardee. Rattle off 3 in a row here to put himself in the finals against his countryman.
Well, Lucas was down 0-2 in his quarterfinal match, so
there you go.
He has seen it happen.
Also, things are going to change dramatically post-sideboard here. We did see some real liabilities in hand there for Sam Pardee with so much spot removal in Game 1 and a decent number of it in Game 2 that he just couldn't point at anything. And he's going to be able to take all those cards out.
So an interesting feature of the like black control mirror is Game 1, a lot of it's dictated by, who draws too much dead removal. Games 2 and 3, or rather in this case, games 3, 4, and potentially 5, they don't have very many dead cards because everyone swapped out the removal for just action. So the games you're going to see a lot fewer turns of like, we each have 3 cards we don't really want to cast, and a lot more back and forth.
You've known Sam for a while, right?
I have. He's from Northern California as well, which is where I grew up and lived for many years. And like I said, we tested when Team Channel Fireball and Team Face to Face tested together, and I've just known him from like local events. I was a frequent customer of the bakery his mom works at.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Did she hook you up?
She once asked if I knew her son because I was wearing a Channel Fireball sweatshirt, and I'm like, probably not, but who is it? She's like, oh, Sam Pardee. I'm like, no, I know him.
Yeah. Know him very well, in fact. All right, we're underway here in the 3rd game. This is a big one. Yeah. If Lucas wins this game, he's into the finals, and Sam really needs to start riding the ship here and putting up some W's if he's going to give Lucas a run here in our 2nd semifinal match. So let's see how things play out in the early stages of this third game. A duress to start things off for Pardee.
Duress is another interesting one in these matchups. We even heard Lucas say during sideboarding, I don't want to board in too many duresses because if you draw them in the mid to late game, it just ends up missing. It's great on turn one. You get your option of here, 4 different cards. You have information about your opponent's game plan. Drawing dead discard spells in the middle of the game when your opponent's just operating on no cards in hand is just the worst. So it's balancing how many you get to play is very important.
Yeah, Lucas, of course, out of his list, he's got 4 duress in the sideboard that he could bring in if he wanted, but he's also got 2 Transgress the Mind in his main deck as well, so there is a balance to be struck.
And Sam, of course, complicates things by the black-green deck having a lot of creatures. Sometimes you'll cast Duress on Sam when he has 4 cards in hand. He'll have 2 land and 2 creatures, and you will not feel smart.
Speaking of creatures, here's Nissa Vastwood Seer for Sam Pardee. The first creature to hit the battlefield, he's going to go grab a swamp. Solid choice of swamps there from Pardee as well.
Yeah.
When unhinged. And that is Transgress from Lucas Blohan here. Can't quite see.
Seeing the forest from Nissa, and then the couple removal spells here.
Looks like a Transgress the Mind for Pardee there as well.
Yeah, Transgress not good at stealing Duress. Or other Transgresses.
Exactly. Got him. So he whiffed. He didn't get anything, did he?
And yep, that's part of the risk is that these spells are conditional, and now Lucas is just down a card. And being down a card post-board is a lot different than game one. Game one, you're just going to draw some dead cards. Post-board, you don't really have very many dead cards to draw, so being down a card is very impactful.
Obnixilis is going to get transgressed away, though, from the other direction, so Sam Pardee is going to take that away from Lucas and attack for 2 with Nissa. So players are trading resources here in the early stages, though. A nice draw off the top. Read the bones.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted to see.
Discard does not have protection from top decks. Is,
no.
One way of saying a saying we use frequently.
Wow, he actually saw 2 lands, scribed them to the bottom, and found 2 more lands off the top.
And lands are good in control matchups, but Lucas would not mind seeing a couple less.
He's going to be glad he scried away those top 2. He'd be sitting there drawing lands forever.
Yeah, and in that case, Read the Bones is almost like a draw 4, which shows kind of the power of the card.
Kalitas off the top for Blohan. Pardee does have a Grasp of Darkness in his hand, so he would certainly welcome Lucas casting a Kalitas here. Sam boarded out some number of spot removal spells, but he couldn't board them all out.
Yeah, not only could these players not board them all out, like Lucas at the very least needs to keep in some just to respect cards like Tireless Tracker, Sylvan Advocate, Grimflayer. Like, he can expect Sam to potentially shave some of those numbers because Sam does have to, side a lot of cards in. But if you side out all your removal and Sam just goes Grimflayer, Tireless Tracker, you could end up in a pretty tough spot. That is one of the advantages of being on Sam's side. When you have a bunch of creatures in your deck and then you get to decide whether you want to sideboard out those creatures, your opponent has to account for the fact that you might leave them in.
Ouch. Lucas Blohan activates his Champlain Vent just to attack this turn, and Sam Pardee uses Grasp on that.
I would feel great about that if I were Sam. Trading a Grasp for a land in a control matchup is awesome.
Wow, especially given that Lucas had to effectively tap out to do that. His whole turn disappeared.
The funny thing is, from Lucas' perspective, that also was a pretty good trade. Lucas just has a lot of lands and does not mind trading one off for a spell.
He's not missing land drops anytime soon.
And at this point, Lucas has to worry about Nissa flipping, becoming the Sage Animist. So, since Sam's presumably going to play his 7th land next turn.
So Lucas has Anguished Unmaking. Sam also knows about it.
And Lucas is choosing to use Anguished Unmaking instead of Grasp of Darkness. So one reason to do that is because that makes Lucas safe from Transgress the Mind. Tireless Tracker, a great draw for Sam, especially paired with that Evolving Wilds. Even if Lucas kills the Tireless Tracker, Sam's drawn at least 1 card, potentially 2, because Lucas may want to try to kill the Tracker in response to Sam sacrificing Evolving Wilds, but I don't think he's necessarily going to get the opportunity.
Was Lucas worried about Evolving Wilds the previous turn as well with the Nissa there?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons he
also
killed it when he
pretty awkward, right? Yeah.
So this is a good play by Sam. Kalitas on the stack. Sam sacrificed the Evolving Wilds. So then if Lucas wants to kill the Tireless Tracker, in response to Wilds, to deny Sam the clue, Lucas does not get a zombie.
Okay.
But it looks like Lucas let that all happen, let Kalitas resolve, and then got a zombie.
And on end step, Sam Pardee is going to sacrifice a clue to draw a card, leaving him with just one clue left.
Yeah, and Sam does have Delirium here for future transgresses, I believe. Oh no, Anguish Unmaking and Kalitas exiled. So actually Sam is one off. He's got land, instant, sorcery, and no creature.
For future.
Yeah. And keeping track of your opponent's Delirium count is very important during the course of the match, especially with Emrakul, knowing whether your opponent's a turn off of Emrakul or not. Sam is not unhappy trading each Tireless Tracker for a removal spell and drawing 2 cards off these clues, but Kalitas does make it so every time Lucas casts a spell, he kind of draws a card. He draws a 2/2 zombie after every removal spell, which is pretty good. So Lucas actually might aggro Sam out here.
Yeah, it looks like he's just got kind of a never-ending stream of removal spells. And there's 5 damage. Sam Pardee's going to drop down.
And Lucas has 1 of his Archangel Avacens in his hand. So
really?
Lucas is really going to be able to up the pressure next turn. Sam's very close to just dying to a bunch of creatures here. And thanks to Anguished Unmaking and Kalitas, Lucas has successfully kept Sam off Delirium, so these traverses are just not going to get it done.
Oh, what a strange sequence here. Lucas all of a sudden becoming the aggressive player. Sam plays a Grim Flare, but the bad news here is that Avacyn has shown up, and she's just going to pile on a bunch of damage with Kalitas and potentially some zombies. Still no Delirium here for Pardee, right?
Some of those vents might shamble over too. And Sam's now wishing he had all those dead removal spells from
Yeah, it is
game
funny
1.
how this is panning out for him. It's just like he had all these removal spells in game 1 and no targets, and he took them out, presumably, and now he's getting run over by creatures.
Lucas has to decide whether he wants to play around removal spells, whether he's basically attacking with a shambling vent or not, since I believe Lucas drew Ultimate Price, which will doesn't currently have a target, but yeah, but could be useful in the future here. So Sam currently, if he blocks Kalitas, he takes 10 and goes to 4. If he blocks one of the zombies, he takes potentially an additional 3 damage if Lucas sacrifices that zombie. So in either case, Sam's in trouble. Also, if he blocks a zombie, Lucas could just let damage happen. And then, or either way, Avacyn actually gets to flip off sacrificing the zombie. So Lucas has very close to lethal here.
He's just going to pass the turn back because Lucas knows how close he is to putting himself in the finals.
Yeah, so Lucas puts Sam to 4 here, gets another zombie, and then has Avacyn that he can flip kind of at will by sacrificing a zombie to Kalitas.
And that puts Sam to a virtual 1?
And Lucas has just 2 shambling vents. So even if Sam has like a board sweeper of some kind, then Lucas is going to get to attack for the last points of damage with his creature.
Well, this has not come together for Sam Pardee in this match against Blohan. He has cruised to victory here, and it looks like he's close to winning the entire match and earning the right to play against Owen Turton. And that's it. Lucas Blohan is our other finalist. Youch.
Wow, that was
just a
lot
very
faster
quick
than
3-0.
most people imagined.
You know, when you think about 2 black-based control decks fighting it out, you think we're going to be in for some long games, and it wasn't that at all.
Well, it turns out that a lot of the good controlling cards in this format are also pretty proactive. Archangel Avacyn, Tireless Tracker, these are cards that reward you for actually putting pressure on your opponent. So even though these are definitely control decks, both of them had pretty substantial amount of threats.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a turn there in that final game where all of a sudden Lucas just had Kalitas plus a bunch of zombie friends and an Avacyn, and Sam's looking down like, well, how am I going to deal with all these cards? And it turned out he couldn't. So that's going to put Lucas Blohan as our second finalist, and we're going to get our players geared up for the finals here shortly. Owen Turtenwald versus Lucas Blohan. So what does the matchup look like here? We've got Teamer Emerge for Turtonwald, and then you saw the black-white deck there from Blahan. So we're going to let the news desk set that stage for us. Let's head back to Richard Hagan.
Thanks very much, Marshall. Wasn't that other guy playing a minute ago?
Yeah, he plays in a breakaway Channel Fireball shirt, so when he loses, he can just rip it off.
Nice.
He's all suited up, and then he just steps into the booth.
Okay, great stuff. Luis Scott Vargas there. It's great to have him with us. Sad not to see him down on the floor, though. All right, so we've been joined by Brian David Marshall, Pro Tour historian from Inside Wizards of the Coast R&D, Ian Duke. Gentlemen, let's review the day so far, and we'll gear up for the final. And before that final, we will reveal all 24 slots at the World Championship coming up at PAX in just a few short weeks. So let's get to it. Let's take a look at our bracket. We'll show you the 8 players that came in first thing this morning. And we began down at the bottom of our bracket with a real heavyweight clash. It was Luis Scott Vargas against Reed Duke. BDM, what happened?
Luis Scott Vargas banted Reed Duke. He just came out of the gates pretty quick. Took it in 3 straight games. A couple of very typical aggro games from Band Company, and then a third grindy game where he was able to, bounce some pretty impressive creatures in Dragon Lord Atarka and beat an Emrakul.
Staying at the bottom half of the bracket, we played them at the same time. Owen Turtonwald was up against Yuta Takahashi, the other Band Company deck in the top 8, and Owen was unveiling the first of the Team Emerge decks in our top 8. Well, it was 3-1 to Owen Turtonwald. He advanced, and it was pretty comfortable because he had some mana issues in the one game that he lost. So we went to the top half of the bracket. That saw Sam Pardy against Andrew Brown. This was Black-Green Delirium against Team Emerge, Andrew Brown from Face to Face. Ian Duke, you had an eye on that one. What happened with that?
Yeah, it was a great back and forth game, a lot of very complicated board states, a lot of Emrakuls, but in the end it was Sam Pardy that came out on top in that match.
That was a 3-1 win for Pardy. And our last quarterfinals saw Lucas Blahan of the Czech Republic with white-black control against the red-green ramp deck of Ken Yukihiro, who had given us such splendid entertainment coming in to the top 8. Well, this one went the distance. It went the full 5 games, but when the dust settled, Lucas Blahan advanced to the semi-finals. And BDM, before the quarterfinals began, you had the intel that was exactly how that was meant to pan out. 0-2 pre-sideboard, 3-0 post-sideboard.
Yeah, I was talking about Yuza, who was helping Lucas playtest, and he just had never seen such a lopsided pre-sideboarding, post-sideboarding matchup, and felt that despite the fact that he didn't think it was possible to win either of those first 2 games, that they might even be advantaged in the matchup after sideboarding, which is kind of crazy and really an unusual thing for us to see.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was in the booth at the time, and often when people talk about one deck or the other being favored, we're talking about 55-45, 60-40. So even when the prediction, as it were, is 0-2 pre-sideboard and then 3-0 post-sideboard, chances are that's still going to get mixed up a little bit through variance. But no, it played out exactly like that. And honestly, it was a true delight to watch Lucas Blahan navigate that matchup and just pick apart Ken Yukihiro's deck.
Yeah, make no mistake, Lucas Blahan's really good at Magic. We go into the semi-finals then, and our opener was Luis Scott Vargas down at the bottom there, the last remaining Band Company deck against Team Emerge for Owen Turtonwald. And this one, again, tremendous back and forth BDM, 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. Owen was never ahead in that match until when it absolutely mattered, 3-2, Owen Turtonwald advanced.
Absolutely. I can't remember the last time we had this titanic a matchup on the stage here. And of course, it went the full 5 games. I looked for a minute like maybe Owen was going to run over Luis when Luis stumbled on mana coming out of the gate, but you see why he's such a great player. He put himself in a position to, a couple times to possibly steal that game away. It would have been one of the great comeback wins in terms of like his position in that game. But Owen just, head down and pulled out there to win and advance to the finals, the first finals of his Pro Tour career at the Pro Tour.
So then we had semi-final number 2. It was the top seed Sam Pardy with Black-Green Delirium against Lucas Blahan with his white-black control. Ian, it's just finished. How did it turn out?
Lucas Blahan ended up getting the upper hand there, winning that match 3-0. That third game was actually looking a little bit close, but he was able to stabilize, turn things around, and take the win there.
Yeah, so we must say congratulations at that point to Sam Pardee, your #1 seed, a real breakthrough for him. He was the only competitor in this top 8, this almost never happens, the only player in the top 8 for whom this was the first go-round on Sunday. And that's just, he acquitted himself beautifully, and I'm sure he'll be all the better for the experience.
Yeah, Sam Pardee is someone who's had a lot of success at the Grand Prix circuit, a couple Grand Prix wins. And in fact, it was kind of just an interesting piece of trivia about this top 8. Every single member of the top 8 had a Grand Prix trophy coming into this weekend.
Yeah, that's pretty beautiful. Everyone has already been in the winner's circle. Someone is going to be in the winner's circle again, probably a couple of hours from now. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of our best 3 out of 5 final between Owen Turton and Lucas Blahon. Now, I'm going to try quite hard not to talk about Owen Turton for the next few minutes, and I think it's going to be impossible because it's time to talk about the World Championship competitors. 24 seats were available. Some of those were already known coming into the event. We're going to take a look for you and run you through the field for the 2016 World Championship. So here we go, and our initial group of players here, mostly these were already known coming into the weekend. So we kick off with Seth Manfield. He was the first player in because he won the 2015 Magic World Championship. He is also in on top pro points for North America, so that creates an at-large spot. Owen Turton is already, yeah, see, there we are, it didn't take long, did it? Mid-season master, 2015-16 Player of the Year, and top pro points in North America, so he gobbles up 3 slots already.
Worth noting, those two players faced each other in the finals of the last World Championship, and was one of the great matches that we've had a chance to watch.
It's also worth mentioning, coming into the tournament, Seth Manfield had such a tremendous lead in the Player of the Year race. Rich, I believe you described it as a one-horse race, actually, even earlier in this tournament.
It was.
You know, things lined up in the perfect way for Owen Turton actually to make the top 8. Seth, didn't do as well as he needed to, and Owen actually surpassed him.
Bottom line, it was a one-horse race. It just turns out Owen Turton a machine. There we go. So, moving on down the list. Now, you're looking at a gap there because we've got Niels Norlander, the Magic Online champion, and then it is our Pro Tour champions from this season. So, Kazuyuki Takamura of Japan, 2 Americans, Jay Chantao and Steve Rubin. We will add one more name there, and we could add a 4th slot to Owen Turton because he would be the Pro Tour Eldritch Moon champion if he can get past Lucas Blahon. So, an absolutely astonishing crowd there. And Brian, just before we go by, BDM, you should talk about BBD.
Well, yeah, Brian Braun-Duin won the pro points lead in Grand Prix for the year, and it happened last weekend at Grand Prix Sydney. And again, we had a little bit of drama because he was out ahead, and Seth Manfield came in and managed to make the top 8. And if Seth Manfield had won that, he could have taken that title away from him. But Brian Braun-Duin did well enough at that event and was able to, travel the world and win a Grand Prix in South America and, fly all over the place, that he's going to be playing in Worlds this year.
So that's 7 of our 24, and we're waiting for the 8th, which is that slot, the Pro Tour Eldritch Moon champion. Let's move on and take a look at our next group of players who are in. And Ian, 2 great races that really culminated this weekend, the Draft Master and Constructed Master. Congratulations, Marcio Carvalho and Oliver too.
Yeah, those were fantastic to watch unfold here this weekend. A bit of drama as we went through, players neck and neck with each other. I know we watched Christian Calcano and Marcio Carvalho, both in the feature match area, both live for Draft Master at the same time. Of course, it was Marcio Carvalho who ended up on top there, but that was fantastic to watch unfold.
And Brian, Oliver too, not just the Constructed Master, it doesn't come with a slot at Worlds, but Rookie of the Year by cataclysmic margins over the field.
I mean, he's platinum this season. So, it just tells you what kind of season he has. You don't usually see someone win the Rookie of the Year title with that level of success. And, in fact, know that they're going to be able to play on the Pro Tour, the following year with that same kind of, ability to be qualified throughout the whole year. And he's just been tremendous. 4 Pro Tours under his belt. Just was the best constructed player on the Pro Tour for an entire season. That's the dream. That's like playing Magic with your buddies at the local store, and you're like, one day I'm going to go to the Pro Tour, and I'm going to be the best player in Constructed. I know how to do this. People, when you're just, talking smack with your friends, right?
Right.
You're like, I'm going to go to the Pro Tour. I'm going to show them how it's done. And he went, got qualified for the first Pro Tour, and just put up tremendous results all the way through the season.
So Luis Scott Vargas is your outstanding Hall of Famer. He's also in the North American slot. And we start looking at the regions then. If we go back, 2 Latin American slots, they went to Paula Vida, Dama de Rosa, and Thiago Saporito, as we expected them to coming in. They had big leads. And then the 3 Europeans, well, Jo Larsen, 3 pro top 16 finishes at the Pro Tour this season. Martin Muller, the Danish Dane Blast player, of course.
Also ending on a top 16 this season.
Right, and then, of course, we have Lucas Blahon, who is the top European player, regardless of what happens here in the final. He, of course, could eat up another slot by being the Pro Tour Eldritch Moon champion. So let's move on and take a look at our final set of players who are in the World Championship. Now, you can see up at the top there, Ian, you thinking, well, that's a bit of a puzzle. What is this top pro points North America or at large for Reed Duke? Well, I can tell you now that because Sam Pardee lost his semi-final, that means that Sam Pardee down the bottom there is an at-large, and it means that Reed Duke does claim one of the North American slots. Now, Reed wasn't sweating. He knew he was into Worlds either way, but it is as a representative of North America. Also in for pro points on North America is Brad Nelson. And then BDM, what about the Asia Pacific?
So then we have, Shota Yasaoka, who was in the mix for Outstanding Hall of Famer as well, and Ryuichi Tamada, our finalist from Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar.
Right, and then a really huge one. Randy and I talked about this at the very start of Friday morning. What a big weekend it was going to be for Yuya Watanabe, because he was on 51 pro points, inducted into, elected into the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame, but not certain at all of a slot at Worlds. And really, we've seen such great performances from him over the years. Worlds would be a poorer place without him. Really glad to see him there.
Yeah, totally agree. And he was just quietly battling all throughout the tournament, hoping to solidify that slot.
And I know that you're going to be at PAX as well. You're going to be part of the team there?
Absolutely, yeah. The World Championship will be held in Seattle later, I guess, at the end of this month or beginning of next month at PAX. And I'll be there doing coverage. It's going to be fantastic to watch.
It really is. You're going to get 5 days of epic stuff, and not just the World Championship, because it's our unveiling of Kaladesh as we head into the new term, if you like, the new season. There'll be another Pro Tour along, Pro Tour Kaladesh, and Kaladesh, the new set coming along. It's going to be great. Tons of amazing content as we unveil that set for you over the course of 5 great days at the World Championship. But let's get back to our last few players who are in. This is the at-large selection. And the last 4 names there, well, we've got 2 North Americans and 2 Europeans. So we've got Andrei Strasky and Andrea Mengucci. BDM, Andrea Mengucci, 1-5 on day 1, miserable, asking about tie breaks on day 2, checking about 15 people every round for their results. But in the end, 23rd place, if you will, at large, he's in, and he's another terrific addition, particularly in terms of personality, because he's great to have around.
Absolutely, large in life. We saw him make the top 8 at our last Pro Tour. We also saw him win the World Magic Cup as a member of Team Italy.
And our last player into the World Championship, now that we know there's only 1 match left in the 2015-16 season, is Player of the Year Mike Sigrist. He will be back at Worlds. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to all 24 players going to the World Championship. 2 of them are about to play that last match of the 2015-16 season. Let's take a look at them. Here comes the final. We begin with Owen Turton, your new Player of the Year. And he has just had a magnificent season. There he is, so much to smile about, 4 Grand Prix titles, twice Player of the Year now. Not a long list of people have done that. And he is playing Teamer Emerge. Let's take a look at his deck list for you. And Ian, give us a sense of what we should be looking for here in the final out of this Teamer Emerge deck.
So yeah, again, we've seen a little bit of this deck before. To recap, it's got a couple different things going on. It's a Delirium deck. It's seeking to fill its graveyard and use cards like Grapple with the Past, Vessel of Nascency to get value out of the graveyard, as well as stock it up. Its high end culminates, of course, in Emrakul, a card we've seen throughout the weekend. Very, very powerful end game. And then it also has this sort of mid-game package of Elder Deep Fiend with Kozilek's Return, which is good at sort of controlling the mid-game and adding some trickery to its repertoire.
And BDM, worth mentioning that Emrakul is a card that some people have just played one of, thinking that one is sufficient, he may be bringing it back. Owen's with 3 in the main deck because he knows that sometimes one Emrakul isn't enough.
Yeah, this really was the plan for Pantheon coming in. It was like, this is the card they wanted to play, and you know, you want to make sure you can cast it, but then you also need to make sure you can draw it.
Right, so let's head across to Owen's opponent here in the final. It is Lucas Blahan of the Czech Republic from the cabin crew, 236 lifetime pro points. He has a chance to go from 65,000 to 105,000 in the next hour or so. And then you've got 2 Pro Tour top 8s to him. He is a Grand Prix winner this season. Brussels in a European murderer's row. It was a phenomenal Grand Prix, that one, for him to win. And a precursor of just a tremendous season that included the World Magic Cup captaincy for the Czech Republic. Let's take a look at his deck list for you. If you haven't been with us, just getting home from a day out with the family, welcome along on Sunday evening or Sunday morning, wherever you are around the world. Here is his white-black control deck that he's going to battle with. BDM, this is sort of headlined right up top, 3-2-1, 3 Liliana the Last Hope, 2 Ob Nixilis Reignited, and a Sorin Grim Nemesis, the Planeswalker package.
We saw them all in play at the same time, along with a transformed Avacyn in his last match in the semifinals. Really showed off the power of his deck, and it can really give, you know, where everyone is came into this event thinking about Bad Company and dealing with creatures, a board full of Planeswalkers can be really challenging for a lot of decks to deal with.
Ian, I'm afraid it's time. Give me a winner, Luke Blahan or Turtonwald?
I'm going to go with Turtonwald here.
BDM?
I think it's Owen Turtonwald.
Are we about to see one of the most amazing culminations to a season ever in the history of Magic the Gathering? Let's find out. It's time for the final of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Thank you, Rich, and welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I am joined by a pair of Hall of Famers, Luis Scott Vargas and Randy Buehler, and we are excited to bring you finals coverage here. You heard it from Rich. This is one of the most exciting finishes to a season and to a Pro Tour that we've seen. Owen Turtonwald really gave us a sweat on if he was going to get into the top 8. He did make it in. Now he finds himself in the finals. Only one man standing left.
By double digits.
He's
no
going
problem.
to crush Player of the Year. He's got that locked up. He doesn't have this trophy locked up. Lucas Blahan from the Czech Republic stands in his way. It's time for the finals, guys. Let's head down to the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Luis Scott Vargas, and it's time for the finals. It has been a long tournament here for Owen Turtonwald. He started things off 10-0, had a little shaky finish, but he ended up making it into the top 8, and now he finds himself sitting down in the finals. He's playing Teamer Emerge. This is his 4th Pro Tour top 8. He is Hall of Fame elect as of Saturday. His opponent on the other side of the table, Lucas Blahan, from the Czech Republic, is playing Black-White Control. This is his 2nd Pro Tour top 8. The last one came about 4 years ago. And we're going to be playing a best of 5 here. The first 2 games, no sideboards allowed. After that, sideboards are in play. Luis, can you give us a big picture perspective on the matchup?
Just like the last one, it's all about Emrakul. In this case, Owen's playing a deck that Emrakul's a lot faster and a lot better than Sam's deck, because Owen has way more ways to fill his graveyard, way more ways to find Emrakul, and has cards like Elder Deep Fiend that really set up Emrakul nicely. So, plus, Owen just has more Emrakuls. He has 3 Emrakuls in his deck.
All about Emrakul, Randy?
Yeah, and in fact, Owen Turtonwald wasn't sure what deck to play leading up to the Pro Tour. There's actually a funny, Kai put together kind of a nice meme about this. Owen was debating, he was on white-black control. He almost played the deck Lucas Blahan is playing in the finals, but you know what? He got tired of losing to Emrakul decks in the Pantheon testing house. So he switched to what he thought was their best Emrakul deck because of this exact matchup.
Cannot be good news for Lucas Blahan. Owen Turton, of course, tested with Team Pantheon. Lucas was testing with Team Eureka this time around. Two of the top teams on the Pro Tour easily. And it looks like Read the Bones here for Lucas Blahan. He's going to bottom both of the cards with a scry and draw 2. He's got a Liliana. We saw this in his semifinal game, by the way, Luis, the one that you and I just covered, that Liliana was a major problem from Sam Pardee. He wasn't playing the same deck as Turtonwald. Is it going to be the same issue here for Owen?
So Owen doesn't have any spells that directly can kill Liliana, but he has more creatures to attack with, including some that can be played at instant speed, like the Elder Deep Fiend. And Owen does Emrakul better than Sam does, so he's going to be able to assemble an Emrakul before Liliana's emblem can kill him, and potentially string together multiple Emrakuls to be able to win through Emrakul attacks.
Okay.
That being said, a quick Liliana does provide a threat. Owen does have to respect that.
Currently, he has nothing that can pressure Liliana, and she's already on 5 loyalty.
Liliana versus Emrakul. That's how the Pro Tour Eldritch Moon is supposed to end, right?
Played out many times in the feature match area. I'll tell you what, Liliana's emblem usually does beat Emrakul, which is, it's got to be a flavor win.
So one of the kind of failure points of Owen's deck, or one of the points you can attack it at, is that he doesn't have very many creatures to sacrifice to emerge. So he's got these Elder Deep Fiends and the Wretched Griff that he wants to emerge out, but really just has the Pilgrim's Eyes and Gnarlwood Drives to sacrifice, plus occasionally an Ishkana. So Lucas playing a ton of removal spells can, if Lucas aggressively goes after those small creatures, Owen might have some difficulty casting his Giant Eldrazi.
Grapple with the Pass is going to get an island back from Owen's graveyard.
So yeah, 6 types.
Not the most exciting, but he might have wanted to leave the Gnarlwood Dryad in his graveyard in order to power out Emrakul.
Yeah, he does have
the
6 types. Yeah, he's got 6 card types already.
Yeah, so Owen's like a turn away from Emrakuling here.
He is. If he plays his land here, that'll give him his 6th mana source.
Yeah, I believe the deck is capable of a turn 5 Emrakul. He's on track for a turn 6 Emrakul this game.
Meanwhile, Liliana ticking up. We could have that classic fight here.
One ingredient missing from Owen's hand, though.
Oh, no. No
The
Emrakul.
He's going to need to grapple into it or just potentially draw it.
Wow, he's holding 5 lands and a grapple at this point. And all he's done is play mana and a Pilgrim's Eye.
Yeah, Owen's deck is ramping, but if he's got the 4 Gather the Pack and 4 Grapple and 4 Vessel. He's got a lot of ways to find Emrakul, but currently, yeah, he does not have access to her.
Lucas Blahan's turn now, and he's got Liliana the Last Hope at 6 loyalty. Sorry, this is the end step for Owen Turtonwald. Now it's Lucas Blahan's turn. Liliana at 6, and he has Archangel Avacyn on the team as well. In there for 4 damage with Archangel Avacyn.
Yeah, for sure Lucas wants to race to Liliana Emblem here. He's living on borrowed time. Eventually Emrakul comes down, and cards like Anguished Unmaking are a huge liability. Since you can't cast them on Emrakul, she has protection from instants. Lucas then untaps, takes his turn, and Owen gets to make him point Anguished Unmaking at his own planeswalkers or creatures.
That's a 7th card type going.
That is a 7th card type, which is kind of interesting because Lucas has the option of Anguish Unmaking that Graphstone, but doesn't look as appealing now.
Yeah, it won't actually keep Owen off of Emrakul, which is something Lucas has to consider. He does force Owen to have the land, but I don't think that's something that you're too concerned with.
But without the artifact in the graveyard there, I think it would have kept him off of it. So an interesting decision there from Blahan to go ahead and kill the Pilgrim's Eye anyway. Now, we know that at least currently Turtonwald does not have an Emrakul in his hand, but here's a grapple, so let's see if he finds one. Nope. No. Well, an Elder Deep Fiend.
Yeah, Elder Deep Fiend's a start. One other thing to note is Owen hasn't milled a Kozilek's Return yet either. One of the ways his deck functions is that uses the grapples and vessels and gathers to put a Kozilek's Return in the graveyard, so they could cast that Elder Deep Fiend, trigger Kozilek's Return. But Owen has missed on that as well. No information to kill the Graphstone. He paused Owen for a second there. Looks like Ishkana is giving Owen at least a play this turn that can hold off Avacyn.
Again, though, Owen Turton just to turn off and being able to cast his threats here. Elder Deep Fiend costs 8 mana if you're not getting rid of anything. Could have been part of the reason why Lucas wanted to kill that Pilgrim's Eye as well.
Yeah, going after Pilgrim's Eye is a pretty good idea if you have the opportunity to.
But look, Liliana's on 7.
Yeah, Liliana is going to
Ishkana all you want. I can't imagine that Ishkana can try to race the Liliana emblem.
It can buy Owen some time, but it won't quite get there. Of course, Owen.
I feel like Lucas wants more time.
Yeah,
with that emblem now.
And Owen can Deep Fiend here. He's got that 2 blue to go with Ishkana.
And it looks like that decision is going to be put to him immediately.
Which means if he's going to do it, he has to do it on his own end step.
That's right, which is a pretty awkward time to do it, and he's not even going to bother. And none of this interacts, by the way, with Liliana.
Nope.
So are we going to see Lucas Blohan just play a Liliana, march her straight up to ultimate, and just start piling on zombies again?
That's been his plan so far.
He's got a Linval in his hand as well. There we go. It's an emblem.
In one of the last turns where Linvala actually gives Lucas an angel, because Lucas is currently outnumbered.
He is ahead on life, so he won't get that bonus. Archangel Avacyn's going to hit the red zone. Owen's not going to bother chump blocking. He's going to fall to 12. And here we go. All aboard the zombie train. There's 2 of them. Every end step, he's going to get 2 plus the number that he already has. And the thing gets out of control very, very quickly. If Owen doesn't have a way to manage it. Lucas Blohan at 18 life.
Owen drew another Pilgrim's Eye, so he can at least turbo out Deep Fiend a little bit if he wants to, but he's running out of time here. Because the problem is, not only does Owen, is he eventually just going to die to this zombie horde and all these angels, even if Owen's able to delay his death and then draw Emrakul, if Owen's board presence has been reduced by having a chump block, then the Emrakul doesn't do as much. Owen needs not only an Emrakul, but like a good Emrakul turn.
And it's so difficult with that emblem out there, because it just turns out a bunch of zombies as part of the extra turns anyway.
Yeah, we saw Sam Pardee concede during an Emrakul turn.
Yeah.
Because he knew he was going to die next turn.
Lucas seemed a little surprised that Owen was going to allow him go into combat. I think he expected that Elder Deep Fiend. He knows he's got it in his hand. Now it looks like he's going to take a minute to decide, well, actually, do I really want to attack then?
Yeah, all Lucas's creatures except for the zombies fly, so the Elder Deep Fiend isn't actually ambushing anything.
And Owen is in maximum life total preservation mode here, blocking the 2 biggest creatures so far, and in fact the 3rd. Does he have to block a zombie as well? He's deciding now.
So it seems like there's a good chance we see a mid-combat Elder Deep Fiend here, because if damage resolves, Owen no longer has the ability to cast it, which would just let him tap down some of Lucas's lands.
10.
Looks like Owen is just not interested in casting Deep Fiend. Maybe he just wants to find Kozilek's Return before he casts Elder Deep Fiend.
Another Liliana. Both zombies survived that combat, by the way, so that means that 4 more are going to join the fray.
Yeah, and it's becoming, I think, pretty clear that even if Owen draws an Emrakul, he's going to need something like Kozilek's Return into Emrakul to get out of this. Even if Owen taps down 4 things this turn, Lucas could actually just go for the win.
Yeah. Owen scoops him up.
Speaking of going for the win, Owen sees the writing on the wall, and game 1 goes to Lucas Blohan. And Liliana, it must be said. That is the second top 8 game that we've seen Lucas win by just marching Liliana to ultimate territory and getting a ton of zombies. We'll be back right after these messages.
Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action next weekend at Game Day. Test your skills and your new standard deck at a store near you. Top finishers are awarded special Game Day prizes, including full art premium promo cards and a champion playmat for the winner. Test drive the top standard decks from this Pro Tour in the Pro Tour Gauntlet, beginning this Wednesday on Magic Online. For more information, visit mtgo.com.
And welcome back to the feature match area here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We're in Sydney, Australia. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Luis Scott Vargas and Randy Buehler. Got some kind of interesting little sub-games going on here as well. We've got, on one side of the table, 3/5 of the color pie fighting the other 2/5.
Sure.
And then we've kind of got Liliana versus Emrakul somehow here as well. As one way that Lucas can win the game is by doing what he just did there, either ultimating Liliana or just leveraging her value abilities. On the other side of the table, Owen's deck is really geared towards getting Emrakul down and winning through that, though Elder Deep Fiend has done a lot of work for him this weekend as well.
Also worth noting that last game, Owen, he did a lot of self-milling. His deck, again, has these 12 cards that put cards from his deck into his graveyard, never hit a Kozilek's return. And his deck is really built around having access to at least one of those over the course of a game. Also,
no Emrakul, even with those grapples to try to get it back.
Right, Owen saw, I don't know exactly how many cards, but it felt like over a third of his deck, and if not substantially more, and was not able to find an Emrakul.
Yeah, there's 3 Emrakuls in the main deck for Owen. I'll remind you that the players are going to be going to sideboarded games after this game, but this one, no sideboard, so they're just going to get shuffled up and right back down to action. We do play a best of 5 match here, though, in the top 8.
I feel like best of 3 would have been representative during my match, but...
You'll have to talk to Scott Larrabee about that one. It might be a tough sell.
Is Lucas just going to run out the turn 3 Liliana again? Is that what's just going to happen?
It could be. Owen has a few ways to pressure a Liliana early in the game. Gnarlwood Dryad's one of them, but especially in a non-sideboarded game, Lucas has so much extra spot removal for small creatures. It's hard to imagine that a Pilgrim's Eye or a Gnarlwood Dryad is something that's really going to survive for very long.
There's the combo right there. Owen casts out of the pack, and he sees a Kozilek's return heading to his graveyard, picking up the Wretched Gryph, which will then trigger the Kozilek's return.
Not bad.
His deck, doing the thing it's designed to do in this game.
And here's Transgress the Mind now for Blohan. He knows he has one target for it, and it looks like he's got 3 different options.
Nissa's Pilgrimage is one of the key cards to this deck. You see Owen's got one in his hand because that'll ramp him up to 5 mana for Ishkana. Also, just make sure that he is able to hit his land drops. And frequently, he's got Spell Mastery, though, and it looks like it's on right now as well because of the Gather and the Kozilek's return.
You think Lucas is just going to take away the Pilgrimage here and stunt his development for the next turn? He can only play a Gnarlwood Dryad, barring his draw step.
It's a solid option. Given that Owen has 2 big spells in his hand, the Wretched Gryph and the Ishkana.
That is what he takes.
So Owen's going to miss the ramping aspect of Nissa's Pilgrimage here, given that he's not able to cast one, but he actually has enough lands to cast his spells, so he's not in that bad a shape otherwise.
Randy, this looks pretty bad for Owen if if Lucas just plays Liliana and pluses it here. Now, is he on full Delirium here? Is that a 3/3 Gnarlwood Dryad?
Yes, he's already delirious.
Okay, still doesn't look great though for Owen.
It's a lot better than having it die.
Indeed.
You can pressure Liliana for 1.
That was a great draw for Owen. He drew a Vessel of Nascency, so he's going to, instead of doing nothing this turn, he's going to be able to spend 3 mana to advance his game and give himself better options here.
All right, that's some business.
Yeah, that's an Emrakul.
He sees an Emrakul. He's got plenty of lands in his hand. I also note that he put a Corrupted Graphstone in, though I guess there's a Pilgrim's Eye in there already. Yeah, it looks like it.
So interesting, Owen chose to sacrifice the Vessel main phase. One of the reasons he would do that is to decide which land to play, have full information if he had to take a land. But now Lucas knows that Emrakul is, well, the end is coming at some point here.
Indeed. 5 card types in Owen Turnwald's graveyard. We'll keep a track of that for you because it really does matter for what turn he's able to cast that Emrakul that he got. In the meantime, he attacks Liliana with his Gnarlwood Dryad, but it's kind of limping over the red zone there. Only pecks in for 1 damage, thanks to Liliana's ability. She's back down to 3 loyalty. Read the bones there for Lucas Blohan. Let's take a look at Blohan's hand here. Not bad. Hollowed Moonlight as well. It's a main deck card for Lucas, you can see.
It can stop Ishkanah from making some tokens.
Doesn't do much against Retrogriff, though. So there goes the Gnarlwood Dryad, and Owen is going to upgrade that to a 3/4 with Flying and draw himself a card as well. Another land off the top for Lucas Blohan. He has Liliana still sitting at 3 loyalty after that last sequence.
Retrogriff, not quite a Mold Drifter, but it really does play an important role in this deck. A cheaper Emerge creature is necessary.
Owen just plays 1 copy of Retrogriff in the main, but I gotta say it's done serious work for him. Of course, it has that magical number 7 up in the corner, and it does trigger.
Still ties to Ob Nixilis, though.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happens here. Lucas Blohan is going to play Ob Nixilis Reignited, shoot down the Retrogriff.
So Owen, a turn away from casting Emrakul if he can play lands on the next 2 turns. And he's got Nissa's Pilgrimage, but he's not even going to need to cast it here since he's got another land to play, it looks like.
Okay, and there's Ishkanah for Owen Turtonwald. Now, he did catch Lucas Blohan tapped out there, so the spiders are intact. And Lucas is going to immediately plus Ob Nixilis to get his card so he can map out his turn.
Well, if Lucas doesn't have another Transgress, then we're going to see an Emrakul here. And Lucas has to figure out, like, how badly is my turn going to go for me when Owen plays it?
Well, Lucas is going to do some damage, wipe the board of Ishkanah using a combination of Languish and the plus ability on Liliana. But Randy, you know, normally you're pretty excited to have 2 Planeswalkers on the battlefield, but when your opponent gets to decide what to do with them, it looks a little worse.
You still want them. I mean, Lucas played turn 3 Liliana. Owen has been unable to get it off the board. Played turn 5 Ob Nixilis, and it's done a little bit. I mean, is this Emrakul turn going to be good enough?
Well, we're going to find out now, because that is Emrakul, the Promise End, going on the stack for Owen Turtonwald. He could not find this in the first game, but he does have it here on the 7th turn, and he's going to pass the turn to himself, as it were. This is Lucas Blohan's turn. It's an extra turn
in the middle there, right?
It is.
So Blighted Fen can kill the 13/13 flyer.
It can.
Owen.
That is not good news for Turtonwald.
Yeah, and it's target opponent, so there's nothing Owen can do about it.
That's right. He cannot even sacrifice it targeting Lucas, even if there weren't a creature there. It's just going to happen. So Turtonwald has to go for kind of a... Let's see what he's got.
I'm feeling Ob Nixilis and Avacyn are not friends.
Yeah, that looks like they had a little fight, so they're going to go away.
Ob Nixilis, or Avacyn protecting herself from Ob Nixilis, but Grasp ending those dreams anyway.
That's right. It didn't matter anyway. Remember that Avacyn, the trigger that she has when she enters a battlefield, counts for her too. She was indestructible there. But Owen Turtonwald was fine with that. He still got to get rid of Ob Nixilis in that sequence, and then, of course, the Grasp of Darkness to take down Avacyn. So we kind of went for a value Emrakul there, Luis.
Yeah.
It wasn't a game ender, right? That wasn't the one that just finished the game, especially as we see Emrakul hit the graveyard thanks to that Blighted Fen.
Yeah,
and still Liliana left over.
Owen's going to need, in a lot of cases, to be able to Deep Fiend into Emrakul or do something along those lines so that he's got a board that can force Lucas to throw away more cards. But even in this case, Emrakul did trade for a bunch of different cards. Traded for Ob Nixilis, Grasp, Avacyn, and eventually Blighted Fen. Though Lucas did get to draw an extra card because he gets an extra turn out of the exchange.
One in play, one in my hand. And right away, cast another one.
So it looks like a pair of Nissa's Pilgrimages here for Owen Turtonwald.
And that's it.
Yeah.
He's
He
down
only
to just
had-
lands in hand.
He
Did he run out of forests as
He
well?
found 3 forests total between the two.
Of a possible 6?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
that's
he was out of
depressing.
forest. He had milled a bunch. What it does mean is that Owen doesn't have tons of land left in his deck, so he's gonna need to draw out of this. But he's got a decent amount of different cards he could draw that would be good here. He doesn't have tons of time because Liliana's marching steadily upwards, and then of course Linval is just putting a 5/5 into play.
That's right. It's also going to gain Lucas Blohan life here as well as it enters the battlefield. He was behind, so he's going to gain 5.
Elder Fiend, not a bad card to have here. It can Kozilek's return away the Linvala and tap down some permanents, though Owen does know that Lucas has another Avacyn in hand, so if Owen waits on the Elder Deep Fiend, then Avacyn can stop the Kozilek's return. And of course, as you've seen come up many times in the tournament, Owen can then choose not to use the return.
That's right.
So you're going to go for main phase Deep Fiend?
Yeah, he does not. He wants to return to successfully kill the Linvala.
I love that he's tapping the Planeswalker there. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
but it's kind of sweet.
I tapped a Planeswalker with Tamio in this tournament.
Interesting for Lucas Blohan, he drew a Grasp of Darkness, and he has a Kalitas as well. Is he just going to try to play Protect the Liliana here? He can do a good job of that with these 2 cards. He's put himself out a blocker, and then he can shrink down the Elder Deep Fiend. Actually, 2 different ways, one with Liliana and one with Grasp.
Yeah, as
to
is
get
Elder
it
Deep
dead.
Fiend already can't attack past Kalitas because the Liliana -2, -1, so Owen's presumably just going to be unable to pressure Liliana at all.
Basically just gains Lucas 3 life, so yeah, he's just going to have to pass the turn back to Turtonwald. Gosh, these games have been all about Liliana. She's up there on 6 loyalty, and he has not activated Liliana yet this turn either. And this could be another Liliana ultimate next turn if Owen doesn't find a way to interact.
Yeah, Owen would love to draw another Emrakul. Another Deep Fiend could give Owen a shot here, though with that Grasp, if Lucas leaves mana up for that, then he's unable to get in for damage with the Deep Fiend either.
Still Avacyn in hand as well for Blohan, and you mentioned it earlier, Luis, but Owen knows about it.
You guys 3/5, right?
Sure.
So again, 3 and
Okay, so what happened there was Liliana plus target Elder Deep Fiend. Lucas Blohan attacked with Kalitas. Owen blocked, and before damage, Lucas Blohan shrunk it down further with a Grasp, rendering it dead. This is a big draw step for Owen.
And a little Pilgrim's Eye.
The Pilgrim's Eye is not going to get the job done here. In fact, he's not even going to bother playing it, and Lucas Blohan can now ultimate Liliana again.
Unbelievable.
Lucas could also just play End of Turn Avacyn and start attacking.
He's going to have probably
Why
just
not
both options, right? Wow.
Sure.
Looks like he's going to sacrifice a zombie to Kalitas to put a couple of counters on him. Is he kind of forcing the issue on a potential Deep Fiend here from Turtonwald?
He's making Kozilek's return a little less impactful as well
Yeah.
by putting Kalitas out of range, but
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's saying, look, if you want to do that, you got to do it now. But no, here we go. Liliana emblem yet again. And he is just going to take over with this again. Pair of zombies on end step for Lucas Blohan.
yeah, there's that Kozilek's return. But even if Owen Kozilek's returns a bunch of zombies away, Kalitas just gets to devour them and grow larger and larger.
Indeed. And they'll be back. And now Lucas Blohan is going to use this opportunity to play Archangel Avacyn. There's going to be a response, though. Owen knows he needs to clear out these 2 zombies.
This also denies Lucas the ability to flip Avacyn, which he could do thanks to sacrificing a zombie.
Lucas may as well gobble up one of them. It's going to die anyway.
Yeah, and thanks to sacrificing a zombie a turn earlier, even a Kozilek's Return that flashed back here off of a Deep Fiend wouldn't kill Kalitas.
Yep.
Yep. I responded to the Avacyn being cast.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, a little sequencing discussion there, but they got it sorted out. Archangel Avacyn will not be transforming here. Nothing died while she was on the battlefield. So, ultimate price off the top for Lucas Blohan, who is very much in the driver's seat in Game 2 against Owen Turtonwald.
How much white-black control did you guys expect, Luis?
We did not expect a ton because of how weak it was to Emrakul. We underestimated how much Emrakul was going to be in the tournament, so we thought there was going to be a decent contingent on white-black, and it turns out Lucas Blohan aside, it was not very well represented.
Yeah, it was a decent chunk of the day 1 metagame. Didn't do particularly well. Lucas is making it look great, though. I mean, for what is allegedly a bad matchup for Lucas, it's looked kind of easy these 2 games. Is that just Owen's bad draws?
That's a combination of that and Lucas just, having turn 3 Liliana plus enough removal and pressure to back her up.
This one's winding down quickly. Lucas Blohan is going to go ahead and transform while gobbling up for more and more zombies to Kalitas. Avacyn the Purifiers arrived with Owen Turtonwald on 1 life. He finds Grapple with the pass off the top of his library. Does that give him any hope?
Well, it lets him Emrakul, but that won't necessarily do it. Because, again, thanks to that Liliana emblem, even if Owen successfully Emrakul's Lucas, then the emblem will make 2 zombies at the end of the Emrakul turn. So, though, if Lucas were tapped out, this actually could go in an interesting way where Owen makes Lucas cast Hallowed Moonlight to prevent the zombie emblem for a turn, which would be huge.
Especially given that every single zombie is lethal at this point.
I mean, Owen has some options, and Lucas has some draws that can let Owen survive, so Owen's certainly gonna go for it here.
There's a Pilgrim's Eye from Turtonwald, another chump blocker.
Presumably he's not going for Kozilek's Return coming back here if he's casting Pilgrim's Eye first.
He wants to chump block. Here's Grapple with the past. We know there's an Emrakul in the graveyard already. There is now, I believe there are 3 copies of Kozilek's Return as well.
Looks like 2 and then 1 exiled.
Okay.
Potentially a 3rd.
So 2.
Owen could, again, he could Kozilek's Return here, but it doesn't, given that he played the Pilgrim's Eye first, I assume his intention is to not do that. Though it would kill the Avacyn.
He's passed the turn to Lucas Blohan. He will be taking that turn for Lucas.
So I think Lucas actually wants to get Hallowed Moonlight out of his hand here because it's just a liability.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
He's going to play it on end step and just cycle it away, draw a card.
Well, Owen is not dead here since he can kill both of Lucas's creatures and then have 2 creatures around to block zombies on Lucas's next turn.
So he can force
so Owen's going to
Avacyn to attack.
Ultimate price the Kalitas. Avacyn just can run into Emrakul and then cast Grasp on like the Avacyn before that happens. Or actually, he's got enough mana to play another Kalitas and then
grasp that.
Also, he could Legend Rule the Kalitas away. So he's got a bunch of different options. Basically, Lucas is going to lose all his cards. Everything. Make 2 zombies off Emblem. Take a turn where if he draws a removal spell for Pilgrim's Eye, then Owen dies.
Then Owen's just dead.
Then it's going to be Owen's turn, facing down 2 zombies with Pilgrim's Eye Emrakul. And a Liliana Emblem, so Owen's going to need to draw like running Elder Deep Fiends. But if he does, Emrakul does clock in for 13 a turn. So this game is not over, but Owen is definitely on the back foot here.
3-turn clock for Owen Turton-Wald, and let's not forget the Kozilek's Return in the graveyard as well. There's 2 of those that he can use to wipe away a bunch of zombies if he draws, again, Elder Deep Fiends and the like. So Cletus, you mentioned the legend rule. You're only allowed to have 1 copy of each legendary creature. You get to choose which one, so Owen's going to choose the smaller one.
Oh, he can also kill zombies on end step here.
Oh, gobble up one of the zombies and still have enough mana for ultimate price? That does leave him, though, or excuse me, not ultimate price, the Grasp of Darkness.
So
because ultimate price doesn't have a target right now.
So Owen chose to leave Lucas with an ultimate price instead of a zombie, essentially.
I like it.
Yeah, it works out. It works out well for Owen. He does need to draw something here. He's at
1.
He's at 1, facing down 3 zombies, or rather 4 zombies, and he's got 1 creature. Grapple.
It's a grapple with the pass off the top for Turton-Wald.
Jeez. That'll at the very least. Let's see. Does he have an Elder Deep Fiend in his graveyard?
It's hard to see from
He's
here.
got 1 exiled, so he can grab 1 hooked ahead. Does not look. I can't see an Eldrazi in the graveyard currently.
I don't see one either.
Okay.
There's a Wretched Gryff in the graveyard.
But there's a Deep Fiend.
And he just found a Deep Fiend off of the grapple with the past.
So now Deep Fiend being crucial that now he can trigger the Kozilek's Return at instant speed.
Exactly.
So Owen he can attack for 14, pass the turn. Next turn, play Elder Deep Fiend to tap down 4 lands. I guess Wretched Gryff's actually just better, because either way, he's going to have to return before Lucas gets zombies end of turn.
That's right.
Sure. So he might as well just draw a card off the Wretched Gryff. You can actually just sacrifice the Pilgrim's Eye, I think, because if you're going to trigger the return.
It's just going to die anyway.
Yeah.
It looks like Owen's lining up exactly that. So there's 3. Wretched Gryff, sacrifice to emerge. Kozilek's Return is going to trigger, then Wretched Gryff is going to trigger, then Wretched Gryff is going to resolve. And a pair of lands in hand for Owen?
Owen still needs to draw something here, since Lucas is going to get 2 zombies in a turn. He drew a Shambling Event, so that's a 3rd attacker. So now Owen's, again, facing down 3 attackers at 1 life, despite
so he has to hit again.
All right, it's a big draw step.
Oh, he gets a land. 3 lands in hand for Owen Turton-Wald. It looks like he's going to come up a little short here in game 2.
Yeah, he can attack for 16. He can put Lucas down to 6, but...
Crazy. All that extra life gained from Kalitas when he was just dumping +1/+1 counters on him, it really paid off for Lucas here. He was at 36.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can only deal 30.
He's even drawn a Grasp of Darkness just to make sure that the deal gets sealed, and he's going to attack with everything. Lucas Blohan is now 1 game from being a Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, Owen was an Elder Deep Fiend or Shaundra short of surviving at least another turn and potentially turning that game around.
He only needed 1 more turn.
Yep.
He could have attacked to 6 on that last turn that he had. He had to leave them on defense, but wow.
Okay, gents, let's settle in here. This is where things change. We're going to be now going to sideboarded games. You can see the players are already consulting their sideboards. So let's take a look at that right now. Owen Turton-Wald, Teamer Emerge. Here's his sideboard. Anything jumping out to you guys? Randy, do you see anything that that you think would definitely be coming in here?
I haven't got the chance to see this matchup yet.
Yeah. Do you have any sense for it, Luis? This is a matchup I actually asked some of the pros out on the floor, and they were like, against Black-White? I don't know.
Well, Negate and Invasive Surgery are both have a lot of targets. Negate's traditionally been a good card against Black-White. Coax from the Blind Eternities is a fun one, and Owen knows that Lucas has multiple copies of Infinite Obliteration, which is going to name Owen's Emrakul, presumably because Owen has 3 Emrakuls. So Coax can get Emrakul back into Owen's hand.
Transgress the Mind as well.
Right. Jace also traditionally pretty good in Den Protector in these kind of grindy matchups, especially since Owen doesn't need, Gnarlwood Dryads or Kozilek's Returns quite as much. So,
are we anticipating Lucas taking out a bunch of spot removal spells?
Yeah, Lucas does not. First of all, Ultimate Price is has very, very few targets. Ishkana and potentially Gnarlwoods, which may even get ported out. Lucas has over and over again relied on these Gideons against the Eldrazi deck. He just wants to be able to pressure the opponent. And then, of course, Transgress, Infinite Obliteration, and Duress is okay, but Owen, all of his spells are cheap and his creatures are expensive, so that's not a good combination for Duress, because when you draw Duress on turn 5 or 6, often Owen won't have very good targets. Also, Owen's spells all draw him into creatures, so you Duress Owen, he grapples into a creature in response. It just does not work out well for you.
I love the Infinite Obliteration dance with Coax from the Blind Eternities.
Yeah, going off is pretty nice. There's also a nice little loop you can do with Grapple from the Past and Jace. You like flip Jace, use it to flashback Grapple to get back Jace, and like you can just keep doing stuff like that. And so Owen is the one who's trying to loop Emrakul's. He's trying to get multiple Emrakul's triggers going on in a game, and Lucas is trying to kill him with Gideons before that can happen. Since we've seen this Liliana emblem be very, very successful. You actually see Liliana right there. Gideon kind of does that, but just much, much faster. More vulnerable to Emrakul. Emrakul can't stop Liliana's emblem, can kill a Gideon, but most of the time. But Gideon does put Owen on a very quick clock here.
Yeah, that's a mural that we have in our feature match area behind it. And I'll tell you, Liliana towers over the feature match area down there. It's really cool. She's got some zombies following her. There's some rats turning into Eldrazi rats. It's a really neat setup. Only one table in the feature match area left. This is the finals. Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I've got Randy Bueller and Luis Scott Vargas with me. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and well, this could be the game that decides the Pro Tour. If Lucas Blohan can find a victory, he will win 3-0 over Owen Turnwald, and he's the one who will take that trophy home. But I got to say, he's playing one of the toughest players in the entire world, Owen Turnwald here, and Owen is going to make it as difficult as possible at every turn.
Yeah, it was too tough for me, that's for sure.
Owen's going to be on the play in this first sideboarded game.
And Owen's got a Coax and an Emrakul in his hand, so...
Taking a look at the hands from our players as they get populated. We also get a little sneak peek with the cameras here.
And looks like Owen's on a 2-lander with no green mana and a Pilgrim's Eye. This is...
and a Vessel, too. He does not have a lot going on.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Good stuff.
Owen deciding his Pro Tour hopes and dreams, they hinge on whether he hits a third land on time. The hand's pretty solid if he does.
So Owen's currently in the process of deciding if he wants to mulligan this hand. It looks like it's really close for him.
Yeah, keeping 2-landers does not always work out.
Speaking from personal experience there, Luis.
He's
Doesn't make
kept
it wrong. If you're supposed to keep it in the middle of the Swiss, you're supposed to keep it with a Pro Tour on the line, right?
And Owen drew, I believe he drew an Emrakul.
He did. It was an Emrakul on turn 2. He really wants to find a land here, and he drew an Elder Deep Fiend.
Jeez.
Not like this, says Owen Turnwald. Lucas Blohan, though, you know, his deck, not blazing fast, right? Like, look at his turn 3 play. He's done nothing this game, and he's going to play Infinite Obliteration. Wow, and get both Emrakuls out of Owen's hand?
I know exactly the feeling in the pit of Owen's stomach as he drew that Emrakul. Wanted to draw land, drew a 13-drop, also drew the card Lucas was going to name with Infinite Obliteration. So it was just like the worst of all possible worlds for Owen.
Worst possible draw for Owen Turnwald. Now, he's been in tough situations before at the table. He's not going to let it bother him, but yeah, you got to know he's feeling that.
Yeah, it looks like he actually sided out an Emrakul potentially because he thinks they're going to be targeted by Infinite Obliteration. We'll see if that's the case or not.
So one of them becomes a Coax from the Blind Eternities. It's which he can go grab from wherever it is at that time. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, all three. He's still at 3. 3 main. They're all in exile now.
It looks like you got all 3.
There it is.
Coax is for sure in the deck, though.
Yeah, it's in his hand. Another Vessel off the top for Owen Turnwald. He can't find anything. And are we going to see, yes, Gideon on turn 4 from Blohan. And this is exactly what Owen didn't want to see. And he cannot find another land here. And this clock, we've seen it before. Blohan can attack for 7 right now.
So Owen may have to. He's picked up several titles this weekend. Hall of Famer elect, Player of the Year. May not be adding Pro Tour champion to that list.
Starting to feel that way. Is there any sequence of draws at this point, Luis, that Owen can find his way out? He's so far behind now.
Unfortunately not. I think even if Owen draws a forest this turn, which he did, the best possible scenario, I don't really see how he battles back. He missed 3 land drops.
Yeah, it doesn't make it wrong to keep that hand. It just sometimes they don't work out.
Yeah, Owen Turtonwald's all the way down to 11 after Lucas Blohan looks to shut the door as quickly as possible. He activated his Shambling Vent attack for 9 damage last turn.
Yeah, Lucas even has removal to get the Pilgrim's Eye out of the way here.
He does exactly that. He's going to activate. This is going to put Turtonwald down to 2 life, and there's just nothing he can do. What a tough way to go out for Turtonwald, but Lucas Blohan says, I'll take it. It's a den protector for Turtonwald. Turtonwald's not one to concede until it's really over. He's going to play a Vessel of Nascency here as well, but at 2 life, all Lucas Blohan has to do is attack. And he's in. Lucas Blohan is our champion for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Congratulations to him. He defeats Owen Turtonwald in 3 straight games.
He just won his last 9 games in a row.
Wow.
Oh, geez, he was down 0-2.
He was down 0-2, rattled off 3.
And just
then
ran
3,
it?
Then 3.
Wow.
Unbelievable stuff. Hitting from a weird angle on the meta game with the black-white deck that I think people had kind of dismissed.
Yeah, this just in. Planeswalkers are good.
And Lucas Blohan is your champion. Congratulations to him. We have to congratulate Owen Turtonwald as well for a fantastic tournament, but he's going to be a finalist here. We've got our champion. It's Lucas Blohan from Team Eureka. Man, tough way to go out, right? You know, the last, I mean, no matter.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, no matter what, you know, if you're a Magic fan, you don't want to see it end like that. But Lucas Blohan's going to take it. And that was really impressive stuff for him, especially in those first 2 games. We saw the raw power of Liliana. That was insane. I mean,
we saw back-to-back matches where Lucas beat Resolved Emrakul's.
Yes.
Like, because of Liliana Emblem. So you can't say that he didn't have some tough competition on the way there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to do it for us in the booth here. Let's go check in with Rich Hagan at the news desk.
Thank you so much to Marshall Sutcliffe leading the team there. Randy Buehler, thanks so much to him alongside Luis Scott Vargas. And Randy, we're going to miss you. It's been an honor and a privilege to have you with us here on coverage for so many years. One of the great contributors to Magic history, not forgotten, and of course, still streaming everywhere you look with the wonderful super streaming series that he does. So, Randy, thank you so much on behalf of everyone around the world. But, gentlemen, we have a winner. It is Lucas Blohan. He is your champion of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. And Ian, once the guy said it there in the booth, from 2-0 down in the quarterfinals, he still needed 9 game wins to win the title, and that's what he did in order.
Yeah, it's just incredible. I mean, the resolve and the focus it takes to just, you know, maintain the course after being 0-2 down in the quarterfinals. Just incredible. And I mean, watching him play and the way that he navigated these complicated board states and lined up the perfect answers against his opponent's threats all throughout the top 8 was just incredible to watch.
So let me just check something in, because I'm not fantastically strong on the story. I think what's happened is that Emrakul turns up often and repeatedly. People really struggle to deal with her. And then Liliana turns up and says, I got this. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, basically. So Liliana really saves the day with her horde of zombies, and that's exactly what we saw here unfold in the top 8 of the Pro Tour. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. All right, let's take a look at the bracket for the top 8 here at Eldritch Moon. We'll work our way through the day as we saw 8 phenomenal players come into action here. We had Sam Pardy, Andrew Brown, Lucas Blohan, Ken Yukihiro, Luis Scott Vargas, Reed Duke, Yuta Takahashi, and Owen Turtonwald. And we'll show you how that all panned out. Luis Scott Vargas kicked off up against Reed Duke, and unfortunately for Ian, BDM, this was a pretty straightforward win for Luis.
Yeah, Luis Scott Vargas chose to play Bant Company for this tournament and showed us why it was such a powerful deck, was able to come out very aggressively in the first 2 games and be able to pivot into a longer game in Game 3 and was able to take it in 3 games against Reed Duke.
Then we had Yuta Takahashi up against Owen Turton. This was Teamer Emerge against Bant Company, and Owen Turton emerged from that, no pun intended, by 3 games to 1. Pretty straightforward for him. We went into the top half of the bracket, and the number 1 seed was Sam Pardy with his black-green Delirium deck up against Teamer Emerge for Andrew Brown from East West Bowl. Ian, what happened in that one?
That was a pretty tight match between 2 decks that have very powerful mid-games. Andrew Brown flooding a little bit in the first game. Ultimately, it was Sam Pardy that triumphed in that matchup with his black-green Delirium deck.
And that left Lucas Blahon up against Ken Yukihiro. A terrific matchup on the face of it. That's how it panned out. BDM, the game of 2 halves, and when there are 5 games, well, you can't really have a halfway, so somebody had to win game 5.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's rare that you get a little tidbit from play testing on the floor, and it plays out exactly the way the team predicted it. Lucas Blahon, they said, was a terrible underdog in the first 2 unsideboarded games of their match and would probably go 0-2, but that the matchup swung so wildly in their favor after sideboarding that they legitimately expected him to go 3-0. Lucas almost won one of those first 2 games.
Right.
Came very, very close to doing that against Ken Yukihiro, but it wasn't to be. And then he rattled off 3 in a row. And started a trend that continued on through the rest of the day.
Absolutely. So let's get to our semi-finals, and we began with Owen Turtonwald up against Luis Scott Vargas. That was a real box office killer. Bant Company against Teamer Emerge, and it did go the distance. It was back and forth. Luis led 1-0. He led 2-1. It went back to 2-2, and in the end, Owen advanced with Teamer Emerge. Did you expect that over 5 games in that matchup?
I expected Owen to be a favorite, but at any point in the matchup, it was just so close, such a back and forth, even within each game, and then the games within the match. It was just anyone's match at any point.
Also, for a 5-game set, BDM, look, pace of play, it's a bit like baseball. It's nice for the game to progress. And we got through 5 games in just a little over an hour. So if you do have some time spare, go back and watch that 5-game set. You're going to learn so much. It was super exciting, super close, but also super crisp and precise, and they got the job done. Well, great job by both.
Yeah, great match to watch by 2 just players at the peak of the game. Not just at the peak of their game, the peak of the game. I mean, it's 2 players who are just utterly dominant right now, playing Magic with this ease and understanding of everything that's going on for both of them, and it was wonderful to watch.
So then we had Sam Pardy up against Lucas Blahon. This was black-green Delirium up against white-black Control. Blahon had won his last 3 games to claim the quarterfinal slot. Well, then he won his 4th, 5th, and 6th consecutive games to advance to the final. Now, Ian, I think that was a bit of a surprise to see a sweep in the semis.
It absolutely was. Going into that match, those decks look like they're playing a very similar game. They're both sort of black-based, mid-ranged focused decks with plenty of creature removal. I thought it would be a very, very close matchup and that it could have gone either way, but Lucas Blahon actually swept the match. Very, very impressive to watch.
Brian, a terrific performance by Sam Pardy, number 1 seed coming in, the only player in this top 8 who was here for his first Sunday appearance. Got a win under his belt, so that's a nice another thing off the list. It's always a tough feeling when you come in. It's your first Pro Tour top 8, and then and now I'm out, and it's 10:30 in the morning. I guess I'll go see Sydney. But he didn't do that, so great job, Sam Pardy.
And Sam Pardy's going to have a great week. He's here with his family. His family comes to visit him at 1 Pro Tour location a year, and he's actually going to be in Sydney for the week with his family, touring around and seeing the city. So he's, He would have liked to have delayed the tour about an hour or 2, but he's pretty happy, I think, with his result this weekend.
So we get to the final, and in the final, Owen Turtonwald Teamer Emerge up against Blahon's white-black Control. I think we all felt, Ian, that Owen was probably a slight favourite at least. It certainly didn't pan out that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually down there on the floor with the Pantheon guys watching that unfold, and going into it, they thought Owen was the favorite. I actually talked to Owen while the semifinals between Sam Pardy and Lucas Blahon was going on. I said, Owen, which of these players would you want to advance? Who do you think you have the better matchup against? And he said, I want Lucas Blahan to advance. We played a ton in testing of my Teamer Emerge deck against white-black control. It was winning all the time. We really liked the matchup, but things certainly did not play out that way in the finals. And I have to imagine, is that due to some of the innovations that Lucas Blahan brought with his deck? Could we be seeing the start of the new post-Pro Tour metagame with these control decks that are actually prepared to beat Emrakul?
Yeah, control decks that are prepared to beat Emrakul. I mean, that just sounds absurd, but I absolutely agree with you. BDM, it would be tempting in this seat right now to say, Owen Turton, of course he might be a little disappointed, but he had a tremendous season. He's player of the year. He must be thrilled. But we both know Owen better than that, and he will be just bewildered in a sense that he has not run the tables and hasn't just walked away with absolutely everything.
No, there's nobody on the Pro Tour who wants that win more than Owen Turtonwald. I can make that statement with full confidence that it is true. I mean, there's nobody who wants that more, nobody who puts in more work and brings more focus to the table in pursuit of that win. I know it was crushing for him to start the season at the World Championship, to lose in the finals of that event, now see him lose in the finals of another event at the end of the season. That creates an amazing season that saw him get elected to the Hall of Fame, that saw him become the Player of the Year, that sees him as the mid-season master, that sees him as the U.S. national champion going back to the World MagicCup, right? That sees him make 2 Pro Tour top 8s, and tremendous season from Owen Turtonwald, but there's a bitter taste for him, I know, until he gets that trophy, and that's one of the things that makes Owen such a great Magic player.
He finishes the season, by my reckoning, on 98 pro points. That is a nuts total. Given that, especially he spent half the season at home watching the coverage.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, I think Kai was maybe one of the only players to actually get over that 100-point total. That was during a time period when there were 6 Pro Tours in a year, if I recall correctly. So, I mean, just an absolutely astounding number of points. Owen has had a tremendous season. He's definitely established himself as one of the best players in the world, and it was just fantastic to watch all this weekend.
Now, of course, both Lucas Blahan, your new Pro Tour champion, and Owen Turtonwald, your new Player of the Year, are just 2 of 24 stellar names that will be joining us at the World Championship at PAX. The 3 of us will be there, all the team will be there to bring you 5 days of amazing action. And BDM, before we move away from Owen, unfinished business coming at the World Championship.
There's a bevy of rematches available to Owen Turtonwald at the World Championships. He could rematch Seth Manfield, he could rematch Lucas Blahan, he could even rematch Sam Pardee, who he played, he owes a win to from the Swiss rounds.
So we will see how that all pans out, but for now we're closing in on the end of the season. It's time for all the awards and trophies to be given out. Here comes the award ceremony for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Hello and welcome to the feature match area here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and it is time for the award ceremony. We actually have 2 awards to give to our first recipient. Owen Turtonwald is not only your finalist for this tournament, he's also your Player of the Year. Owen Turtonwald. Owen, congratulations. This is your 2nd time winning Player of the Year. Which one feels better?
Oh, this one for sure. Because I was behind for a lot of the year and just had an amazing weekend.
You gave us the full sweat, right? It was your last chance to get into the top 8. You were down a game, and you managed to win both of those games. What kind of feelings were going through your head when you made it into the top 8 and secured that Player of the Year?
You would be surprised, but I didn't have any good feelings because I had just been losing so much after starting 10-0 that winning was just a relief to have not totally blown it.
Thank you, Owen. Congratulations once again, our finalist and Player of the Year, Owen Turtonwald. Of course, that leaves us one more trophy to give away. Our champion from the Czech Republic, Lucas Blohan. Lucas, congratulations. What a huge moment for your career. This is your second Pro Tour top 8, and you're taking the trophy. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, I'm feeling great. That's about it.
That's it? Just great?
Yeah, just great.
How did you think about how the top 8 played out for you?
Well, I didn't think I would have many good matchups, but in the end, it played out pretty well.
Now, when it comes to preparing for the tournament, who did you test with? Who do you want to thank?
Well, I would like to thank my team, Team Cabin Crew, because...
You can see here's Team Cabin Crew joining Lucas Blohan. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon, Lucas Blohan. To Lucas Blohan, your Pro Tour Eldritch Moon champion. We're checking in Ian Duke here at the news desk. We'll hear a little more from Lucas when he gets his breath back over across the studio with Brian David Marshall. But Ian, away from the players, the drama, the money, the end of season races, underneath all that, the game that you helped create helps us keep score. So how was the weekend for Eldritch Moon as a set?
You know, Rich, it's always just such a treat to watch the Pro Tour unfold because, you know, despite all of our best planning and our best predictions, there are always some small surprises as we see the set hit the real world. And watching Eldritch Moon and the impact it had on this tournament was a lot of small surprises in just a fantastic way. You know, Limited seemed to go great, a lot of great feedback from the players. Color balance looked great. We had Randy's breakdown of all the 3-0 decks, and that was looking pretty awesome.
Right, I think 4 of the 5 colors were either 15 or 16 3-0 decks, and I think white was just a little bit behind at 12. Tremendous.
Yeah, but people seem to really be enjoying the format, and then in Constructed, what can I say? Eldritch Moon is just such a powerful set. I mean, there are so many new cards that impacted decks, that impacted the way people are constructing their deck and thinking about how many different card types are in there. We saw all sorts of great flavor happening there. Emrakul versus Liliana in the top 8. We saw Tamio show up. We saw Delirium and Emerge drive entire decks. So there is no question in my mind, you know, this set has been a great success here and has spawned a lot of new innovation and standards. So I'm really excited to see how things unfold from here on out.
Right, and the Pro Tour always sets this sort of benchmark point where we go, okay, we're kind of 3 weeks in, everyone's decided kind of what they like, everyone tunes into the Pro Tour to decide what they want to do moving forward. And it's this kind of big exclamation point on the early part of the season, and then we move from here forward. The big deck coming in was Bant Company. Leaving it, is there a big deck?
I think Emrakul is the big star of the show here. Now, we've seen there are a lot of different ways to build Emrakul decks. Time will tell what the best ones are or whether things just keep mixing up and people are trying lots of different strategies there. Bant Company, still definitely a player in the metagame. 2 copies made the top 8. If you like that deck, you enjoy playing it, it's still perfectly viable. And then Black-White Control, I think maybe surprised everyone here as the winner.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly felt like the final itself was a bit of a surprise. But the fact, something that Matej Zatlkai said when he was here at lunchtime, he said, you know, one of the things with Black-White is it gives you such versatility in terms of your sideboarding. You can look at almost any metagame and go, all right, I've got plenty of slots and I have plenty of options for those slots. And if you can correctly predict what the metagame is, white-black is never really going to be off the table because, oh, unfortunately, everyone's blue-green emerged, so that just means I can't really play black-white. He said it isn't like that. It's an archetype that lets you customize your play experience, and especially here we saw.
Yeah, so very true. I mean, if you're a player who likes to tune your deck against the local metagame, white-black control has all the tools you need, especially if you're thinking about how to combat these Emrakul decks that did so well. Having tools like Duress, Transgress the Mind, Infinite Obliteration are great to have at your disposal. We also saw Summary Dismissal out of the sideboard if you want to add blue to your deck as well. So there are places to go, and I'm curious to see how that all evolves.
All right, so across the studio, we have our Pro Tour champion, Lucas Blahon. Hopefully he's got his breath back from winning 9 straight games in a row to be your Pro Tour Eldritch Moon champion. He's in the company of Brian David Marshall.
Thanks, Rich. And when you win 9 straight games in a row in the top 8 of a Pro Tour, you get a check for $40,000 and a map of oversized ATM locations that you can deposit this into. Lucas Blahon, congratulations.
Thank you.
You were having a spectacular season, even if you didn't show up this weekend.
Yes.
You were having a spectacular season. You had 9th place finish. You were platinum. But what were your expectations coming into this tournament?
Well, going into this tournament, I just wanted to lock my slot for Vort, which would mean that I needed to go something like 10-6 or 11-5 to get there. So, yeah, that was my goal. But then I just kept winning. I started day 1 at 5-3. So I was like, all right, if I can repeat it day 2, I'll probably be locked for the Vort, so that would be fine. But then the next day I started 5-0. I'm like, all right, this works. And I just kept winning, and I drew in the last round, and that's it.
So I heard from Mark. Was it as bad as he made it out to be?
Well, actually, when we play tested it, it was like unwinnable. But actually, the games we played, like the first one, I was actually in pretty good spot to win the game. But my opponent had to draw 2 Emrakuls in a row to beat me, and he did. So I felt kind of pretty bad about that because I think I could have played better to not let this happen. And the second game, yeah, it was like pretty close too.
Yeah.
So, and after sideboard, it changes a lot. So I needed to win 3 straight games after sideboard, which is obviously tough, even though it is good matchup after that. But yeah, everything worked out, and
I know nobody was rooting harder for you in this tournament than the story team back at Wizards of the Coast's offices, because you made Liliana emblems to defeat Emrakuls with armies of zombies all weekend. You've made a habit of defeating Emrakul multiple times. You even defeated a player who played Emrakul and was controlling your turn, and they died on your turn.
Yes.
Can you tell that story one more time?
All right, so I had Kalitas, Archangel Avacyn, and a zombie token in play. So I sacrificed a zombie token to Kalitas. So on my turn that he was controlling, the Avacyn flipped, and it dealt 3 damage to him, so he just died.
It's like, yeah, that's nice. You can take my turn. You're dead.
Yes, exactly.
Wonderful. I'm going to let you go. There's a whole whirlwind of photos and interviews that you're going to need to do, but I can tell you the one thing that people at home are going to want to know is what's the one thing people need to know if they want to play this black-white deck in their local metagame, or at maybe GP Portland next week?
I would probably not play the same main deck. I think Languishes are not well positioned, and Gideon is, so I would do some changes, probably more discard spell, less Languishes, maybe some Gideons, no Sorens, no Linvalas. So just more discard spells, more Planeswalkers, no Languishes or less Languishes.
All right, there you go. This is a man who just won 9 games in a row. He's your Pro Tour champion. We're going to see him again in a few weeks in Seattle at PAX for the World Championship. Lucas Blahon, your Pro Tour champion.
And so another Pro Tour season comes to a close. Wherever you are around the world, thanks for being part of the Magic family. You're great, and we love to bring you as much coverage as we can around the world. Lucas Blahon is your Pro Tour Eldritch Moon champion. Owen Turton is your Player of the Year. Those 2 and 22 more fabulous Magic players will be on hand for the World Championship in just a few short weeks. The 2016-2017 season, well, that kicks off less than a week away. We'll be live at Grand Prix Portland with updates from Rimini across in Italy. The first two of over 50 Grand Prix tournaments around the world that kick off the 2016 and 2017 season. For everyone who works behind the scenes, whether that's at Renton itself, the home of Wizards of the Coast, here at the Pro Tour at the Grand Prix, thanks for being part of our 2015-2016 season. We'll see you all again next season, about 100 hours or so from now. Until we meet again in 2016-2017, for everyone here, I'm your host, Rich Hagan, saying bye.